It's like all over the place. But I will blur it back once. I'll blur it back once we get started. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, 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 hey. Good morning, Taylor Gang. I need everybody to get in their seat. Getting y'all seats this morning. Getting y'all seats this morning. Thank you, Connie. Thank you, Connie. Everybody have a seat. Good morning, Purple Paradox. So y'all know. All right. I'm trying to see. Let me see if I could do a sticker. Let me see if I could do a sticker. Y'all know I don't know why my TikTok have like bad settings. Like I can't never do anything up here. Like I want to do stuff. I want to put up a green screen. I want to be able to put up stickers. Like I can never do that. So I'm gonna drop a comment. I'm gonna drop a comment because this morning we will be talking about. And I did the wrong thing, y'all. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. I'm trying to get my comment together over here, so just bear with me. Just bear with me. All right. Now, y'all know we all have been heavily invested in the YSL trial. Every single one of us has been heavily invested in this YSL trial. And we saw firsthand how they doing Yak, right? We all know how they doing Yak. And so there is a peaceful protest going on where everybody is advocating for Yak Gotti's release. Steady Nash is down there. I want to say that Empress Fox did a lot of the visuals for it, and she may have even put it together. But I'm here to ask all of my supporters, if you have not done it already, I don't care if it's $1, $2, $3, $5, $10, $100. If you have anything extra, and I know it's the holiday season, if you've got anything extra that you can donate to Yak Gotti's legal fund, I highly encourage you to do so. Highly encourage you to do so. Why? Because Yak is still experiencing injustice. He is still being retaliated against because he sat in jail for 2 hours and was the only one to be acquitted of all charges. And the state has still found a way to keep him detained. They have still found a way to keep him behind bars. And so yet another year has gone by where Yak is not going to be able to spend the holidays with his family. And it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. And so I am asking, and y'all know I never ask, but I am asking all of my supporters to support Yak. All right, support Yak. Yak has the Cash App. Hey, everybody, Yak has the Cash App. It's free Yak Gotti. I actually just had it pinned on TikTok. I don't know if I got a mod in here over here on TikTok. I don't know how. I heard it go right here. All right, so I didn't have a mod in here, but there is the Cash App. That's the Cash App right there. All right. If you have anything extra to give, please, please donate to Yak Gotti. All right. Donate to Yak Gotti. Yeah, it's on my banner on YouTube, but I'm also on TikTok. I'm on TikTok too. We gotta get our boy Yak out of there. We gotta get our boy Yak out of there. Now, y'all know. Now y'all know that he has a probation revocation and he had some bond hearings that went up. And basically his bond was denied because he has a probation violation. Basically, he is being charged with A couple of fights that he had, and maybe a fight that he had, and some contraband that he was possibly allegedly. Let me say allegedly. Caught with inside of the Fulton County Jail, and they have decided to press charges against him. That being said, Yak was already on some type of probation, and they've chosen to basically revoke his probation, and so he's going to have a revocation hearing in February of, I want to say it's February 7th. I could be wrong. I want to say it's February 7th. But Yak is gonna need he's gonna need some assistance on the legal front, right? And everybody, I know a few people were asking me in the comments, and they were like, "What can we do to, what can we do to support Yak?" And honestly, at the time, I didn't know. I didn't know what to do. I just knew from a legal perspective how the process was gonna go. And so, yes, we cannot be quiet right now. We cannot let them get this off, okay? So again, if you find it in your heart to give, please do. Please do. Freedom boys, free Yak Gotti. All right. We're gonna continue to keep our foot on good morning. We're gonna continue to keep our foot on Fulton County. We are going to continue to keep our foot on Fulton County's neck. We are going to continue to help advocate for these guys. I don't know if somebody they asking me to pin it again, y'all. Let me find it. Here it is right here. Here it is right here. There we go. So again, if you are in the Fulton County area and you want to go down to the peaceful protest, I encourage you to do that as well. Whatever type of support you can give, I know Miss Tasha is accepting everything that she can right now. When I say that, I mean she's accepting prayers, she's accepting positive words, and naturally they are accepting funds. So again, if you find it in your heart to give during this holiday season, I encourage you to do so, just like me. Okay. Fulton County, some dirty dogs. They are some dirty dogs. And the way that they play this is crazy. We also seeing it play out with Jimmy, with Roscoe. We seen him take a plea and then also turn right back around and get arrested for a violation. So, Fulton County has played a game of cat and mouse for years. And we are finally here and able to make sure that voices get heard. Make sure their voices get heard. So, like I said, if you all are interested in, watching the peaceful protest, Steady Nash is live right now. He's got there's quite a few people down there that are watching it. I may even see if I can go live for a week so that we can watch it a little bit as well. How you feel? I feel good. I told you that the voice is still doing its thing. It's still doing its thing. Good morning, Robin. It's still, on a struggle bus, but they have the all right. So we are actually
I don't know why I did stuff like that. You know when your mama was young, you look at their mouth, they'll spell it. Remember when you was little, they'll spell it. So I try to go old school when I'm just stay the regular way. Doug Weinstein. Okay, Doug Weinstein. Y'all show Doug Weinstein some love, baby. Y'all know back in the day when y'all mama spell it out, say get out my face.
We love.
See, I should have just did the regular way and say it. But guess what? All praise to God. I ain't perfect, but I'm positive.
That's
I
what
ain't
we're
perfect,
talking
but I'm
about. So we
positive.
are
I
right
ain't perfect, but I'm
now.
positive.
That's what you need to put on
Thank
the
you,
shirt.
man. Thank
I
you,
already
man.
got it on there.
Oh,
I just say boy.
okay.
We live right now on YouTube.
I like that.
My
That's
YouTube
that.
page, my link is in my bio.
Get your own little
We
little
are
thing.
voting
I'm thankful, y'all. I'm thankful. This too shall pass.
protest for Yak Gotti.
God showed me what he could do. He could do the miraculous. He could do all things but fail.
Donate
That's what God showed me he could do.
$1, $2.
He showed me that if you trust him, faith is like a mustard seed.
To give.
Trust him, he'll carry you.
So come
He'll
on.
carry you through all kinds of storms,
All right.
volcanoes, raptures. He'll carry you through the crevices of the walls, the pipelines. He'll carry you through 52 states and back. Because God rests on the 7th day. You know what I'm saying? So you know he could do all things but fail.
Alvin came by here, but he came by here. He says nobody was here.
No, we probably was not out of the car, but we was here.
What time? Just tell us.
What time? Yeah, we was here.
Yeah, because I've been.
Hey, y'all, shout Doug out. Prayers go to the Most High. Prayers to the Most High. Y'all, you know what I'm saying? Y'all go follow Doug on TikTok. Y'all follow Doug on TikTok. Go follow Doug on TikTok. He always giving free game on the law and everything. Where you at, Doug? I love you, Doug. Doug locked in for life. You know what I'm saying? That's my boy, locked in for life. Me and Yak love Doug Weinstein. You know what I'm saying? If you don't know his name, now the world know his name. Y'all help me spread the name. Go follow him on TikTok. Follow Dougie Fresh on TikTok.
Do you need any coffee?
Doug.
But I got water. Why?
Somebody wants to send something.
Yes. Send it on.
So I just want y'all to just shout Doug out. You know what I'm saying? Him and Yak joint to the hip. We joint to the hip. We joint to the hip with Doug. He family. We stayed. We was in this thing 30 months. 30 months with Doug. He stood up. I appreciate Doug. So y'all follow Doug on TikTok. Follow Doug on Twitter. Follow Doug on all social media sites. Please follow Doug Weinstein, y'all. Thank y'all for just being here on this live and everything. Okay, somebody said we was in Atlanta, we'll be there. Okay, cool. Okay, I know that. Everybody who in the building, who out of town, where my out of towners at? Where my out of towners at? Drop in the building, my out of towners. Where the out of towners at? Where's the out of towners?
They was pulling up talking about we got
Where the out of towners at?
from somebody.
Drop it. Where you at? Where everybody at? Out of towners. Where the out of towners at? All love all over the world. All love all over the world. Locally, all over the world. I appreciate the love, the support, the prayers. I appreciate all the love all over the world. All over the world. I'm gonna continue to look to the hills where my help come from. My help come from God, the Father who sit high and look low. That's where my help come from. God wake me up, not man. God set me on my way, not man. God set me on my way. And I'm gonna continue to look to the hills where my help come from. In life, never give up. Never ever give up. You never give up, no matter how bad it look, how bad it feel, how bad it seems. Never give up. Never give up. Never give up. Never give up. Never give up, no matter how scary it look, it feel. Just go to your God and trust him. Trust him that he'll bring you through anything. He can do all things but fail. You trust God in all situations. California in the building. Okay. Who else? The screen going so fast, y'all. Drop where you from. Augusta, Georgia, Alabama, North Carolina. Come on now. The UK. Come on now. Come on with it, baby. Come on with it. Scotland, baby. Come on with it, y'all. Rochester, New York, baby. Come on with it. The love, baby. Come on with it, y'all. Come on, I'm interacting, I'm engaging. Come on, Wisconsin, baby. Come on with it. We appreciate the love across the world. Florida. Yes, New York. Come on with it, y'all. Philly. Come on with it. Naples, Florida. Come on with it. Sherman, Texas. Come on with it. North Carolina. Come on, Brooklyn. Come on now. Come on, we in the building. Come on, Washington. Come on, Tennessee. Come on with it. South Africa. Woo! South Africa, yes. Everybody in the building. Come on now. God said when two or more come in his name, it is done. When two or more come in his name, it is done. When two or more come in his name, it is done in the blood of Jesus. In the blood. In the blood, in the blood, in the blood, in the blood of Jesus. When two or more come, the Netherlands in the building. Come on, Richmond, Virginia in the building. Toulouse, Oklahoma, Maryland. Come on, y'all. Come on with it. Come on with it. New Jersey in the building. Come on with it. Come on with it, baby. Come on with it, baby. That's right. Come on with it. If you're in the building, let me see so I can read it, baby. Carson, Georgia in the building. Come on with it, baby. Come on with it, baby. If you in the building, show me so I can I can shout you out, baby. Show me so I can shout you out, baby. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate the love, the prayers all over the world. Chicago in the building. Oklahoma in the building. David, Kentucky in the building. Come on. North Carolina in the building. New Jersey, Ghana, woo! LA in the building. Come on with it. Come on with it, Chicago. Come on, Chi-Town. Come on with it, baby. You got Greer, South Carolina, Queens, North Carolina, Queens, New York, Delaware. Come on with it. Baltimore. Come on, be more. Tennessee. Come on with it. Not guilty. Yeah, that way. The strong way. That way. The strong way. The strong way. The strong way. That way. Miami, Florida in the building. Come on with it. 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 It's all enough love, peace, prosperity, baby. Buffalo, New York. Philly, we here. Okay. I see you, Philly. Homestead. Okay. I see you, Homestead, Florida. I see you, baby. I see you, baby. I see you, baby. Yeah, that way. Rochester. Yeah. Yeah. Come on, yeah. That way. It's cold out here, but I'm here, though. It's cold out here, but I'm here. It's fair. Louisville, Kentucky. Yeah, yeah. What is Wichita, Kansas? Come on now. South Bend, Indiana. Okay. Everville, Indiana. Okay. Okay. Oh, Grand Rapids. Okay, I see you. I see you. Brooklyn. Yeah. Yeah, I see you. I see you. I see you. I see y'all. I see y'all. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate everybody across the world. Everybody across the world. Everybody across the world. Everybody across the world. I see you, Tallahassee, Florida. I see you. I see you, Detroit, Michigan. I see you. I see you. We out here. We out here. We out here. I see you. Okay. Okay. South Carolina. South Carolina. I see you. Jamaica. Okay. I see Jamaica. Okay. I see you. We spreading awareness across the world. Across the world. Clayco. Okay. I see you. Brooklyn, I see all y'all, baby. I'm watching the screen going fast. I'm trying to read fast as my brain can work. Columbus, South Carolina. Chicago, everybody. Florida. What that? Pensacola, Florida. Come on now. What is Arknick, whatever, Texas? Come on, honey. Don't judge me, baby. Ain't no
Arkansas.
Don't judge me, baby. I'm trying to read as fast as I can, baby. Ain't no judging over here. We ain't perfect, but we positive over here. St. Louis, no, okay. St. Louis, baby. Okay, South Memphis, baby. Overtime, baby. I see you overtime. Yeah, straight up, Aaron. I see you, Aaron. Overtime, baby. Where you at? Yeah, where you at? You see
that boy, got it.
Right here.
Hey.
That boy right here, baby.
Hey.
See that boy right here.
See that boy.
You see that?
Got it.
They got to go. That building got to go. That building got to go.
That way.
Yeah, the strong way.
That way.
The strong way.
Need another share.
What is West Palm Beach? Brentford, UK, Fayetteville, North Carolina. What is
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
Lord.
what it's all about, man.
I'm reading so much.
Each one, reach one, teach one, man.
Baby, Mr.
No, you
Beats
get
on
with
there.
it,
Okay,
man.
Philly screaming. Okay,
Detroit,
the screen going so fast,
Homestead,
y'all.
Florida.
Y'all don't judge me now. The screen going
South
too fast.
Dulce, Detroit,
The screen is going
Freeport,
real fast. So
Philadelphia,
I'm trying
Long
to
Beach.
and show y'all that I'm with y'all in the stand. Y'all with me. We were together. So don't judge me. Don't judge me fast. I'm trying to read fast as my brain can work.
They don't know how fast it come in. So
Yeah, it's coming fast, y'all. The screen.
you're really helping me out right now because
Yeah,
when I tell them,
Miami in the building. South Carolina in the building. Yeah, you know I'm from the crib. Overtime, Miami in the building. Yeah, I see you, boy. I see you. I see you. I see you, y'all. Don't judge me now. Sacramento, Carolina. Sacramento, Carolina.
California.
Moscow.
Morocco.
I mean, okay, Moscow. I said Moscow, Morocco. You know it. Come on, no judgment. Pittman, Massachusetts. Baltimore, Maryland. Indianapolis. Jackson, Michigan. Columbus, Mississippi. Philly. Polk County. Okay. Oh, El Paso, Texas. Okay.
That's right, man. That's right, man.
Okay, y'all. The screen going fast, so don't judge me. The screen going real fast.
That's right.
The screen going real fast, so ain't no judgments. Okay. No judgment pad. The screen going real fast. So, Trenton, New Jersey, Memphis, Tennessee. We got 3 cameras out here. 3 phones out here. Baltimore, Alabama, Mobile, Alabama. All right. Oh, St. Petersburg, Florida. No judgment now. Come on now. Y'all ain't gonna do that now. We ain't gonna do that. We positive over here. We ain't perfect, but we positive. We got 3 phones out here on 3 stands, you guys. And I'm trying to read my best I can. And the screen is going extremely fast. The screen is going extremely fast. So I'm not trying to leave nobody out. Knoxville, Texas. Charlotte, North Carolina. Okay. Canada. Okay. Okay. I see you. I see you. I see you. Washington, D.C. I see you. No judgment pass now. Free Diamante. I see you. Jersey, Jersey, Jersey. I see you. Come on now. Watch your what? Okay. GT. Okay. 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 Germany, North Carolina. Okay. Baton Rouge. Okay. Baton Rouge. Okay. I'm trying to read fast, y'all. Tennessee. Come on now. Y'all work with me now. Don't go against me. Oklahoma City, baby. Come on now. It's going fast. We here. We here. We out here. God will make your enemy your footstool, baby. God will make your enemy your footstool. God is good. He worthy to be praised. New Zealand, woo. New Zealand, woo.
Brooklyn. Hey, Brooklyn in the house.
Brooklyn in the house. Woo, y'all in the building.
Brooklyn in the house.
Just letting y'all know we here. We here. God said when 2 or more come in his name, it is done. Scotland, the UK, Pittsburgh. God said when 2 or more come in his name, it is done.
Where you from? Where you from?
Move in, y'all. Picture.
Sorry.
Oh, you
Bitch.
move in, Sadie. No, you big.
Oh my goodness.
Down.
Oh,
Well, you tall, well.
Nah, she said it right.
you big. The eyes running.
No.
We like the cold. We like the cold. We like the cold.
His eyes is
Dallas,
running.
Texas, baby.
Like this other kid.
Your eyes running.
Massachusetts. Come on.
Wendy. Oh,
You're taking a picture, y'all. We need Ashley Merchant on the case. Free Yak.
Yes. Today.
She ain't no joke, y'all. Maryland, the building. Toronto. Daytona Beach.
She said, Texas white woman here. Okay, Texas white woman.
All right, Texas white woman, Fulton County don't care how much y'all protest what they going to keep Yak in there. Positive vibes, baby. We gonna protest still. If you negative, get off the line, baby. Get off the line, baby. Huh? Come over here and say that. Come right here, stay right here. Come over here.
You don't want to be
Come
on
right here.
camera.
Come right here. Come right here. Let them hear you.
He don't want to be on camera, he said.
No, he right here.
Yeah, man. Slip.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody.
Hey man, listen here. Negativity don't live here. Beat it. Beat it. If you negative on this line, beat it. You ain't gotta be on this line. If you negative, your first and middle name or last name, negativity, beat it. You can get off the line. You got a choice to get off the line. You have choices in life to get off the line. So you have a choice so you can get off the line because we positive over here, but we ain't perfect. So get off the line. So
don't worry about the negative.
get off the line, negativity, beat it.
Don't worry about the negative.
Ignore the negative.
They want your attention. They just want that attention.
That's all.
You
That's
give it
all.
to everybody else.
I ain't gonna give y'all my energy. Okay,
Give
y'all, where y'all
attention
at?
Give attention to the good
I ain't gonna give
people.
y'all my energy because y'all ain't give it to me. Y'all can't take it away. I rebuke it in the blood of Jesus.
All right, we're
Y'all drop them hearts for Yak. Drop them hearts. Let's go up and drop them hearts for Yak. Drop them hearts for Yak. Let's go up, drop them hearts, y'all. Let's go up and drop them hearts for Yak. Can y'all? Let's go up and drop them hearts. Arizona in the building. Texas, Freeport, Texas. Drop them hearts for Yak, y'all. Let's go up and drop them hearts. Let's go up and drop them hearts for Yak. We rebuke the enemy in the blood of Jesus. Drop them hearts for Yak. Y'all drop them hearts for Yak. Can y'all drop them hearts for Yak? Let's come on in the court and drop them hearts for Yak in the blood of Jesus. Dallas, okay, Dallas, Texas. Y'all drop them hearts for Yak in the blood of Jesus. Drop them hearts. When two or more come in his name, it is done. We rebuke the enemy. We don't give him no power.
What about
And
You got it? Let me see. You got it?
Recommend T.
Oh, he got it.
Okay.
He got it.
So,
Yes,
she
you got it. Thank you. I'm sorry. You got it.
All right.
Good. Good. Okay.
all right. Recommend T.
No problem. Yeah, I'm just saying that positivity. Drop them hearts. Thank y'all. Free Yak. Drop them hearts. To Lusa. Drop them hearts, baby. Richmond, Virginia, baby. Overtime, Buck Week. I see you in the building. I see you, Buck Week, Detroit, Michigan. I see you. I see you, Los Angeles. I see you. Y'all drop them hearts. It's cold out here. It's cold out here, but we here. And for the people who in local who can be here, we ain't tripping. We still here. UK, okay, the UK. I see overtime in the building though. I see y'all.
Nah, I don't think so.
Drop them hearts, y'all. Columbus, Ohio. Gary, Indiana. Woo, okay, that's where Michael Jackson from. Baby, all 52 states in this thing and some. Look, steady. All 52 states up in the building.
52.
Okay, I'm just saying, all 52 states up in the building. I'm talking about Gary, Indiana, everywhere. UK.
52.
How many states is here? How many?
50.
50 or 52? I said 52.
hey, and I'm saying, oh,
Guam is a territory.
Y'all know I play
You want
too
Puerto
much.
Rico too?
I said all 52 states, but how many states it is? There more people in it.
still our people.
But then anything, y'all. So I'm excited, baby. So
Yeah, you
hey,
can put the
don't
Virgin
judge
Islands
me.
in there,
Virgin
too.
Islands.
Yeah.
Don't judge me, but if you do, God still love me. It don't matter.
Yeah, all of them in there.
Okay, Georgia, pull up for Yak. Yeah, where y'all at, Georgia?
oh yeah, where you at?
What's up, y'all?
Oh Lord,
Cartersville.
I don't. Oh,
Am I blocking? I don't want to block nothing. I got accused of spotlighting or somebody else.
We here though. We here.
Channel.
We here. Huh?
she fell.
Really?
Wow. She was in Porter County. Oh man, we got to change that. Lord.
Wow, that lady said her daughter in Fulton County, she deaf. Minnesota sitting. Oh, Montana sitting in love. Oh, Schavenberg, Louisiana. Watts. Okay. Wow, a lot of support. I thank y'all for that. Ooh, Jesus.
What can deaf people do? I said not listen.
Opalaka, yeah. Mm-hmm. Woo, the UK 1 million hearts. That's right. From the UK, baby.
Yeah, I don't know. I walk like this.
From all over, we all know your boy deserves justice now. Dallas, Texas. Houston, Texas. Love y'all back. Fulton County, dirty as hell, and we all know this one.
That means 1,100 people in there.
What?
1,100 people in there.
Where is that? Where is that on here?
You see that number?
Oh, right here.
Oh, yeah. Call it. Jesus, it shows.
We just want your son home. Worldwide support. Thank you. Woo. Texas, Allen, Texas. Thank
All
you.
right, guys.
UK 1 million hearts. That's right. Drop them hearts. Drop them hearts. Drop them hearts. Yep, Jim Crow law. Yep, the Jim Crow. Mm-hmm. Free that man. Yep. Okay, I like that. Yep, I see it. I see it. That's right. Y'all say his name. Say his name. We need to hear his name. Keep fighting. Never gonna stop fighting. Say his name. Say his name. Say his name all over the world. For life, but I see you for life. For life. Say his name. Say his name. Never give up. I'll never give up. Y'all heard my speech. Never give up. I'll never give up. I'll never give up. I'll never give up.
In your way, right?
Waiting on here. Nigeria, what's happening? Let's see.
Yo, Seti, can you
ma'am.
shrink me down? Shrink me down. Shrink me down to make y'all bigger. Shrink me down.
Nah, I can turn it sideways.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me do it this way. Oh, snap. Hold on. Hold it for me.
Hey, you see that, right? You see what they did, right?
Man, crazy. Free that man. He got found not guilty. He got found not guilty on all charges.
Black people don't never listen.
Not guilty on all charges, man. And they still got this man locked up, man. You feel me? That's crazy. How you get found not guilty and still be in jail, though? Oh, God. That's crazy. Man, he about to get out, man. That's right, too, you already know, man. Free. You can't mess with God's kids too long, man.
No?
Speak.
Empress, that's better.
Yeah, that's cool. I know if you wanted to pull me off or whatnot. You know, I'm reading.
Ah, okay. Yeah. I meant to do it that way anyways, but I just got out of there.
All is well.
Yeah. You good.
Oh, make a mistake.
You know, you can talk to the people too if you want to.
They did wrong.
I need a little,
I have been. I'm just, you know what I'm saying, letting them feel y'all and feeling the energy. It's free Yak Gotti till it's backwards. Make sure y'all check out that Cash App at $ free Yak Gotti. Support your boy.
That way.
OJ Simpson, yeah, got it. That's crazy. So they're trying to OJ Simpson him. Let me see if I can push this over. There you go. All right, way better. Okay. All right. Yeah, we're gonna have 2 more news stations come out here, so we're waiting on that right now. So we're definitely gonna make your local news. Say don't be about it. Or talk about it, be about it. I try.
Hey,
Okay, everybody camera right now. Stand back.
Steady, I'm about to send you the Cash App link so you can pin it to your YouTube. I'm about to send you the Cash App link.
Hold on.
If y'all are in Atlanta, pull up there on the corner of MLK Drive Southwest and Pryor Street Southwest.
Right in the comment, then I'll pin it. Right in the comment, then I'll pin it.
All right, I'll do it right now.
All right.
It's there.
God, dog. Comments going crazy. Yeah, I ain't see it just yet. I was bowling with Woody. Woody a cheater. I'm never bowling with him again. There you go, right there. Yeah, there you go. Nah, it's all right. I don't bowl. My hands a little too big, so it be the bowling balls. I don't know. I got to work on it. Bowling with Woody, he cheated.
all over the world. I need see, I was reading that thing. I
Is the courthouse open today? Like any? I mean, yeah, it's open, but we ain't got no business inside of there right now. So, you know.
Hey, y'all. Just slow it down over here. I can't. Oh, it's over there.
No, I'm gonna have to though because when it's like that, you can only see 2 to 3 comments.
Oh, like that. Let's go slow it down.
Nah, it ain't gonna slow it down. I had to manually do that. Yeah, I had to manually do that. So that's the only perk. When it's standing up, you can see about 5 comments. And then when it's sideways like this, you can only see at max 3. So everybody who complained like, "Oh, you didn't read my comment," and all of this stuff.
Me on TikTok.
I got you. This is TikTok? Oh, okay. If y'all got TikTok, follow Miss Tasha. And everybody knows Miss Tasha right there. They held it up like my aunties used to be at church. Hold on, I got a nice compliment. Hold on, time out. I need this. There you go. Thank you, Miss Lisa.
All right, y'all. So we are going to switch over to our trial watch. We are picking up on day 6 of the YNW Melly trial. I will continue to keep the donate to Yak Gotti thing here with the hashtag for the Cash App. So again, if you haven't already, and you want to, you can by using this Cash App here. As a quick recap, we are watching the trial where Melly is accused of unaliving 2 of his former friends. I can't say that they are friends or not. We have seen the witnesses. Some of the witnesses we've seen have been lab techs. We've gone over the inside of the car, bullet trajectory, and we've also seen YNW Melly's girlfriend's mother testify. So again, we are on day 6 and we're picking up. If you had a question, Nino, just let me know what questions you have and I can fill you in on the comments. I'm not even gonna lie, y'all, my throat kind of hurts, so I'm gonna be short of words today.
This is just an example of preparedness for demonstrative purposes.
Could you like make some jokes while you're up there?
Ready? One. While we're waiting, I want to say that the BSO officers that are in this courtroom have been very cooperative and helpful. And I thank them all, except for Gary, of course.
Call the guy with the AC.
Again, Gary, over here, we think you're awesome.
That side of the table. This side, I'm going to.
7.
Jury entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the jury. Defendants, the counsel, assistant attorney, or witness remains on stand, and we'll vote that the counsel you're going to be able to continue with your direct examination. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor. So,
Correct, you may proceed.
thank you, Mr. Rhodes. Okay, we talked about, you discussed what is extraction. Next, so is that, you complete your discussion of what is the extraction step for DNA?
I'm not sure. Extraction is when I'm trying to elute out and purify any potential DNA present in the samplings or cuttings that I take from the evidence. The next step would be quantitation, and that would be to determine how much DNA present, if any, is in the DNA extract, to then target a specific optimized amount of DNA for the amplification. Amplification is where I'm now going to be targeting those STRs, or short tandem repeats, through a process called PCR, or polymerase chain reaction, in order to make a detectable amount of DNA from that DNA extract, so that I could then go on to the last step of instrumentation, which is the detection phase, using capillary electrophoresis.
So I'm gonna go back and talk about the PCRs, the polymerase chain reaction. Does that change the underlying DNA sample in any way?
It does not. It's simply there to make a amount of DNA that can be detectable on an instrument.
And why do you do that?
That is the basis for the DNA typing that I do.
And the PCR typing that you're talking about, how long has that been used?
That's been for several decades. It's used in mass disaster identifications, paternity testing, in the medical field.
How long has the process of DNA analysis and identification been used?
Again, it's been decades. STRs came around in the 90s, the middle to late 90s. So for 30 plus years, PCR has been deployed.
Can, again, just it's been a little while since high school biology, can you explain how DNA comes to be an individual person?
As I mentioned, you receive half from your mother, half from your father. The woman has the egg, and the man has the spermatozoa. Each of those cells has half. We have half from each parent, and it combines to form the child.
So is it always the first allele in any allele pair always comes from mom, and the second one always comes from dad?
No. So the way that the allele table is organized is the smallest allele or number, comma the biggest allele number. I would only know which allele came from which parent by doing a comparison to the known parents. But there's things called recombination that take place during reproduction. So it's basically just a random sampling of the parents' DNA when those reproductive cells are formed to then make the offspring.
In terms of your DNA analysis, do you take into account siblings?
Siblings do come up from time to time. Best way would be to request a standard for comparison.
With regards to a sibling, or if you thought a sibling was involved, is that something you could tell from the data?
There is significant sharing between siblings. So if an analyst, myself or any of my coworkers comes across a case where there is the potential that there could be a sibling, that information can be relayed to the investigator.
And I want to talk about, so it's clear, what is a standard when it comes to DNA?
A standard is a sample that's collected from a known individual. As I mentioned early on, the purpose of my analysis is to compare evidentiary or question samples collected at an alleged crime scene to a known standard or to a known person to see if that person is included or excluded as a contributor to any DNA left, again, at the potential scene.
In terms of how you're expressing your conclusion, are you expressing it in terms of it's more likely to be this individual than an unknown, unrelated individual?
Very similar, very close. I issue reports, and the wording is that the evidentiary sample is X times more likely to have originated from the person of interest than if it had originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. And when those samples become mixtures, then it becomes a little bit more wordy. That's the intent.
So going into, you talked about the unknowns and the standards. Is that related to you in some form when the evidence is presented to you?
Yes, it has to be.
Why is that important?
It's important so that I know exactly what evidence is questioned and what is standard. The evidentiary samples are processed separately from known samples to avoid any sort of contamination.
When you say separately, do you mean separate workstations, separate times? Can you define that to ladies and gentlemen jury as to what you do to separate them?
I will process the question samples first, and then I do work in extraction batches. So several cases of question samples will be extracted, amplified, and put on the instrument together. And then I'll work a set of known samples, again, separate from the question samples at different times and spaces.
Is it separated by days?
Not always, but there are chances, or there are times where it is separated by days, but it's definitely separated by time.
So the last step of the process that you were talking about, the capillary electrophoresis. What is that?
That is the step where I put the amplification product, I take a small portion of the amplification product and inject it onto an instrument. And what that's doing is it applies an electric charge to this little liquid to essentially suck up the DNA that's present from that amplification. And it runs through a little thin, tiny straw, so you have a visual, a capillary. And the DNA fragments are separated by the size, because all of the STRs have to be detectable and they all can't be the same size. So as they migrate through this capillary or little tiny straw, there is a fluorescent tag that is present on each of these DNA fragments. A laser will excite that fluorescent tag that emits light, and that light is captured. But again, the DNA fragments migrate or travel through that little capillary based on the size. The smaller ones will migrate faster, and the larger ones will migrate slower.
Is this captured in some sort of a chart or diagram that's then presented?
The samples are collected, and then they're analyzed through a program, and then I do have printouts. They're called electropharograms.
So with Your Honor's permission for demonstrative as to what an electropharogram looks like.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
All right, again, ladies and gentlemen, the witness will be using a demonstrative to assist in explaining or illustrating his testimony. Please remember that the testimony of the witness is the evidence. However, the demonstrative is not to be considered by you as evidence in the case unless it's later received in evidence, and it should not be used as a substitute for evidence. Only items of evidence received will be available to you for consideration during your deliberation. So at this time, this is not in evidence, it's demonstrative.
Mr. Rhodes, may I hear? Mr. Rhodes, can you explain kind of what this chart is?
So this is an electropharogram. This is one of the pages. They typically on 2 or 3 pages based on whether it's a single source or a mixture profile. As you see across the top, there's some red boxes. And
So I'm going to zoom in a little bit so it's easier to see.
there's the red boxes, and then you'll see a bunch of letters and numbers. To the left, you'll see D8S1179. That is one location that I am testing for. It's on the 8th chromosome. I would call it D8 for short. And as you go across to the right, you'll see D21 for short, D18 for short. And these are the locations, or these are the specific STRs that I'm analyzing.
In terms of you said it's a D8, is that the address of where this STR is located?
That's essentially what that is. It's location on the chromosome, the 8th chromosome, and then the S1179 gives a more specific location on where it's located.
Can you describe that like in terms of a house address? If the address is 123 Main Street of a house, how would that correspond that to what you're looking at here?
The best I can do is, again, it's on D8 would mean that's DNA on the 8th chromosome, and the S1179 gives a more specific location on the chromosome. Again, we have 23 chromosomes, so there are multiple chromosomes.
And do you test and sequence every single marker on every single chromosome when you're doing DNA analysis?
No, it is only the select set of STRs that is used for each specific commercial kit. And in this particular kit, I use what's called global filer.
And what is global filer?
This specific DNA kit used for these STRs.
And how many specific locations are you testing for in global filer?
There are 24.
So in terms of the specific evidence that you did in this case, I want to kind of just go in order with your reports, if that's okay. The items that were submitted to you and processed on that. I'm going to start with the lab member items 16 and 17. If you need to refer to your report.
Yes.
Okay, so items 16 and 17. Is there a description attached to those items?
There was.
And where do you get the description from?
The description comes from the property receipt as well as the evidence packaging.
If there is a discrepancy between the property receipt and the evidence packaging, do you note that?
Yes.
So starting with 16 and 17, what description were you given as to where that swab originated?
These are oral swabs coming from Cortland Henry. Item 16 is the right side, and item 17 is the left side.
Do you test both of them?
I did not. I tested one.
Why don't you test both of them?
It's a buccal swab or oral swab coming from the same individual. There's not going to be a difference in DNA based off the left side of his cheek or the right side of his cheek.
So when you test item 16, can you explain to ladies and gentlemen and jury how you go through that process?
It is, again, what I mentioned before. I would screen it, do an extraction, quantify it, do an amplification, and then develop the DNA profile and use it as a DNA standard for Mr. Henry.
Moving on to item number 18. Did you test in that particular item, develop a DNA profile?
I did.
And the DNA profile assigned to item number 18 was what?
It is a DNA spot card from Christopher Thomas.
And in terms of what is a DNA spot card?
It's a blood tank collection card taken from the medical examiner.
And as to item number 19, the next item, did you test and develop a DNA standard or profile from item 19?
I did.
And what was that?
It was a DNA spot card from Mr. Anthony Williams.
Going forward to item number 20, what was that?
It was identified as swab from water bottle, PM number 18.
Do you know where that water bottle was?
I do not.
Did you do the DNA analysis on that particular item?
I did.
And can you explain what conclusions you drew on that item?
The DNA profile change from item number 20 was uninterpretable due to insufficient data.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what does it mean by insufficient data?
After I do the analysis of any DNA product, after I run through calculated electrophoresis, look at the electrophoreograph, I look at the data and I have to determine, is there enough data to determine the number of contributors? Is this a single source profile? Is this a 2-person profile? Or a 2-person mixture? Is it a 3-person? After looking at the results, I deemed that there wasn't enough information to even determine how many number of contributors were in the profile. So I deemed it insufficient or uninterpretable.
So does that mean there wasn't DNA there?
That is, it means that there was DNA, but I was unable to make any sort of comparison.
You mentioned that you have to determine the number of contributors. What would help you determine the number of contributors to a DNA item?
The number of contributors is based off of the DNA results. One of the things that I look at is the number of alleles that are present. As I mentioned, we receive half of our DNA from the mother, half from our father. So at a specific location, I would expect to only find a maximum of 2 different alleles per location. So if I'm looking at, let's say, D8, as you had seen, and there was 3 alleles or 3 different peaks present, it's a pretty good indication that it's coming from at least 2 individuals. If I had seen 4 peaks or 4 alleles, maybe 5 alleles, now there's a potential that there's 3 people that could be contributing to this profile. And after I do an overall analysis of the entire program, I would then come to a determination of whether it's 2 or 3.
So when you're saying overall, do you look at each area or each address that you're looking at individually?
Individually first, and then overall to get the final interpretation.
And is that something you have training and experience in doing?
Yes.
How often do you have to analyze mixtures as part of your DNA casework?
Mixtures usually come up, I would say, at least half the time in DNA samples that are processed.
So going on to what was labeled for your DNA report as item number 21, what was that listed as?
It's listed as swab from spent casing blazer 40 S&W PM number 18.
Were you able to get any DNA results from item number 21?
I was not.
Why not?
There wasn't sufficient DNA present in the extract to obtain DNA results on the electrophoreograph after I did the application.
Okay, going on to item number 22. What was that described as?
Swab from Gucci sandals, PM number 19.
On number 22, we're able to determine the contributors on that particular swab.
That result was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 contributors.
And were you able to identify the 3 contributors?
I was not.
In terms of, are you able to say and give a statistic as to each of the 3 individuals that you identified on item 22? as to their likelihood of being a contributor to that mixture?
Yes, so every sample that is deemed to be conclusive or interpretable single source mixture, I would then do a comparison to any known samples submitted. So each of the 3 individuals were compared against this mixture.
And were you able to determine whether or not you can give support to Christopher Thomas being included in that mixture?
Yes, the DNA results are 4,730 times more likely if they originated from Christopher Thomas and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. And this provides moderate support that Christopher Thomas is included as a contributor.
So this is the first time, ladies and gentlemen, that we have heard moderate support. Can you explain what the verbal qualifiers are that you're going to be testifying and using to describe the DNA results?
Yes, the likelihood ratio can go from really small numbers. The resulting likelihood ratio number can go from really small to really large. So I will have a verbal qualifier listed on the report, and it goes from limited support, moderate support, strong support, and very strong support. And this tries to give a scale to the number that you're hearing.
And so the numbers that you're going to be talking about are exponential sometimes.
That's correct.
If it's the opposite direction, if it's an exclusion, what type of number, what type of words would you be using?
If it's an exclusion, which is really, there's a chance that there's a small likelihood for exclusion, and at that point it would be limited support for exclusion, or it would just be a straight exclusion with no verbal qualifier.
So going back to item 22, you said moderate support as to Christopher Thomas.
That's right.
Okay. And did you also analyze that with regards to the individual that's identified as Anthony Williams?
I did.
And so what was the likelihood ratio that Anthony Williams was a contributor to the DNA found on those samples?
The DNA results are at least 3.07 times 10 to the 25th, or 30.7 septillion. Times more likely if they originated from Anthony Williams and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
With regards to the individual that was identified as Cortland Henry, what conclusions were you able to draw with regards to him and that DNA sample?
He was excluded as a contributor.
So you said 30.7 septillion. How many zeros is that?
There are 25 zeros after the 3.
Why is it that you don't say it's Anthony Williams, Chris Thomas, and some unknown individual?
Sometimes that is reported if it's requested. The likelihood ratio that I'm reporting on now is done on an individual basis. So I would conduct or calculate the likelihood ratio of the first individual, report the number, do a likelihood calculation of the second individual, report the number. And if it's requested, an additional calculation can be done and reported in which both individuals would be included in the mixture.
So I want to make sure it's clear. You're looking at each contributor individually?
Yes.
And that is because it's the hypothesis is either how many times more likely that they are versus that they are not included.
Could you say that again?
Make me do that. So with regards to the likelihood ratio, the first hypothesis is the number that you come out with, or the number you're reporting. If it is the 30.7 septillion times more likely that they are included, that's the first hypothesis, that they are there and they are a contributor. The second hypothesis is that they are not. So you're saying that it is 30.7 septillion times more likely they are a contributor than they are not. Than they are excluded.
Sort of. I would explain it as, again, these likelihood ratios are, it's a calculation that's going against 2 competing hypotheses. So there is more support that Mr. Williams, in this case, would be included along with 2 other unrelated individuals than if the DNA results were coming from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
And so for item 22, the swab from the Gucci sample you testified Cortland Henry was excluded.
That's correct.
Moving on to item number 23. What was that?
It's listed as a cutting blood stain on front of t-shirt. Drew, I'm not sure how to say this, Drew Filmetit CG10.
Okay, going on to item number 23, the cutting from the front of the t-shirt. What were your results on that?
The DNA results were interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 contributors.
Okay.
After doing the comparisons to each individual, the DNA results are at least 982 times more likely if they originated from Christopher Thomas and 1 unrelated unknown individual than if they originated from 2 unrelated individuals. And this provides moderate support that Mr. Thomas is included as a contributor.
And then with regards to Anthony Williams.
The DNA results are 3.22 times 10 to the 25th, or 32.2 septillion times more likely if it originated from Mr. Williams and 1 unrelated unknown individual than if they originated from 2 unrelated individuals. And this provides a very strong support that Mr. Williams is included as a contributor.
982 and 32.2 septillion. That's a big difference.
Yes, and that's, again, one of the reasons that the verbal qualifier is put into the report.
In terms of identifying and making a conclusion based on that, is there anything that you take into account as to the amount of DNA that's in it?
The DNA mixtures that are analyzed in the laboratory, analyzed, I use a program called StarMix or StarMix, and this is a program that helps to deconvolute these mixtures. And what deconvolute means is to determine if you have 2 contributors in the mixture, are you able to tease out or generate essentially who the first contributor would be compared to who the second contributor would be. As the amount of DNA is increased in these DNA extracts and these amplification products, the result becomes more robust, and you would have a more solid comparison, or an easier comparison, maybe that might be the right word. If you have a full single source DNA profile, it's a lot easier to compare to a standard than if you had a really partial DNA profile. And once you start compounding that into a mixture, if you have essentially 2 partial DNA profiles mixing into 1 stain, which would then make this partial 2-person mixture, doing comparisons may lead to likelihood ratios that are on the lower side, versus if you had 2 robust DNA profiles or 2 robust DNA sources of DNA making a mixture, and then the likelihood ratios may result in a number that's far larger and more support for the inclusion.
Okay, so I want to make sure it's clear. If you have 1 gallon of blood from one individual and 1 drop of blood from another individual, is that still, you can get out 2 profiles?
There is a potential, yes, but again, it depends on the overall result.
Would that come across in the data that you're looking at?
Absolutely.
And how would that read out in the data?
When I look at a DNA profile, mixture profile, you can see, or oftentimes you can see that there is 1 contributor that is contributing or providing more genetic material to the mixture versus the second contributor or third contributor. So you'll see differences in the peak heights or the alleles or the characteristics as you go across the electroparagram. And I can look and see, hey, this looks like a 2-person mixture. This 1 contributor is providing more DNA material than this other contributor.
As to item number 23, can you say which individual contributed more genetic material to that cutting on the front of the t-shirt Drew filmed it?
I cannot specifically say that, but the likelihood ratio would provide the verbal qualifier that there's very strong support that Mr. Williams was included as the mission, or actually the mission.
So going in then in terms of, did you also analyze that cutting against Portland Henry?
I did. Mr. Henry was excluded as a jury.
So I want to also take a moment here to talk about different types of DNA and serology. Did you do serology on this particular item, item 23?
I did, yes. I did a presumptive test for the indications of blood, and it was positive.
If there are blood genetic material and epithelial genetic material, does that change your analysis in any way? Do you know they're commingled?
No.
And why not?
If a stain has potential blood on it, I'm going to take a cutting or a sampling based off of that size of that blood stain, because I can't saturate my DNA extract with all the blood DNA from the blood stain in hopes that I obtain enough, or there is any second contributor from any potential epithelial cells. And epithelial cells are basically the skin cells on the outside surface of your body. So if I were to rub this bench top here, deposit some of my DNA from my skin cells from my hand, and then there's a blood stain that comes up next to it. If the investigator swabs this, essentially this mixture of my DNA plus the blood stain, the blood is going to, for the most part, cover up or provide a majority of that DNA, because the blood is a far richer source of DNA than the skin cells.
Is a person's DNA the same in every cell in their body?
It is.
So going on to now item number 23. What is that described as? I'm sorry, 24. We just finished 23. Item 24, what is that described as?
The cutting blood stain on rear of t-shirts, Drew Phil Bennett, CG10.
Did you do a DNA analysis on item number 24?
I did. It was interpreted as originating from a single male contributor.
And did you were able to make a reasonable or a likelihood ratio as to which individual contributed to that blood stain?
I did the comparisons to the 3 individuals. The DNA results are at least 1.59 times 10 to the 25th, or 15.9 septillion times more likely if they originated from Mr. Thomas, Christopher Thomas, than if they originated from one unrelated unknown individual. Mr. Henry and Mr. Williams were excluded as contributors.
My next question. So with regards to item number 25, were you able to conduct a DNA analysis of that item?
I did.
What was that item identified to you as?
Swab, blood stain, G12, Air Jordan, sneaker E.
Were you able to come to a conclusion as to the source of that blood stain?
I obtained a DNA profile and interpreted as originating from a single male contributor. Mr. Williams, where all 3 individuals were compared in comparison to Mr. Anthony Williams. The results are at least 5.3 times 10 to the 25th, or 53 septillion, times more likely if they originated from Anthony Williams than if they originated from one unrelated unknown individual. Mr. Henry and Mr. Thomas were excluded as contributors.
So I want to move on to the next report that you did. In terms of the time lab and how it works, when evidence is submitted to the lab, it's submitted in batches from the investigative agencies.
When evidence is submitted, we have a submission policy. So based off of the type of incident that's being investigated, there's essentially a number of items that can be submitted. In the cases of homicides, they're typically 10 to 12 items per testing round is what we call it. We want the investigators to provide the most probative evidence for their investigation first, and then move on after that. With the cases of maybe a non-suspect burglary case, you may only get 2 evidence items worth.
In terms of limits on homicide cases, is there any limit to the number of items that can be worked?
There's no limit as far as I know. Again, it's worked in series of samples so that 100 or 150 items aren't submitted all at once. Again, to try and have the investigator determine which would be the most probative evidence for the investigation.
And in terms of your role in that process, do you know the underlying facts of the investigation as it's progressing?
Sometimes yes, but mostly no. I'm typically just assigned the case. There may be some communications between the unit supervisor and the investigator as to why more evidence is being submitted, or reasons why the investigator is requesting more evidence.
In front of you, there's a stack of items that have already been admitted into evidence. If I may approach, Turner.
Yes.
We've talked about a few already. Do you recognize the green sticker on this item that's already been admitted as States 58? Please.
Yes.
And how do you recognize that?
On the back, it has my laboratory number, my initials, and all the item numbers as they were submitted to the laboratory.
And do you then assign the individual numbers that we talked about?
Yes, the numbers are assigned based off our record keeping system. There's a sequential number, so the first item is number 1, and then sequentially down the line.
Okay. Moving on to what's been placed into evidence as States 53. Again, do you recognize that item?
I do. Again, it has my laboratory number, my initials, and my item numbers marked on it.
What's been previously admitted into evidence as States 33. Do you recognize that item?
I do. Again, it has all my markings on it.
Okay. As to what has been admitted as States 46.
Yes, again, the items are marked in my notations on the evidence.
Okay. And as to item states 32, did you ever get this one?
I don't think so.
So the answer is no.
No, I do not, because my markings are not on here.
Okay. As to what's been amended as states 26, have you reviewed that item?
Yes, I have.
Is that
I've
okay?
marked it and put my laboratory numbers in my initials.
So I'm approaching with what's been previously marked as state GG for identification purposes only. Okay, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as state GG for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item? Please. It is open.
Yes, it has my markings on it, case number, item numbers, initials.
Did you analyze the items inside of that package?
Yes, I did.
Hold on just a moment. So showing defense counsel, it's been marked as states triple T. Correct. Showing you what's been marked as states triple T for identification purposes only. You recognize that item?
I do. Again, has my information marked on the outside.
And did you collect that item?
No, I did not.
Is that an item that you analyzed?
Yes.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Thank you so much. So all of the items that we're looking at here, Mr. Rose, are packaged in paper bags.
4 mil envelopes. Yes.
Why is that?
The investigators use these types of evidence packaging in case the evidence is wet. It helps to allow air to get through the package to dry it. One of the things that will cause issues, degradation, is essentially having a biological stain remain wet, and mold, mildew, and bacteria will grow on it and potentially destroy any DNA present.
Is it important to keep DNA in a dry environment for preserving it?
Yes.
Is there limits on the temperature range in which the DNA is kept at the evidence vault?
There's no limits. The evidence vaults in laboratories are around 60 degrees, maybe 65. We do have freezers that we have full cases. So as long as the evidence is kept cool and dry, and the frozen is cool and dry, the DNA will persist for decades.
In terms of if the DNA is heated, would that cause degradation to it?
Yes, heat, moisture, and sunlight are three of the main factors that will cause degradation and essentially destruction of the DNA present.
So why don't they keep it in plastic bags?
The plastic won't allow any air to get through to the evidence. And it will basically cause condensation if it's moist. If the evidence is moist or wet, which will then lead to the mold, mildew, and bacteria growing.
Can one person's DNA change to become someone else's?
No.
How does it not, does air bring other DNA into those bags and chemicals?
No.
So going back now on to item number 26 that you processed. What was that identified as to you?
Swab from Yellow Jacket.
And there's another number that you list in your notes and reports of an 81. Where is that number coming from?
The first number, 26, is the item number that is generated in the laboratory when I am doing inventory in my inventory system. The 81 is the agency number as it's submitted on the prior season.
Okay. So going on to item number 26, did you analyze the swab of the Yellow Jacket as it's described?
I did, yes.
And what were your conclusions on that particular item?
The results were interpreted as a mixture originating from 4 contributors.
So were you able to make determinations as to the standards that you had?
I did, yes.
Okay, we can discuss first with regards to Anthony Williams. What conclusion did you reach and what statistical basis for that?
He was included as a contributor to the mixture in the likelihood calculation. The results are at least 2.05 times 10 to the 8th, or 205 million. Times more likely if these DNA results originated from Anthony Williams and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals.
In terms of a 4-person mixture, do you expect the statistics to be a little bit lower just based on that?
It depends on, again, when I was speaking of contribution, if a person is more represented in a sample, the statistics or likelihood calculation can be rather large. It just depends on how much contribution is in that district.
Were you able to exclude anybody from the swab of the yellow jacket, item 26?
Christopher Thomas and Corbin Henry were excluded.
In terms of item number 27, how was that, I'm sorry, yes, item number 27, how was that number identified to you?
Swab from Gatorade bottle.
Were you able to analyze that and develop DNA profiles?
I obtained a single source profile indicating no origin.
Were you able to determine the single source origin of that profile?
Christopher Thomas was included. The likelihood calculation is as follows. The DNA results are at least 1.65 times 10 to the 25th, or 16.5 septillion, times more likely if they originated from Mr. Thomas than if they originated from one unrelated unknown individual.
Okay, going on to item number 28, did you do the same?
I did.
And what was that listed as?
Swab from Gatorade bottle.
And that swab, who were you able to determine, or what DNA conclusions were you able to make?
The DNA results were interpreted as originated from a single member contributor. Mr. Anthony Williams was included. The likelihood calculation, the DNA results are at least 4.38 times 10 to the 25th, or 43.8 septillion times more likely if they originated from Anthony Williams than if they originated from one unrelated unknown.
At this point in everything that we have talked about, were you provided a standard for the defendant, Jamel Benz?
No.
So going on to item number 29, were you able to develop a DNA profile on that particular item?
I analyzed the results and deemed it to be uninterpretable due to limited data.
And what was item number 29?
It's listed as swab from blood stain on rear passenger seat, PM number 1.
And you couldn't say where that was collected from?
I can.
Going on to your next report, we're talking about the MVAC filter. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is an MVAC filter?
An MVAC filter is a filter paper where the investigator will essentially soak the surface of whatever they're looking for, maybe a shirt or a shoe or even a door, in a liquid, and they come back and they vacuum it up. And all of that vacuumed up liquid will then go and be deposited on the filter paper. That filter paper is then taken out of the apparatus, dried, and then I will take a portion of that filter paper and try and develop a DNA profile from the surface that they process.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the item number. What's that?
It's item number 31 of his report.
Thank you.
So on the MVAC filter, item 31 that you were asked to process in this case, what would your information relate as to where that MVAC source was?
It's identified as MVAC filter 9 from spent casings found on ground at US 27 and Southwest 208th Avenue.
So we talked a little bit about things that are conducive to DNA. Does sunlight have an effect on it, you said, I believe, right?
Yes.
What does sunlight do to DNA if exposed?
Again, with the heat, light, and moisture, it allows bacteria to grow and to essentially degrade the DNA.
And when you did an analysis of item number 31, the MVAC filter, what conclusions were you able to draw?
I did an extraction on the piece of evidence, and after quantitation, I determined that there was insufficient amount of extracted DNA to go forward. So I did not attempt to develop a DNA profile, and I stopped processing at that point.
And if you could remind ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what does it mean if you stop it at that second step?
The extraction, meaning I would not obtain a DNA profile that could be used for any sort of comparisons. There just isn't enough genetic material in the extract.
What is the information, what are you relying on, and what training and experience to make that conclusion?
It's the quantitation results, the type of sample that I have obtained or that I analyzed. So I'm not surprised that MVACs from casings yield very little DNA.
Moving on to your next report, item 32. Was that item provided to you for DNA analysis?
It was.
And that is in evidence, I believe, if I may. As states 46.
Yes.
If I may, publish for the jury. So I'm publishing now states 46. What was state 46 reported to you to be?
These are oral swabs or standards from juvenile demons.
And with regards to item number 32 and 33 in your report, are they the same?
Item number 32 is listed as the right cheek, and 33 is listed as the left cheek.
Similar to we previously talked about, did you just pick one to test?
Correct, I did, just the first one.
Is there any rhyme or reason as to picking the right versus the left?
Nope.
Going on, and so once you got this standard, did you go back and look at the other evidence you previously analyzed?
Yes, so comparisons were made to all the previously analyzed question evidence.
So going to item number 22, the swab from the Gucci sandals. We're able to compare the profile from Mr. Devins as opposed to the profile developed from those sandals.
I did, and he was excluded.
The blood stain on the front of the t-shirt, item number 23. Were you able to compare Mr. Devins' profile to that?
I did a comparison, and he was again excluded.
What about item number 24, the cutting on the blood stain of the rear of the t-shirt?
After comparisons were done, he was excluded.
Okay, then on item number 25, the swab of blood stain from the Air Jordans.
Again, an exclusion.
Going on to item number 26, the swab from the yellow jacket.
An exclusion as well.
And in terms of the item number 27 and 28, the swabs at the Gatorade bottles. What were the results on that?
Those were both exclusions.
So going forward to what's been shown to you but not yet admitted into evidence for identification purposes is state triple T. What was that item told to you to be?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. On your item 34, what's been shown to you for identification purposes only as state triple T. What was that item described to you to be?
It's listed as a cutting of headline.
And how did you analyze that particular piece of evidence?
That evidence, I had to do visual examination on it, and actually take a cutting of a potential blood stain.
And can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's the difference between using it from a swab versus a cutting of an item?
This was a piece of evidence, a headliner. It was the size, maybe a foot square. There were some small red brown stains on there. So there's oftentimes where the evidence itself is better to be submitted as opposed to moistening a cotton tip swab and then swabbing it, just in case the small blood stain becomes too diffuse on the cotton tip swab. And why that's important is I do my best to preserve evidence for future testing. So if an item of evidence is submitted, I typically process only half of the evidence. If there's only one swab submitted, I'll process half of the swab, leaving half for retesting either in current technologies by another laboratory or save it for future testing when technology has advanced even further. So if there's small potential blood stains, again, it might be beneficial to actually examine the evidence and take a cutting, as I did in this particular case.
Okay, and in terms of were you able to do an analysis and develop a profile on that particular item?
I did. I obtained a DNA profile originating from a single male contributor.
And were you able to identify the source of that single male contributor?
Mr. Anthony Williams was included as a contributor.
And what support can you assign to him being the contributor?
The likelihood ratio calculation, the results are 5.12 times 10 to the 25th, or 51.2 septillion times more likely if it originated from Mr. Williams than if it originated from one unrelated unknown individual.
Did you also do serology on that specific item?
I did. I did presumptive testing for blood, and it was positive.
When you're doing DNA testing on this, will you know without doing serology if something is epithelial or blood?
I would have.
In this case, the serology indicated blood. And which test did you use to determine that?
I used a phenolphthalein test.
And were any individuals excluded from that sample?
Mr. Henry, Mr. Thomas, and Mr. Devins were excluded as contributors.
So moving on to item number 40. We're getting towards the end. With regards to item number 40, was that item submitted and analysis done?
Yes.
Okay. What was item number 40? What steps of the DNA process did you take it through as well?
Item number 40 was extracted for DNA, but after quantitation, there wasn't a sufficient amount of DNA to move forward, so I did not attempt to do any DNA profiling.
And what was item number 40 described as?
Contact swab of non-blood area of rear of driver's seat.
And after, is this the same discussion we had with regards to the last item? With not enough DNA, so then you stopped at that first step?
Correct, after extraction. Sure, after quantitation.
Why don't you at least try and take it through and go through all the steps?
There oftentimes the quantitation results in a 0, meaning none was detected. Sometimes it results in a null value, meaning not even less than 0 was obtained. So at that point, I'm pretty confident that I'm not going to obtain a DNA profile.
Do you do a control swab or sample as you're going through the DNA process each time?
The DNA processing has several controls during extraction. I have a reagent blank, and this is just a sample of just the reagents by themselves. The extraction reagents that I use will be processed with the samples to ensure that the reagents are free of contaminants. And when I do a amplification for PCR, there will be a positive control and a negative control. The negative control is again just a tube of reagents. There shouldn't be any DNA present at the end. And the positive control is a known DNA standard. And so after I do my amplification, the negative control needs to be blank, and the positive control needs to I need to generate the DNA profile from that positive control.
So let's go back. You mentioned reagents. I don't think we've defined that for the jury for today. What is a reagent?
Reagents are the chemicals that I use for my DNA processing.
Are they standard and part of the kit that you were talking about earlier?
There are different components in the amplification kit, quantitation kit. We have different reagents used for extraction. So at every step, there are a set of reagents that we use.
And those are all related to the controls as well.
Correct.
So going back, so once we talked about that, let's talk about item number 41. What was item 41 described to you as?
It's listed as blood swab of smear from rear of driver's seat.
Were you able to come to any sort of conclusion as to item 41?
I obtained some results, but I reported that they were uninterpretable due to limited data.
What does that mean?
Meaning I obtained the electrocardiogram stage, I analyzed the end result of that PCR amplification and deemed that there wasn't sufficient amount of DNA to make any comparisons.
Okay, so I'm going to move on to item number 66. Did you analyze that particular item? And in terms of what was item number 66?
Item number 66 was initially reported as contact swab of rear of driver's side door handle interior.
Were you able to determine what the packaging of item number 66 said?
Yes, the contact swab of rear of driver's side door handle interior.
I'm sorry, on number 66 is which?
Front of driver's side door handle.
So you can't specify as to which it came from.
I'm not sure the question.
You didn't collect this item of evidence.
No, I didn't.
So after reviewing the item analysis, did you amend your report to read contact swab of front driver's side door handle interior?
That's right.
So going on to item number 42, which is been labeled as item 66 by your Marcos Department. What results did you have?
Again, I obtained a DNA profile, but ruled it or determined it to be uninterpretable due to limited data.
Does uninterpretable meaning no DNA?
In this case, no, there was DNA present, but it was insufficient amounts to make any sort of determination, number of contributors or anything personally.
Are you still looking back at those same standards that we've talked about previously?
The interpretation of the question samples is done prior to looking at the interpretation of the knowns.
Why is that?
It's to avoid any sort of bias. I want to make my interpretation calls of those unknowns absent of knowing what the known standards are.
Does the computer do any of this analysis or say, hey, it's person A or person B for you?
No, it does not.
So moving on to item number 43. Is that the last item you tested in this case?
Yes.
So with regards to what was item number 43 listed as?
Swab, rear driver's side door handle interior.
Were you able to do DNA testing on that particular item?
I did. Yes.
Did you develop a profile?
I did.
And can you explain what DNA profile you developed?
In this particular case, I reported out both a 2-person mixture and a 3-person mixture.
And so explain why you would report out 2 different hypotheses.
When I did the initial interpretation of the question sample of this item 43, there was the appearance of a 2-person mixture. After doing a comparison to the known standards and doing the molecular calculation, the result was essentially unintuitive. there was a lot of contribution being attributed to an individual, but then resulted in an exclusionary likelihood ratio.
So can you explain what that means in a little bit simpler math terms, if possible?
Yeah, essentially the likelihood ratio resulted in exclusion. So after talking with my technical leader, I determined, or we both came to the consensus that it would be best to report out or then interpret it as a 3-person mixture, and then report out both results.
So with regards to when you're saying it's an exclusion, is there a certain number of loci that it has to not match for you to report it as an exclusion?
When it comes to likelihood ratios, as I had mentioned before, it's doing it's comparing two hypotheses, essentially that a person is included versus a person, an unrelated unknown individual is included. And it does this at every specific location. So going through all of those locations, there's the potential to have 16, 17, 18 locus-specific likelihoods, likelihood ratios. And at the end of it, those are all multiplied together to get the final result. So if one specific location results in a 0 likelihood ratio, but everything else is inclusionary, it's an indication that there's an issue with how the software was set up. And so as an analyst, I would go back and see what the issue was and then rerun this deconvolution and redo the calculations. In this particular case, after doing a visual comparison of the standards to the mixture and then looking at the resulting likelihood ratios, again, I spoke with the technical leader and we determined that there will be best to report out both.
So I'm going to go starting with the alternative proposition on that. Were you able to exclude anyone in the alternative proposition that you put forth?
Mr. Cortland Henry was excluded.
With regards to the initial proposition,
Cortland Henry, Anthony Williams, and Jamal Demons were excluded.
who was included on the initial proposition?
Christopher Thomas was included.
When you were looking at it as 2 contributors, how did you exclude the defendant in this case, Mr. Dennis?
How did I exclude him?
Yes.
So again, after doing the visual comparison and then running it through to generate the likelihood ratio, it resulted in an exclusionary likelihood ratio.
When you looked at it again as a 3-person mixture, were you able to make a determination as to whether or not Christopher Thomas was included as a source of that mixture?
Yeah, it was included as a 3-person as well.
And what were the statistics on the 3-person mixture for Christopher Thomas?
The results are at least 8.15 times 10 to the 24th, or 8.15 septillion times more likely if they originated from Christopher Thomas and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
In terms of as to Cortland Henry, were you able to do the statistical calculations as to whether or not he was excluded on a 3-person mixture on item number 43, swab of rear driver's side door handle interior?
Yes, the results are at most 46, and this is an inverse LR calculation because the number was less than 1. So the DNA results are at most 46 times more likely if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Cortland Henry and 2 unrelated unknown individuals.
So is your conclusion that Mr. Henry is excluded from that sample?
Yes.
Going on to Anthony Williams, were you able to make a conclusion as to whether or not he was included or excluded?
I did. He was included. The LR calculation, the DNA results are at least 41.2 times more likely if they originated from Anthony Williams and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
And in terms of the verbal qualifier that you would give for Mr. Williams being included in that sample, what verbal qualifier would you give?
Limited support for inclusion.
Is that the lowest for inclusion?
Yes.
Okay. I believe I forgot to ask you with Christopher Thomas, what verbal qualifier would you give if he is included on that?
It is the highest at very strong support.
And at last but not least, were you able to analyze the profile of the defendant, Jamel Demons, in this case?
I did, yes.
And what was your conclusion in a 3-person mixture as to the results of Mr. Demons being included or excluded?
He was included. The likelihood calculation, the DNA results are at least 2.12 times 10 to the 8th, or 212 million times more likely if they originated from Jamel Demons and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
And what verbal qualifier did you give to that particular item?
Very-
As being included?
There is very strong support for the inclusion.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
You ready to make a change? Sure. We'll take a short recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in presence or no research. Just leave your notepad on there.
Jury entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of defendants, evidence as counsel, and assistant state attorneys who wish to have the jury. Witness remains on stand. Counsel, this is your opportunity for cross-examination. If you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you. I'm going to say good evening to you. Yes, it doesn't feel like it's nighttime. By any chance, do you know George Bellow?
He is the unit supervisor for the firearms section.
Yeah. He gave us an education on firearms, and you've now given us an education on DNA. So he said he would give us some type of certificate. So I expect you also to get some type of certificate on DNA. But in any event, when did you perform your first DNA testing?
May I heard my notes?
Absolutely. Feel free at any time.
My initial examination of the first evidence was on January 23, 2019.
2019.
Correct.
And that's when you analyzed or examined various items that came out of a grade G. That was water bottle, some sneakers, I think, a yellow jacket, a Gatorade bottle, item 27, I think you identified.
For this particular date, it was items 16 through 25.
16 through 25, okay. On 123 of 19, you examined a water bottle, a spent casing, Gucci sandals, and a blood stain on front of a t-shirt and a blood stain on the rear of the t-shirt. And also a blood stain on an Air Jordan sneaker, correct?
That's correct.
That turned out not to come back to this young man right over here, correct? Mr. Demons. I'm going to call him Jamel. It's easier. Okay. Is that correct?
At this time or later?
Later.
Later. May I refer to my report?
Absolutely. And give us a date that you did that,
Absolutely.
please.
So on January 25th of 2022 is when the comparisons were made to Mr. Devins, and he was excluded from all those items.
That was January of what?
The report was issued on January 25th of 2022.
I'm sorry.
I did my analysis on January 24th, the day before.
Okay. That was approximately 3 years after he was arrested. Did you know that?
I did not.
Then you analyzed, did you not, item 26, a yellow jacket, a Gatorade bottle, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And what date did you examine those items?
That was on August 24th of 2021.
August 24th, you said?
Correct.
Of 21. That was 2 years approximately after he was arrested. Did you know that?
I did not.
And those came from inside the Jeep. Did you know that?
I did not.
And those did not match Jamel, correct?
That's correct. He was excluded.
Then you received some additional items, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What was the date that you received the additional items?
They were received on multiple days.
Okay, give us the first date you received additional items, please.
I began processing the impact filter on January 5th of 2022.
That was approximately 3 years after his arrest.
The cutting of the headliner, which is item 34,
When did you receive that?
began processing on January 28th of 2022.
Also about 3 years after his arrest?
Objection, counsel testifying.
I thought it was a question. Restate it. Sustain, restate your question.
Did you know it was approximately 3 years after he was arrested?
I did not. Additional items were submitted. These were items 40, 41, and 42. Those were processed on April 25th of 2023.
April 25th of 23?
That's right.
Did you know that was after we started this
Objection,
trial?
Your Honor, improper.
Excuse me. Watch him settle.
Do you know that when you received the blood stain on the headliner, that was after this trial started?
I did not know.
But you started that in April 25th of 23? Just 2 months ago?
The headliner was, that was prior.
Oh, I'm sorry. The item that you received on April of 23 was what?
Those were the contact swab, non-blood area of rear driver seats, the blood swab of smear from rear of driver seats, and the contact swab of front of driver side door handle interior.
Okay. And you did not know that was after this trial started, correct?
I did not.
And none of that came back to the DNA of this young man, Jamel, correct?
Correct. It was deemed uninterpretable, as well as one of the items I did not attempt to generate DNA profile because there was insufficient amount of DNA.
Do you know what the delay was in sending that evidence to you?
Objection, outside the scope. Speculation.
And did you receive any other items in 2023?
Yes, one last item, item 43.
And that was the door handle of the rear door? Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
And did I hear you correctly that you first ran a test and it did not come back matching or belonging to or contributor to Jamel?
That's right.
And did I also hear you correctly then you discussed something about your software with your supervisor?
With the technical view, yes.
And then ran another test and had a 3-person contributor?
That's right. Yes.
And all of a sudden it matched or it was labeled as Jamel may have been a contributor?
That's right.
What date was that, sir?
That was on June 1st, 2023.
Approximately 3 weeks ago?
That's right.
Who requested that,
Objection, Your
if you
Honor.
know?
What's the objection?
Speculation, outside the scope.
As far as outside the scope, so if he knows, he can answer.
Who submitted that item to you 3 weeks ago?
It would have been Miramar, the investigators.
Miramar Police Department?
Yes, I can look at my.
Feel free.
It was submitted by an more investigator. Mark Moretti.
Moretti.
Was listed on the submission form.
And that was the only item that supposedly matched Jamel's DNA, correct?
I believe so. I can look back just to confirm it.
Please do.
But I do believe that is an accurate assessment. Yes, there was an item with the inclusionary likelihood.
Could you tell these folks when that DNA was placed on, supposedly, on the door handle?
No.
It could have been placed a week.
Objection, speculation.
Same.
How long can DNA stay on an item?
The DNA can persist on items. Again, as I mentioned, heat, light, moisture can cause it to degrade or become unusable. If the DNA is a polymer on surface, it can last weeks, months, years, if kept in a nice, cool, dry environment.
Did you know this Jeep was stored in police custody in a safe, dry area?
I do not.
May I have one other question? One other moment, excuse me. Thank you very much.
Attorney Redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Rhodes, is it unusual to receive multiple submissions over the life of a case?
No, it's not needed.
Does the date in which you worked a particular item have any effect on the results you report?
No, please.
As to the likelihood ratio on item number 43, who was included in that particular item?
For both propositions, Mr. Thomas was included for both the two-person and three-person contributor propositions. Under the two-person proposition, Mr. Henry, Mr. Williams, and Mr. Emmons were excluded. Under the three-person proposition, Mr. Thomas, Mr. Williams, and Mr. Emmons were included.
And with regards to the time of collection of that swab, would that be indicated on the box that it is found in?
Sometimes there are indications on the collection. I believe the mark receipt in May. I'm not sure if it's a newer one or an older one. I'd like to look at the mark receipt if you like.
Okay, and that would be item number 67, what's been put into evidence as states 33. Latest or not?
Yeah, thanks.
And so item 33 in evidence, is that item number 67 and you're labeling here?
Yes, that's right.
What was the date and time of collection according to that specific item?
So stated at 10/26 of 2018,
And the time?
17:36.
Okay. If DNA is stored in an optical environment, will it persist forever?
I'm not sure about forever, but it will persist for decades.
And in terms of if it is collected on a cotton swab that is dry and sterile, is that a ideal place to perpetuate DNA storage?
Yes.
Nothing further.
I have one or two questions based on that, if the court will allow me.
Sure, go ahead.
You indicated it's not unusual to get multiple submissions of evidence.
Yes, sir.
Do you know why it took 5 years to submit that exhibit to you to analyze?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
He knows he can answer, you know?
I do.
Thank you.
Counsel, anything else this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Is he excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Counsel, you're excused. Ladies and gentlemen, my understanding is that's all the witnesses we have for today, and so we'll see everybody back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form an opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in presence, and certainly no research system, you know, that on your period. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. something that I didn't hear? I haven't read it.
No, that is on a different issue. That was provided to defense counsel as well yesterday. There's been a discussion as to if they're going to stipulate to a portion of what the state would have to prove, or if the state was going to have to be able to get into rest on his life.
Fastened and buttoned down courtroom. The judge is amazing, Jesse. He is just sitting there very cool, calm, and collected. He runs a tight courtroom when the jury is out, and when the cameras are off, he's a little bit more relaxed. He told us the other day, you think it's cold here, it's even colder in the other courtrooms. So I think the judge really knows the case. He's making good decisions. He's running a tight ship. And so far, basically, I think the tension in the courtroom is relaxed a little bit, certainly when we go on breaks, but it's a tight ship running in that courtroom.
All right, Terry Austin, I know you have to get back into that courtroom. Thank you so much for your great reporting.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, we're going to check back in with Terry a little bit later on. So this is a good time for us to hit a quick break here at the network. But before we do, I want you to check out this special report from our very own Sierra Gillespie.
Stop right there! Stop! There have been threats on his life. Because of that, he has always previously testified wearing things to conceal his identity would allow his eyes to be seen. So the state is requesting for him to be able to wear that, to be able to hide things of his identity that aren't easily changeable, so as to protect his safety.
And that's the purpose that you gave me this case. It says something that I didn't hear. I haven't read it.
No, that is on a different issue. That was provided to defense counsel as well yesterday. There's been a discussion as to if they're going to stipulate to a portion of what the state would have to prove, or if the state was going to have to be able to get into all of the other areas regarding the gang affiliations and other crimes committed by other gang members, which is what the case I provided to our state. So the state does have to prove multiple members and that they are also committed and engaging in criminal acts.
And what authority would I have? Was there some case law where this happened before?
For Detective Polo to testify as such?
Yes.
He has testified twice in Judge Busan's courtroom wearing this same headgear in the case of the state of Florida versus,
I was asking if there was any appellate cases.
I have not seen any, Your Honor, on this specific issue. He's testified before Judge Fine just last week wearing the same headgear in the state of Florida versus Scott Peterson. The other one is state of Florida versus Trayvon Newsom. There's 3 other co-defendants as well in that case.
Well, Judge, first of all, regarding that, I would like to see the outfit that he is supposedly going to wear to disguise himself. It's a violation of the Confrontation Clause of the U.S. Constitution. And the state should have, with all due respect, filed a motion giving us notice of that prior to bringing it up. Concerning that, there are several issues concerning that. And the Confrontation Clause deals with the demeanor of the witness.
Can I stop you for a second?
Huh?
Can I stop you for a second?
Yes.
Regarding this particular witness, did you take his deposition?
We did take his deposition.
And was he wearing a mask then or not?
Yes,
sir. He was, but.
So let me stop. I'm just trying to figure out, is this the same type of mask that he's wore then as he's going to wear now?
Yes, sir.
I think the court needs to see it because it covers his entire face other than his eyes. So the jury cannot see and observe his demeanor at all. At all.
I understand the court only wants to hear arguments.
No, I was trying to figure, counsel said he wanted to see what it was.
I really want the court to see it.
That's why I want to know if he took his deposition, if he's wearing a mask during the deposition.
I just want to clarify 2 things. Mr. Elstein is making the argument. One is that the record is clear that none of the threats that this witness, that were referred to by the state concerning this witness, have anything to do with this defendant or this case. The other is to clarify that the state did not file a motion, but the state did give me notice yesterday evening. They raised the fact that this issue would be raised.
Okay, this is a photograph from.
I'd ask that you print that out and mark it as an exhibit.
I can't print it and go in the courtroom. I'm not happy. That's a June 12th photo from the Broward County Courthouse where Detective Polo was testifying in a different case.
All right, anything else?
Yeah, can we approach our monitor?
next witness will testify wearing a mask, you are to listen and read evidence as you would any other witness.
Thanks, can I see that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir, and you have one?
We'd just like to say that would be impossible to do. Our proposed instruction is the court has ruled that the next witness will be permitted to testify with his face concealed with the exception of his eyes. The court has made this ruling because this witness has expressed that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case. Your jury instructions advise you to observe the demeanor and facial expressions of witnesses in determining their credibility. And obviously, you will not be able to do so in this case. You are permitted to take the compromise of your ability to view the witness's facial expressions into account in deciding how much weight to attribute to his testimony. He is being allowed to testify in this fashion because the court has determined that the interest of the media in being present outweighs the defendant's constitutional right to face-to-face confrontation of witnesses against him.
Thank you.
That would be it.
Hi, Counselor, respectfully, I'm not, wouldn't be giving that instruction to the jury.
Yeah.
Let's bring the jury in. Jury entering. Gentlemen, thank you. Be seated. Let the record reflect the defendant, defendants, counsel, assistant attorneys, ladies and gentlemen, jury. First of all, sorry for the delay. That's my fault. No one else is, and I apologize for that. Based on the court's ruling, the next witness will be testifying wearing a mask. You are to listen and to view and weigh this evidence as you would any other witness. All right, is this your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. State your call, Detective Danny Fuller.
So you want to stand up for his right hand and sworn?
Yes, sir. You solemnly swear or affirm that testimony you give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, sir. Please state your full legal name for the record. Danny Kohler. Please spell first and last name for the court. First name is D-A-N-N-Y. Last name P-O-L-O. Thank you.
So that microphone in front of you, just up or down, but not back and forth, all right?
Yes, sir.
Ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may.
Good morning, Detective Fuller. How are you today?
Good morning. Well,
Can you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
I'm a detective with Broward County Sheriff's Office. My name is Danny Kohler.
Prior to working with the Broward County Sheriff's Office, do you have any other law enforcement background?
I work for the City of Hollywood Police Department.
And how long did you work with the state of Hollywood?
Approximately 2 years.
How long have you worked for the Sheriff's Office now?
Since 2015, so approximately 8 years.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what division or unit you were assigned to currently?
I'm assigned to the Strategic Investigations Division.
What does Strategic Investigations Division, or SID for short, cover for the Sheriff's Office?
Within the Strategic Investigations Division, within SID, we have multiple county-wide units, such as Major Narcotics Unit, Organized Crime Unit, Gang Investigations Unit, Money Laundering Unit, Entering Crimes Against Children, Joint Terrorism Task Force, Bomb Squad.
So with regards to the SID, you do undercover investigations.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that why you're wearing a mask today?
In part, yes.
So going to the Gangs and Organized Crime Unit, what years were you assigned to that specific unit?
I was transferred to the Organized Crime Unit in March of 2018, and I was there up until about January of 2021.
Mr. Pod, just a moment.
We approach very close.
Okay, Detective Fuller, so we left off, we were talking about you've been in the gang and organized crime unit since 2018?
Yes, March 2018, I was transferred to the organized crime unit.
Prior to going to the organized crime unit, did you have a background in gang investigations?
Yes, I've been gang liaison for the city of Deerfield Beach since approximately, I'd say, the end of 2015.
And were you ever part of the multi-agency gang task force, or MAGTAF?
Yeah.
What is that?
It's a countywide task force with multiple agencies, not just Broward County. The way the Broward County Sheriff's Office is divided up into different districts. So the city of Deerfield Beach is its own district, Pompano Beach is its own district. All those districts have assigned liaisons that are to communicate with the gang investigations unit, as well as liaisons for other jurisdictions such as Sunrise PD or Hollywood PD, the non-Broward Sheriff's Office districts.
And what are the investigational goals or aims of the multi-agency gang task force?
Gang reduction, reducing gang violence, reaching out to the youth and trying to stop it before it starts, and just gang investigations.
So for the last approximately 3 weeks, where have you been assigned?
I was just transferred locally to the money laundering task force.
And as part of the money laundering task force, do you still have an aspect of organized crime and gang violence that you focus on?
Yes, it all overlaps. The only difference is I'm now working the money laundering aspect of these criminal enterprises and gangs.
In terms of during your time from 2018 to 2023 in the organized crime and gang unit, how many times did you have a chance to work as an undercover agent?
I lost count. Many times I've done everything from street level narcotics deals all the way up to international narcotics trafficking cases, firearms cases, stolen property cases.
More than 10?
Yeah.
More than 50?
Yeah.
Are you also credentialed by any other law enforcement agencies?
I am a task force officer with the Drug Enforcement Administration, the DEA, and I'm also a task force agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Explosives, that's ATF.
And in terms of your responsibilities for those two agencies, what are they?
As part of being a task force officer for the DEA, I can conduct federal investigations related to narcotics. I can, instead of just charging investigating cases on the state side and going through the state attorney's office or state prosecutor's office, I can file cases with the United States Attorney's Office like any other federal agent would. We have the same powers. And with ATF, it's the same thing. The powers of the ATF with firearms violations. So I can work firearms investigations on the federal level.
Okay, so you talked about doing gang investigations. What does a gang investigation entail?
You initially start, a lot of times you start by, you get complaints from the neighborhood, or whatever neighborhood being affected by gang violence, or just you observe shootings are happening in a certain area and start looking into it to see if it's random or if there's something more organized going on. A lot of times we find that these violent crimes are being committed by members of criminal gangs. And once we've identified the criminal gang, the main goal is to identify which criminal gang it is, that way we know how to approach it. Some gangs are more structured than others. Some are very informal and don't have much structure at all.
So Detective Phillips, if you could just go on a little bit on that, as the types of criminal gangs.
Sure.
Can you define for the ladies and gentlemen jury what would be a national organized criminal gang?
So the national, they're called national gangs because they're found in multiple states. Doesn't mean every single state will have every single one of these gangs. So like most people see on TV, Bloods, Crips, Gangster Disciples, the Mafia, biker gangs, motorcycle gangs. These are national gangs. They have chapters, sets, they call them sets or lineups in multiple states, multiple jurisdictions, all over the country.
So Detective Foley, you also mentioned that sometimes they're a little less organized. Could you explain what a neighborhood street gang or hybrid gang is?
Neighborhood street gang is just that. When you have a neighborhood that hasn't, you have a group of 3 or more individuals involved in criminal activity, ongoing criminal activity, and they decide to take on common hand signs, colors, symbols, clothing, anything to unify them and show that they are. And they operate sometimes within a city, or they can operate within multiple jurisdictions, but they're working together and they've adopted these common identifiers. These gangs sometimes eventually will report to or turn into national gangs, but for the most part, there's many neighborhood street gangs. You can have one neighborhood, one 10 by 10, apologize, 10 by 10 blocks of neighborhood where you have 5 different gangs operating within that neighborhood. They might get along, they might not get along.
Okay, so in terms of the amount of time or resources that you put into a gang investigation, how long does it take?
We work every case differently because some of these cases require years of investigation because the gang might be very, very structured, or just have a lot of financial support due to whatever crime they're committing, and those gangs are a little harder to tackle. So you have to invest a lot more time, a lot more money, a lot more resources into dismantling this type of organization. Some of the more disorganized gangs, it's a little easier. You can go out there and find out first of all what crime they're committing, whether it's robberies, burglaries, narcotics trafficking, or just low narcotic sales, firearms trafficking, like firearms sales. And then if they're very disorganized, it's easy. You just work individuals instead of the entire organization. You just start picking off different individuals, get criminal charges on the people you can, identify who within these less organized gangs has the most, the stronger presence, because there's always someone who's not necessarily in charge, but the person that has the most respect. You start trying to dwindle it down so that the violence stops. That's the main concern is violence.
So Detective Polo, what training and education do you have in the area of gang and gang organization?
At this point, I think I'm probably upwards of 500 hours of just specialized training in gangs, organized crime and money laundering. Like I said, it all kind of intersects. And these are trainings all over the state.
Do you have any certifications in the area of gang investigations and specialists?
So I have a advanced gang specialist certification from the Florida Gang Investigators Association, and I have a gang specialist certification from the National Gang Academy.
Can you explain how you are certified and what requirements you have to pass before you can be certified by the Florida Gang Investigators Association?
Every year, the Florida Gang Investigators Association holds conferences. During this week-long conference, they put on a multitude of classes. They bring in either reformed gang members or gang members that are currently in custody. We do interviews with them. They'll teach you about what it was like for them to join these different types of gangs, why they join these different types of gangs, the risk factors for the youth, how they think, the gang mentality. So that way we can better understand how to approach gang members when we're working with them. Because a lot of times we're not just arresting them, we're also trying to, in a way, befriend them so that they maybe understand to stop doing what they're doing because they're either going to end up dead or in jail, and neither one is good for anyone.
So you mentioned that you've done the training. What about in terms of hands-on investigative experience? Can you list for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of the different specific gang organizations you have investigated?
So for most people in general public would realize it, but Broward County and many cities and counties have huge gang problems. They just operate under the radar. Broward County has almost every gang you can think of, from the Bloods, Crips, Gangster Disciples, Sir 13, which is a Hispanic gang that originated on the West Coast, Norteños, another Hispanic gang, outlaw motorcycle gangs, different gangs within the outlaw motorcycle gangs, not just one specific group.
Have you investigated, for example, white supremacy groups as a gang or organized crime?
White supremacy groups, yes. I mean, they operate way under the radar. They try to. They're strange groups.
So you mentioned Bloods, and that's what I want to focus on.
Sure.
Personally, how many blood gang-related investigations have you done?
Specific investigations or suspects?
Suspects, sorry.
This last year, probably over 30.
430?
No, over 30.
Over 30. Oh.
Just maybe this last year.
And that's just in 2022?
Yes.
Oh. Have you ever testified in court on the subject of gangs and gang violence?
Yes, I testified in both the state and federal court.
Approximately how many times?
Maybe 6 times.
Okay. terms of the sources of knowledge on gangs, you mentioned a couple at the conference, the interviews with documented gang members. Could you tell us a little bit more about those types of interviews and the different types that are out there?
So as gang investigators, we gain this knowledge not just through doing search warrants and finding documents that these gang members, or these gangs generate. They create documents with their creeds, their codes, their oaths, the rules, bylaws, all that. So there's a lot to learn from that because it's written documents that they pass on from member to member. Because like every organization has rules, right? The sheriff's office has rules. You work for Publix has rules. They have a code of conduct. They have the way you have to dress. They have appearance guidelines. It's the same thing with gangs. It's no different. The national gangs have that a lot more structured. Some of these, we call them Bibles, gang Bibles. They're very lengthy. Some can be over 100 pages. So we learn a lot from those. The other side is interviewing and speaking with gang members. Sometimes it's gang members that we interview because they decide to cooperate with law enforcement to avoid either being prosecuted or to get a lesser sentence. So they're walking off charges. Sometimes we interview gang members on an arrest. They don't want to cooperate with law enforcement. They don't want to reduce their charges. They don't care. They're okay with going to jail or seeing how the legal system works out. And if you build a good enough rapport with them, which is the main goal, speak kindly to everyone, speak politely, treat everyone like a human being. I've had great success in interviewing many, I wouldn't even be able to tell you how many gang members.
Can you explain what is a field interview or FI card?
Field interview is it's done commonly in the field. You approach someone on the street, you committed a traffic infraction, some kind of infraction, you make contact with them, or it could be consensual, you just see someone you want to talk to, approach them, talk to them. If they don't want to talk to you, you can walk away, that's fine. But like I said, if you treat people with respect, most of the time they'll talk to you.
When you're doing a field interview, what types of data are you collecting or aggregating at that point?
First thing I do if I'm talking to someone is as I'm gathering their information, if they decide to give me their information. There's times people will decide to talk to you, but they won't give you their name, and that's fine. But I'll be looking at their person, their body, to see if they have any tattoos, if they're wearing specific colors, especially if I know that they belong to a specific gang. So if I see a member of a neighborhood street gang that wears military colors, right, camouflage, then I see a person walking in this neighborhood where primarily this is what they wear, and I decide to make contact with them, they decide to talk to me, then I'll start noting those things. Okay, he's wearing a bandana with the camouflage colors, or he's wearing a belt with camouflage colors, or he's got this type of tattoo that's indicative of this gang. So even if they don't talk too much, sometimes their body tells you a lot. The way they're dressed, the way they stand, all those things are things you take into account.
You mentioned some types of people who testify. Do you review testimony of various criminal cases across the country for gang information?
Yeah, we review testimony of gang members that are testifying in court. We review testimony, not even just testimony, we review indictments and indictments on the federal side and the state side, and read about these gangs and how they were investigated. And we learn about the different types of ways that the gangs operate in different parts of the county, different parts of the state. Because just because you're a member of the Bloods doesn't mean that the Bloods operate the same in every city or every county or every state. The rules are the written rules, but the rules are that.
So with regard to, you mentioned intercepted communications, like wiretaps. Can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is a wiretap and how we use it in a gang investigation?
Wiretap is a lengthy process where you first identify someone who's committing criminal acts. So in the case of a gang member who's committing criminal acts that are involved in criminal activity, and once you've developed enough probable cause to believe that they are using the phone to conduct this criminal activity, you start drafting the phone wire intercept application. It's a very lengthy document. It's not an overnight thing. How you see on TV where you just ask a judge for a signature and they give it to you. You have to show that you have exhausted every means of investigating this person or this gang. So you can't just go up on this person's phone and start listening to their communications. You have to be able to explain that you weren't able to conduct an investigation because surveillance wasn't possible. Because let's say on a game case. The neighborhood is controlled by the game. You can't do surveillance in these neighborhoods sometimes. As soon as you walk in, or drive in, they'll know your car doesn't belong, and you'll get approached. Many times that's happened to me.
So Detective Polo, specifically on wiretaps, once a wiretap is authorized, what do you have to do for the communications that are intercepted?
You get a schedule based on the person's activity. So if the person is on the phone 24 hours a day, then we try to cover 24 hours a day of communications, where someone is sitting inside a room on a computer just monitoring live phone calls. As the person makes a phone call or gets a phone call, you are getting a phone call too, you're listening to it, you're identifying whether it's criminal in nature. If it is criminal in nature, you continue to listen. If at any point in the conversation it becomes non-criminal in nature and you start talking about, the basketball game or what they're doing over the weekend, and you stop listening, it's called minimizing. You turn off the call and you follow the rules of minimization, so you stop checking the call at that point. Then you check the call. The rules are different for every case, so I can't say it's this many minutes here, this many minutes there. But you would stop listening for a certain amount of time, the rules that were determined by the prosecutors, and then you begin listening again. If you start listening again, you hear evidence of criminal communications, and you continue to listen for the amount of time that they're.
So Detective Polo, for a wiretap, how many hours do you think, can you tell the story you've spent listening to criminal conversations on wiretaps?
Hundreds, if not thousands.
Is there a special vocabulary that you learned during the course of listening to wiretaps?
So every gang has every gang, every culture has their own way of speaking. So a lot of gangs come up with codes, code words. Some organizations or gangs have the same thing, and you have to decipher them basically. And with gangs, in these Bibles, they can sometimes put their codes, and it's easier to identify certain what certain things mean. So they might be speaking slang, but we know what they're saying because we have basically a dictionary that they created that we already have in our possession. Context, you start understanding what they're talking about.
Okay, so this is a good segue to go into, you mentioned the Bibles and things. Have you had the opportunity at the gang to conduct search warrants and see some of these things?
Yes.
Can you explain some of the things that you've gotten out of, like, for example, email accounts?
Yeah, so a lot of gangs that are sending these Bibles around, they don't want these Bibles, these books of knowledge. They call them knowledge. They don't want these things in the hands of law enforcement. They don't want law enforcement to understand their inner workings. And sometimes every couple of years they'll revamp their books of knowledge and they'll change their codes. They'll change a lot of the rules. The original history with books of knowledge is going to remain the same, right? You can't change the date the organization of the game was established. It was established in 1996. It was established in 1996. You can't change that in your Bible, but you can change your codes. You can change the language you're using. You can change some of your rules depending on what's been going on in the world. It's a lot of gangs. Most national gangs were started a long time ago in the 60s and 70s, and they were racially divided. Now they're not. Now you have white people, black people, Hispanic people, Asian people, all working together in the same gang. That used to just be a black-owned gang or a white-owned gang, not including white supremacy gangs and stuff like that. Those are.
Okay, so you mentioned sometimes it's seized through email accounts and search warrants on that. Mm-hmm. What about the interception of cell phones or extractions of cell phones from known or suspected gang members?
So if we have enough probable cause to seize a cell phone during an investigation, it's let's say a cell phone, we'll do a download of that cell phone, make a copy of it basically, and we go through the content of that cell phone. Sometimes we can do the entire phone, sometimes just specific things like looking for, and in those phones, it contains, a lot of times it'll contain photographs of these books of knowledge, because that's how we also send it to each other. So this, oh, here's a picture of my knowledge, or it's just communication back and forth, and just texting each other and explaining to each other, this is what you need to know when you talk to this next person who's going to quiz you on your knowledge. If you don't know your knowledge on these national games, there's usually some repercussions. Maybe early on in the game when you're brand new, take it a little easy on you. But as time progresses, the more time you spend in these games, you're expected to know these things off the top of your head, and you can't mess up.
So when you say things you're supposed to know off the top of your head, are there questions and required responses?
Yeah, so that's something that a lot of games do. It almost feels like they all kind of copy each other. There will be greetings, and the greeting has a specific response. And the purpose of that is to know if someone is really a member of this gang. So a lot of times gangs have national gatherings where they'll host a large event for all the gang members in the country. Whoever wants to come, to just come, meet, socialize, and network with other members of this organization. So as an example, there's a Bloods gang, Blood set called 5-9 Brims. They host their national day on May 9th, because May is the 5th month, they're 5-9 Brims. So May 9th, 5-9, it's all symbolic, right? So they'll meet up and they'll usually go on videos, on live streams, and post up these events, and just everyone's wearing their colors, and you'll hear a lot of language, you'll hear a lot of slang, and that's another way that we pick up on how these gangs operate.
So Detective Hull, you're telling us that people go and put criminal gang activity online.
Well, the criminal gang activity would be the crimes. They're not, maybe sometimes they post up the crimes on YouTube to show that they're strong, or to still fear neighborhoods. But sometimes they're just showing their presence. Hey, we're here, this is who we are, this is what we wear, don't forget that we're here. They're not necessarily doing anything illegal in those videos, they're just, it's a gathering.
Is it illegal to be a member of a gang?
No.
How would you differentiate a criminal street gang versus the sheriff's office? Y'all wear the same uniform, you have a hierarchy at the sheriff's office. How would you differentiate that from a criminal street gang?
So the definition per the statute, Florida state statute, and most of the statutes across the country read the same. It's a group of 3 or more persons with common signs, symbols, colors, identifiers, who are, as their primary activity, are engaged in criminal activity. So keyword is, as part of their primary activities, they are conducting criminal activities. Doesn't mean all their activities are criminal activities, but a good portion of them are.
So going back to a little bit more of your training and experience, you mentioned about the conferences and trainings that you've done. Approximately how many of those have you attended while you've been in the gang unit?
I think my first conference was in 2016. I've attended every conference since then. The next conference is this August. I'll be attending the national conference in Chicago. I'll be teaching the courses at that conference.
Can anyone sign up for that conference?
People in the field, prosecutors, attorneys, law enforcement, corrections officers, victim advocates, youth counselors.
So how many times have you taught at those types of conferences in the past?
This will be my first time teaching at the conference. I teach at the Broward County Sheriff's Office. We teach new recruits. When new deputies are coming in, we teach them about the gangs that we have in Broward County so that they're not oblivious to what's going on around them. We'll show them a map of which gangs operate in which areas, what to look out for, hand signs, identifiers, tattoos. So that's something we teach to our recruits. We teach, I taught at the Broward College at the Police Academy, where we taught the school resource officers, because gang involvement begins at a very young age for the most part. Most gang members join their gangs at early ages, 11, 12, 13, they're recruited very young. So school resource officers need to know what to look for so they can stop juvenile gangs from forming, because a lot of times these juvenile gangs that are starting in school will then expand and join larger neighborhood gangs or national gangs, and then that's when start having problems, because juvenile gang members have something to prove, and they usually bring more violence.
So you also mentioned some of the social media content before. Are there individuals who put out videos or commentary about gang activities?
Yeah, we're in the era of social media, so everything's on social media right now. Gang members across the country are posting stuff that probably would have never been posted years ago. Their knowledge, history, things they did when they were incarcerated, how the gangs were formed, the leaders and founders of these gangs that are now no longer in prison, do podcasts and talk about how the gangs were formed, when they were formed, who did what kind of violence they had to commit, why they were created, whether they were created because they needed to form to protect themselves against another gang, or whether it was just they unified based on race or based on location, geographical gangs. We have that here in South Florida. So this is all publicly available, and it's national leaders and national founders of these gangs that are putting out these videos, as well as just regular gang members on the street that are not of any special rank. They post up videos, we find out someone is claiming to be a blood or a crip, and they're not. They'll confront them on social media to get views, and some of these confrontations turn into physical assaults. People get called out for being for false flagging, so we call it false flagging, or just pretending to be, claiming to be part of the gang.
Okay, and so I think the last aspect of gang knowledge that we haven't discussed, the undercover investigation.
Yes.
Could you explain briefly how those are conducted and what types of information is brought back?
So we do undercover investigations on most gangs that we can do them pretty much almost any gang. So some gangs are a little trickier than others based off what the requirements are. Obviously, very organized gangs do background checks sometimes, stuff like that. That makes it a little more difficult. But we've infiltrated gangs. We have detectives within the Brown Sheriff's Office and within the other agencies that we work with. We've actually infiltrated gangs, been blessed into these gangs, become gang members, been put on the national books, and no one knows. I mean, that's we can't say those names, but
Understood. Is this something that's done for like the Bloods, the Crips, as well as the Mafia and things that's been done for many years in this particular area of investigation?
yeah, the Mafia is a great example. That was done a long time ago with the Mafia. It's been done with Bloods, Crips, outlaw motorcycle gangs, and then infiltrated multiple times. Most recently, we infiltrated several blood gang sets. We have several detectives that are blood gang members. They're undercover lives.
Do they bring back and share the knowledge with the other members of the Organized Crime Gang Task Force?
That's the best part about those investigations, is that it's not just that we gain this intelligence, but we corroborate everything that we're getting from either informants or from people that just want to talk to us on the street. We're not just taking our word for it. They're telling us exactly what to do. Hey, you need to learn X, Y, Z. The next time we meet again, you need to learn this oath. You need to know this handshake. You need to know what to wear. You need to know what to say when you meet this guy. You're going to meet the next boss up, because everything it's organizational. So you're going to meet the next person up, and they're going to keep quizzing you. They're going to find out where you are in your process with the game. So if you're a very young gang member, not in age, but young in the game, you might have some leeway. But we've had those instances where we're meeting other gang members and our undercover might have messed up the handshake, and everyone just kind of freezes. So looking at that person like, who is he? Because that's the first thing you should have known. How did he mess that one up? And then we kind of have to recover from that. Little things. So these are things that have corroborated all this information that we get from phones, emails, social media, interviews. That's the icing on cake for us.
You're just going to tender for defense to go out there in the area of expertise and gang knowledge. And
Thank you, counsel. Before we do, we're going to take a short recess. Do not discuss the case before anything about the case. Research is being made by you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Along with the defendant and the witness, detective, the court reporter saying she has a little bit of difficulty because you're facing the jury a lot, so if you could just speak up, all right? Yes, sir. Can I see counsel sidebar, please?
yes, sir.
second message.
Somebody figured out that they could cut the white noise off. So thank you. Thank you. I just had a medicine ball, y'all. When I say my throat feels so much better, oh my gosh, it feels so much better. But if you are just now joining in, we are watching the YNW Melly trial. We are on day 7. Right now, we were listening to the gang expert testify. And
Assistant attorneys, the juries in the jury room regarding the 2 messages I received from one of the jurors. I don't know how you want me to proceed. The second message, we just took a break right away. She just said she needed a moment. So I don't know what you want me to do.
Okay. We have a list of proposals in order.
You talk to the state about anything?
No, I know the state's okay with the first one, which is allow this for the court to reconsider its position with respect to this witness testifying with a mask. The state had indicated to me yesterday that they would agree to him testifying without a mask. And as a matter of fact, I think the witness said that he anticipated that's what he would have to do. And the only proviso would be that the courtroom would have to be cleared and the phones of all people present during the testimony would have to be confiscated. We would suggest that that would be remedy number 1 that should be employed.
So I think the problem with that logic is it's assuming that it's the witness's mask that is making her uncomfortable, not the testimony about gangs. Because if she is uncomfortable and upset because she was robbed by a gang member when she was young, and that's the concern, we need to know that. So I think that's the first problem that we have. We have to get the actual reason as to why she's concerned.
Well, within context, the first note indicated that was a question. Why does he get to see us and we don't get to see him? So I think that lets us know that it's the mask that's of concern and that the presumption of being robbed was being robbed with a mask. If it's gangs, we did a thorough voir dire during which the issue of gangs was addressed, and she passed that hurdle, so it's not a gang issue, it's a mask issue. So that would be our first proposal. And if the court's willing to do that, I guess we don't need to get to a second proposal.
My concern is the second message I got that the juror sent over, where she asked for a moment. But so the record clear says, I need a moment. I can't listen properly when I was a child. I've seen someone get robbed and I am having an anxiety attack. So my question is, if she's able to proceed with it, or if this is going to somehow color her thinking. That's what I'm mostly concerned with respect to counsel. And that's a sword that can cut either way.
Oh, I understand. But
that's what I'm more concerned, and I'm also concerned about trying to interfere somehow with the jury's process. And she just needs a moment. Maybe we just send them to lunch now and not worry about it. But I still like to find out as to if she's going to be able to follow law and whatever happened. I mean, I don't know. She's already on the jury. She's already been accepted. You answer all your questions. I think we crossed that bridge already.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm concerned. I don't know how to.
And I understand and appreciate the court's concern, but the question is what is precipitating her anxiety? And it's the mask. And yes, we can clarify that with her. I have no problem doing that. But it can't be gang because we discussed that at length during the voir dire, and she cleared that hurdle and was put on the jury. Okay. But that would be our first proposition. If the court would consider that, that would be great. The second proposition would be the first of her 2 notes was a question. And it was, why can he see me and we can't see him? Which goes to the heart of the confrontation clause. And also lets us know that her concern is the mask. And the jury instruction that was proposed by the state and accepted by the court doesn't address the question at all. It says considering like everybody else. Well, how are they going to do that? They're going to be instructed the way that they consider him as judging facial expressions, which they can now not do. We made we proposed a jury instruction, which the court rejected, and we would ask that the court at least consider whether or not it would offer some variation of that, such that the answer to the juror's question can be met, which is why. That's why. And I think they need to know that the why does not concern any issue with respect to this particular defendant. The third is the problem that we had before, which is as brought out during Mr. Alcine's questioning earlier, the state could have chosen any expert in gangs. They elected to choose one who has threats against his life that don't concern this case and is undercover. And therefore that they have precipitated this problem. I think Mr. Mr. Melly, I think our client has a right to a jury of his peers, one which had been selected and seated, and his right to both confrontation and to a juror that has been seated supersedes all of the rights of the media, of the state to have an expert or a witness who could have been, and where they could have chosen any other expert. But our third proposition would be that we take the break and address this after lunch, after the jurors had an hour or so, and we then bring her in and see what her problem is. If it's not the mask, I'd be highly surprised, but maybe that's the first step. But we ask the court first to reconsider, and second, to reconsider letting him testify in this fashion, and second, to reconsider reading an instruction that gives the jury a little bit more than he's testifying in a mask. Let's continue.
If you have an instruction that's agreed to, I don't really have an issue with it. My issue was the way you drafted and crafted this instruction is that I'm telling the jury that I'm looking at the media's right to be here over his right to confront his accuser, and that's not the way the way it was crafted and worded to me was not the right way to handle it, and I wasn't going to do it.
Okay.
All right. So the second issue that you had is having the witness, and it was a testify without a mask. I don't have any issue with discussing that further with the witness. I did this because he told me he was in fear for his safety and his family's safety, and this is what he does for a living. And I made my decision based on that because this is being a live stream. I don't know whether or not he would how he feels about it. And I guess that's subject to further discussion. As far as taking a break, I think that's the best way to handle it. We'll take a break, give the juror an opportunity to go have lunch. And when she comes back, the first order of business that we can do is to talk to that juror about how she feels and whether she's able to continue. If everybody's okay with that, that's the way we do. We'll proceed. Just see how she feels. If she's not suffering from anxiety anymore, if it's strictly an issue of a mask, then we'll know where that stands and we'll address it. And I can ask the witness then how he feels. So we'll take it one at a time. All right. So let's do this. We're going to take our lunch and recess now. Any objection, Gary? I told the jurors not to discuss the case. Just tell the juror to come back at, let's say, 1:15, all right? Or 1:30, say 1:30, all right? Give her a chance to relax. And jurors back at 1:30, okay? So, quiet. I want some further discussion with you because counsel raised an issue about these text messages that are on the phone, and I'd like to see if I can get some clarification with that, all right? So, Gary, you tell the jury to proceed back at 1:30, all right?
Okay, and there's one other thing, maybe, and I figured the last part of the jury instruction would be that with which the court took exception. That's why I put it at the end, so it could be easily excised. We do propose that as the proper instruction, but we'd like maybe to copy the rest of what we have proposed so the court can look at it over the break and the state can look at it over the break. I've excised that last portion and that maybe we'd be better informed to discuss it upon return.
That's fine. So, regarding this witness, let's just, I don't know what the documents are, but I'd like to proper, basically how this is getting in. I understand there's an extraction, and I understand that was done, but I haven't seen what your proposal or the summary from the extraction was.
And I have this, if you want to look at them over lunch, you have to provide them.
Sure. You gave a copy of this to counsel?
Yes, ma'am. These would be the ones I'd be trying to introduce as the color copies. They're easiest to read.
So these are for what you intend to introduce at the time of trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
There's also.
And so counsel's objection basically was, and again, to reiterate, I let the extraction in because he's taken from the phone. Defense's position is that there's no indication that it's the defendant, Jamel Demons' phone, and your position was that what's on the phone is evidence of who's had care, custody, control, and who's using the phone. Am I understanding the argument correctly?
Correct, Your Honor. And so those messages go to show that as well. So there are some, for example, some pictures and things where pictures of the defendant and the other person involved in the chat are and talked about, that they're acknowledging that that is who is communicating with one another. One of those photos has already been introduced. That was the photo that was authenticated by Felicia Holmes. That was a photo of the defendant and Frederick Gibbons, which is also known as Rito Bang. That is the approximately 50-page statement that you have in front of you. Other ones include, there's photos of the defendant with other individuals that are identified, and they're also cross-referenced with the emails that are sent to the defendant's email and retrieved on that same phone, as well as hundreds of photos, selfies, screenshots of the defendant using that phone.
With respect to the authentication, Your Honor, I think there's a little bit more nuance to our argument, which is it's not sufficient to say that the defendant used that phone at some point. I think there's ample evidence that that phone was used by more than one person. And the most poignant and striking evidence of that is that the phone comes back to the name Sack Chaser Howard. What that means, I know that my phone doesn't come back with the name Christine Bradley because I wouldn't do that. And I think that is a clear indicator that that phone was being used by others. And so the issue is not whether or not, if we can show that it was used by Mr. Demons at some time, everything comes in. The issue is if you want to get in conversation A, prove that conversation A laid the foundation for conversation A. Prove that conversation A was being had between Mr. Demons and somebody else, and that would be at least some measure of authentication. The case law does indicate that one of the two parties to the conversation is the way to go, and that's the way to authenticate it, but it's not exclusive. But each single conversation as it's coming in should be authenticated, because the fact that the phone was passed around and used by several others, we have presented the court with evidence that that phone was being used while Mr. Demons was in custody. We know it's being used by several other people. It's not in his name and it wasn't recovered from him. And so the issue isn't whether or not he's ever used it. The issue is each conversation that you're trying to put in, authenticate it, lay the proper foundation so that we're not risking misleading this jury.
Thank you. And counsel, this is on this extraction report is all on the phone with the 9807 phone number, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. And just so.
And that's the subscriber of that was Jamie King.
Yes.
And the information that it's from T-Mobile, I forget the exhibit number, but which had the subscriber showed that this 9807 line was signed or used by Mr. Dennis, the defendant.
There's other information that the state has introduced, including the pawn receipt in which Mr. Demons is identifying that as his personal phone number.
I realize that, but I'm trying to go back to the subscriber information. I thought that was and I don't have it in front of me, but the plan was a family plan or something, and Ms. Jamie King had one phone, is that correct? And Mr. Demons had a different phone?
There are multiple phones on that plan, including one of the victim's phones that was used by the victim. Mr. Anthony Williams was on that same phone plan that Ms. King was paying for, but the defendant was using. And so in terms of any evidence that anyone else was using that phone, Your Honor, there's been proffers of things that was supposedly said by the defense. However, there is no evidence before Your Honor that anyone else other than the defendant used that phone. And I'd be happy to put together over lunch a compilation of every single one of the screenshots that the defendant took on almost every FaceTime call that includes him in a small box, which would be indicative of who is using that phone, and the other individuals that he's calling as a larger picture.
Your Honor, some of the evidence is before you now, which is Mr. Williams, who was also on that plan, was also using that phone. His nickname was Sack Chaser. Right before you, you will notice that all of those messages are coming from Sack Chaser. I'm not claiming that that means that all of those messages are from him. I am saying it's proof is positive that the phone was being used by him at times, or that would never have materialized in that way. And this notion that you go to a pawnbroker, yes, maybe the day that Mr. Demons was at the pawnbroker, he gave that phone number because he knew it was one he could reach. Just like last night when I went to go buy face cream for my wife, they asked, do you have a number with us? And I gave them her number because that's the number that is associated with our Walgreens account to get credits. And when I go to Total Wine and they ask me, I give my number. And that's how that works. And so the fact that he may have identified that as a phone that he could be contacted at when he did a certain pawn transaction is not dispositive proof that he's the exclusive user of that phone. The fact that Sack Chaser's name is associated with that phone is dispositive proof that he was using that phone. And the fact that the phone was being used after Mr. Demons was incarcerated is also dispositive proof that the phone was being used by others. And the way that we can solve this is that the state can lay the foundation for each conversation they want to get in. And if they can't, it means they don't have the proof that it is him. If they can, then they do have the proof and it should be admitted. But that's all we have.
Thank you. And the phone itself, when was the extraction done?
The extraction was done February of 2019, I believe February 23rd or 28th, I don't remember exactly, it's on the analysis. The report that is generated, which is what's going to put in evidence, is generated in June of 2019. This was the phone that the defendant's manager brought to the state attorney's office and was identified during that conversation by the defendant's manager as being the defendant's phone that he was given after the defendant went into custody. There are multiple messages and things that I'm happy to show the court because that item is in evidence, and I can put together a composite over lunch to show exactly the number of times the defendant is pictured on that phone, including the various accounts that have already been introduced, such as the Snapchat account, the email accounts, of which we have the Apple records and the certification on that. For those phones, that it comes back to YNW Melly booking@gmail.com. And that email address, in terms of when that was created, all of that is also subject to the search warrant, specifically which this witness looked at, which we can talk about the creation date of the account, which predates any of the activities in this case and all of the names that are associated with it of Jamel Demons.
So you're telling me the phone was turned over to the state attorney's office or the police on about the date when Mr. Demons was arrested?
No, Mr. Demons turned himself in on February 13th of 2019. About 2 weeks later, his manager came to the state attorney's office to get a sworn statement and brought the phone with him.
That's Mr. Francois?
Mr. Francois. The passcode to access that phone was given by this defendant in a jail call that I have, like I mentioned previously, to his mother, where he's telling her how to and what code is associated with the phone. That is how the state attorney's office, with the help of law enforcement, was able to get the full extraction that we have, because this defendant, on a recorded jail call, gave the passcode to his mother.
A couple of things here. In hand. So if it's coming back to YNW Melly booking, that would suggest that it's the manager who has possession of that phone. The other thing that suggests he had possession of the phone is he had possession of the phone and he turned it over. Now, the fact that Mr. Demons knows the passcode is, again, not proof dispositive. That phone was being used by others while he was incarcerated. So other people clearly knew the password to the phone or they could not have used it. And third, I'm not sure that Mr. Francois coming in here and saying it's Mr. Demons' phone would be sufficient. I don't know that that would not be some form of hearsay, but at least that might start to approach some sort of foundation. All the foundation that's required by law to be adduced and elicited and put into the record is coming from the state attorney's mouth at that desk, and it's not in evidence. So all the things that she's saying establishes it as his phone are the very things that the case law and rules require be adduced before that jury. And so the fact that she understands that is evident from the fact that she is presenting it as the foundation for why she's trying to introduce this information. But this is not the forum to do it outside the presence of the jury. Do it in front of the jury if you have the witnesses, because otherwise it's hearsay. Her saying that Joe Blow told her that somebody else owns a phone is not legal foundation sufficient to satisfy the rules of evidence.
All right, so counsel, I'd like to see what you have and show me, we talk about how you, what evidence you're going to have introduced to authenticate it. All right. So we'll see everybody back at, let's see, 1:15. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now, I do think that his lawyer is making good arguments, but I think he's going to lose it. I don't think that was strong enough to keep that out.
Cell phone evidence, and I've just been told that they've actually wrapped up. So we will go ahead and get to your questions. YNW Melly, of course, is the South Florida rapper accused of murdering two of his friends, Anthony Williams and Chris Thomas Jr. They went by YNW Sack Chaser and YNW Juvie. We've been covering this case for a little more than a week now, and it's a pretty interesting one. YNW Melly, whose legal name is Jamel Demons, says that
Yeah, I think he made a pretty interesting argument, but I don't think that that was enough to keep that out, especially when him talking on that phone, giving somebody the password. But like I said, I think he did a good job. I think he getting his money worth for sure. Now the mask, take the mask off. Now, if y'all saying that this person out here on the website with their mask off, and the jury is distracted and unable to pay attention to the testimony, take the mask off. Why y'all got that man up there in a ski mask anyway? Out of all the things you could have done to protect his identity, a ski mask? Come on now, Florida. Get it together, because that ain't it. That ain't it.
Welcome back to Law and Crime Network here. Our main focus has been following the trial of South Florida rapper YNW Melly. While court is still on their lunch recess, we are recapping testimony of the only witness so far today, and that's undercover detective Danny Polo. When court returns,
now these are being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but I don't see what the tie into the defendant, Mr. Demons, is.
Sure, Your Honor. So in terms of all of the messages that you have before Your Honor, the messages in green are the statements of the defendant. So what I did was...
How come they start out with young Sack Chaser Howard? I thought I was advised previously that that was not Mr. Demons, that he had a different name or something along those lines.
He does, Your Honor. So that is a remnant from Celebrate. I don't know why he does that on there. That's something defense can argue, but what I can show, Your Honor, is on the phone itself, and these are approximately 300 images that I was able to put together in about 15 minutes. There are some that will only show on the computer here because it has the specific codec that is required. But in each of these images, there are 300 of them that I can go through that show the defendant on FaceTime calls with his mother, with his grandmother, and I can go through them individually and show that they are on and from the device itself. So the report that's up on the screen now, Your Honor, will show that sometimes images are sent to the defendant. For example, this picture here, which is the photograph of the defendant and his mother. That was an attachment that was sent to that particular phone. Now, that to be contrasted with for example, this image here, which is showing a file path of the actual phone itself. This is DCIM 100 Apple. This is being taken on an Apple iPhone XS Max, which is the phone that the defendant was using, that is attached to that 772-713-9807. So in total, Your Honor, this is just 300 of about, there's 10,000 images on the phone in total, and this isn't even talking about any of the videos, of which there are many videos on there that also show the defendant on that. You have photos of the defendant, for example, I'm trying to for the screenshots where he is taking, there are selfies, there are images that are taken from various phone conversations in which he is doing a FaceTime. For example, this one right here, if it ends in .png, Your Honor, that is indicative, and maybe testify to that is a screenshot. When an iPhone takes a screenshot or a capture of whatever is on the screen, then that's going to be a .png format. So that's what we have here. In this one, you have a photo of the defendant in the small top of the screen, showing that he is the person making the phone call, and then the person he's speaking to on the video chat, his little brother, is there in the larger one. So here's another example of that, and this also shows that the defendant made FaceTime video calls as his regular course of conduct, which goes to show and explain why, for example, there's not a data call, there's data used, but not a cell phone or a CDR. Here's yet another one of the defendant, and this is also consistent with being on the T-Mobile LTE network, which are the records that the records custodian testified to when are in evidence. So that is just one example And I have the full printout of what I just showed, of the 59 pages with all the thumbnails of every image as well, to show for Donna on that. There's more counsel. Yes.
Well, maybe should we take the arguments piecemeal or?
I'm sorry. What is, this is a different.
Those are the 300 photos that I provided to Your Honor.
These.
Yes, that is now showing the path of the directory location of where each and every one of those photos was found, whether it was came to the device as something that was sent to the device as an attachment on a message, or whether it was actually created by one of the devices themselves.
And how about at or about the time of the murder in question?
There are images that predate that, including, and then there are text messages and conversations that are done at or about the time of the murder, including conversations with the defendant's mother. So for example, I'll show Your Honor now what has been extracted from that same cell phone. And this is also information that predates the murder. So there's no reason or motive to lie or anything at that point, because at this point the victims are still alive. And so we also then have the defendant's conversations before and after, which show the same pattern of speech, the same way he is communicating on these, which show that he is the individual that had care, custody, and control of that phone at the time. So I'm going to start, and I appreciate their help on this one. And this is from a phone number that is identified as.
Your Honor, before we continue, I would respectfully suggest that we take my retort to their argument piecemeal so that we don't lose the significance of each.
She's going to, counsel's going to proceed with her argument and her thing. You'll get a chance to speak.
So we have, this is prior to the homicide. This is going to be August 30th of 2018. The phone number 772-501-6942 that's said to a crazy lady. Again, we'll get into why it's a B shortly with the next witness. In this case, this is the defendant's mother. This is Jamie King. Because if you go to state 63 on the subscriber records, that is the other phone number that is subscribed to Miss Jamie King at that time. Additionally, defense counsel provided Jamie King's records to the state to show that that is her phone number and represented it as such. So this is discussions and where he is calling her mom about and talking about the argument and the fight between the defendant, Sack, Chaser, and as he referred to it, this bottom message, where she is talking to Mr. Demons about that person, showing that it is not Sack that is on the other end of this line or this particular phone call. Moving on, and then we also have where a discussion, this is still August 30th, and talking about how, I don't know what all going on. He's talking, making a live video talking about your mother. It's going to make people hate you. That's why I have never and would never do that. I love you. And that's your best friend. This is not for social media. And
Sorry,
then,
hold on a second.
Sure.
Can you repeat that, please?
Of course. Sure. So if you go through this whole conversation here, starting with, how is his sister going on social media talking about punching me in face, my fault, from the individual that's been identified as Jamie King by the phone records, by the subscriber records that are in evidence already. Then going on to reply is, you started it by texting his mama. It's going to be problems and not even knowing what you're talking about. You a grown-ass lady doing childish shit. Ain't nobody tell you to text her. She minding her business, going to work, you effing with her. The response then, she could have called me or texted me back, not have you or daughter all on social media talking about fighting me like I cussed at her. I didn't even say one cuss word when I texted her. I said nothing disrespectful and you know it. I wish you took up for me like that when Aunt cussed me out and tried to fight me. Again, this is talking about Anthony Williams on that. So like I said before, the next message on August 30th, I don't know what's all going on. He's talking about making a live video, talking about your mother. It's going to make people hate you. That's why I have never and would never do that, because I love you and that's your best friend. This is not for social media. So continuing on, next page. In this particular page, this is again referring to these social media conversations on that with regards to Anthony Williams and the defendant's mother. So for here, no, I'm not your actions I take up for you. I have people telling me your son doesn't care about me. That Jamel Demon's mother is Jamie King. Here she is identifying that she is speaking to her son in that. So then I want to go then to after the time of a homicide, in which Jamie King is sending a text message to her son, send me your location. I'm in Stewart. I love you so much. He then sends a return the location showing at or about the time of the crime as to who was using and doing that. Okay, love you again from Jamie King. I'm at your gate. I'm going to get the trash. The next response is bring Mariah, which you honored already heard testimony that Felicia Holmes, her daughter, Mariah Hamilton, was in a dating relationship with this defendant, and that at this time, and that there was conversations, and that she has identified Mariah as Mariah Hamilton. Then there is okay. It continues. He then asks his mother to buy him a Glock ASAP, and telling her, like, go now. So she then responds, okay, what's wrong? She says, I got your 45. Then his response, I just don't want no illegal gun. Well, that's not illegal. Continuing on, but I'd rather have a Glock 40 or a 19. She says, okay. His response is, I'll pay you when you get down here. She then says, okay. Then,
Your Honor, I object to this. Is she going to read the entire phone? This does not go to the heart of our objection. This is being done for the cameras.
Counsel, I asked her to put on a prompt of what she anticipated. This is what she's telling me and how it's relevant. Go ahead.
continuing on, there's then discussions about other witnesses. I'm waiting on track to cash at me the $1,000. And then she asks, is someone threatening you? To which he replies, no, ma. This is his mother that he's talking to. And he's saying, I'm not scared, just listen. This is clear proof and evidence that this is Jamel Dimmon's phone because he is speaking with his mother on that one. So on the last one that shows November 3rd, 2018, love you too, ma, and yes, son, on that, where she is identifying that is the phone that is being used by her son, and that is on the subscriber records. However, that's not the only thing. In addition, the defendant also, in other conversations at or about the time of the homicide, sends a photo of his driver's license to someone to be able to authenticate and show specific items in terms of going through and setting up a rental. And even has so much as puts the address of 805 Northeast 4th Avenue.
What's the date of that, Counsel?
That one is September 28th of 2018. That shows that the defendant has previously been to the studio and knows that. Also talks, and this is a conversation with Adrian Davis, in which he is using this phone, sending in pictures of his driver's license on his phone. And some of the other pictures and items that Your Honor has in front of you, there's pictures of credit cards, front and back, with the defendant's name on them. There are multiple things that show that this phone was being used by the defendant, Jamel Dimmons. There is no evidence before Your Honor that it was being used at the time of the crime by anyone else. In addition, the defendant is seen on camera in possession of a phone as he is leaving the studio on October 26th of 2018. At that point, there's a phone in his hand. That phone then tracks, and you can follow on all of the call detail records and all of the mapping that was done put in yesterday to show that this phone goes from the studio and is consistent with the phone of Anthony Williams, which is the other phone that's on there on T-Mobile, and all the way up to the scene of the crime. Then it continues until, at which point the phone separates, and Anthony Williams' phone and Christopher Thomas's phone goes to the hospital, and that is what is consistent with that, and they are recovered at that location.
Counsel, I don't understand this Celebrite, why that would put a different name on the text message.
So in terms of that, if there is any time that anybody else has used the phone, and for whatever purpose on that, if they have logged in on a other social media account, that could put that name on there. However, it is who was using the phone at the time that is important. And so this, and all of the information, everything on these, show that it was the defendant. And by the defense suggesting it was not, that makes even more items relevant to show. For example, defense counsel brought up and showed images of a very intimate nature that were shown of the defendant. The contention that someone would allow photos of his penis to be accessed and sent out by friends and other people is absolutely ridiculous. So just the conversations that you have read as well include pictures of the defendant, and those are in there with other people in which he's acknowledging interaction with them and the contents of the photos. Those individuals are the ones who are identified as the gang members that he is associated with.
Thank you. Anything else?
Defense. Yes, sir. Thank you. What we have said, which is the gravamen of our objection, is that this phone was used by others as well. First question the court put to the state was, how come it says Sack Chaser Howard? I was told that was the nickname of one of the decedents. The state's answer is, I don't know. And that answer is not good enough. The court circled back to that question and asked, and the state just said, I don't know, if you, on Celebrite, it might capture it like that with T-Mobile, and it could capture it like that if anybody else ever uses a phone, ever. That, first of all, she's not an expert. We have not heard testimony to that effect. And if she's offering testimony as to how a phone can get identified by a certain moniker that is not the defendant's, and her answer is, I think that that's how it might be if somebody used it ever, would run in direct contravention of this notion that he used the phone exclusively. So the state is conceding, right? It's very contentious that somebody else used that phone. They're just saying, I don't know when, and I don't know how the name got there. If what the state says is true, that if somebody uses it once, it will thereafter identify the phone in that person's name forever, we would need an expert to say that, not Ms. Bradley, somebody who actually has knowledge about it. It would also be curious that if several other social media accounts and what have you are being accessed by Mr. Demons, how come the multitude of times that he has accessed these accounts did not cause the phone to affix his name to that phone? Again, our contention is not that the phone was never used by Mr. Demons, it's that it was not exclusively used by Mr. Demons. So the state wants to show that Mr. Demons used it, and they put up a screenshot of a FaceTime call showing Mr. Demons up in the top corner. That particular call, the state, by that photo, has established the foundation for that photo. The state then makes mention of Jamie King and saying that the phone number that is being communicated with in a certain message is the other phone number that was on that account. The state conceded before the break that there were several phone numbers on that account. So it's not just one, there were several. However, if for some reason this court were to find some self-authentication by reference to a person as mom, maybe that phone authentication for that particular, and I think actually the state conceded it, not on purpose, but when discussing a message, she said that's proof that that particular message or phone call was between Mr. Demons and his mother. That is how evidence works. Now, because she has proved that there are certain photos, and if the court knows, I mean, I have photos on my phone. Everybody here, I'm sure, has photos on their phone. It's not all of them. And some of the photos that were displayed for the court are clearly not selfies. So somebody else took the picture. Did somebody else take the picture because he was a celebrity? Did somebody else take the picture because he was a friend? Did somebody else take the picture because it was one of the people that he associates with, that he's friends with, that takes a picture of him because they're hanging out? That does not establish that it's his phone. That doesn't even begin to establish. As a matter of fact, it puts the phone in somebody else's hand at the very moment that picture is being taken. So the question becomes, what is admissible? The state, if what is clear, is that for all the gang stuff that the state is now trying to seek to admit, all of this identifying information that she can point to for all these other conversations, she cannot point to for the ones that she's trying to put in that this hearing is about. So she's asking the court to extrapolate. I can prove that he had his phone in his possession sometimes, maybe a lot. I can't explain why it has somebody else's name on it. Could be any reason. And I'm going to offer my expert opinion as to why it has Sack Chaser Howard on there that I can't back up by any expert I've ever spoken to. And previously, I just told you, I don't know how it got there. Conceding that it's not in his name, that it's clearly been used by others, which she said is why Sack Chaser Howard is there, but she figures, I guess it got Sack Chaser Howard there the single time that somebody else used it. and every other time it was Mr. Demons, that's not logical. It doesn't make sense. And even if it did, the state does not have the evidence to establish that. The conversations that are at issue here are all these gang conversations that the state seeks to put in. If I'm not saying that they can't authenticate and lay a proper foundation for any of those exchanges, if they can, they should do so in accordance with the rules of evidence. But they can't say, ignore the rules of evidence as to everything I want to put in because I'm going to show that he spoke to his mother on this phone and spoke to his girlfriend on this phone and spoke to his younger brother on the phone at some other time. That's why each conversation is independent. Each exchange is independent because each exchange is an item of evidence that requires a foundation for its admissibility. So what we're doing is inviting error when we say, okay, we can prove some things. We can't prove the stuff that we're trying to admit, but we want you to extrapolate and infer that since this phone was in Mr. Demons' hand at some point, at a lot of points, then we get to put in everything and call it his conversations. And the state said Mr. Demons was seen leaving the studio with a phone in his hand, and that phone was tracked. How do we know that that's the phone that was tracked? How do we know that that was the phone in his hand? We do not. That is an inference they're making. It's an argument they're making, and they're entitled to make an argument if they can lay the foundation for the evidence upon which such an argument would rest. But just saying it doesn't make it so. There's nothing that identifies the phone that's seen in his hand as he walks out of that studio as the one they tracked anywhere. And Your Honor, the problem with doing this wholesale, if this witness is going to testify to a particular exchange, lay the foundation for that exchange like every other trial that we have ever been in, instead of saying we can just obviate the need for that because the foundation is going to be laid outside the presence of the jury by hearsay from the prosecutor without a witness. And so the actual particular conversations at issue here are the gang conversations, or the purported gang conversations that the state wishes to admit through this witness. If this witness can establish them, or if the state can bring another witness in here to establish each one of those conversations as being out of the mouth of Mr. Demons or out of his fingers in a text, then they're admissible. Otherwise, they are not. And they're hearsay.
So in addition, Your Honor, I'd point out that the cell phone records that have been introduced from T-Mobile include the IMEI phone number and the MSDN, which is the identifying phone number for that phone. All of that information, again, correlates with the other information that's already been put in there showing that this phone was, in fact, Mr. Demons, including, not limited to, what this has also been provided for all of the Apple records, which showed that the defendant on October 29th of 2018 then took and bought the phone with which has been introduced into evidence, the extraction of that, and brought over all the data from the prior phone he was using on the night of the incident, which is the one that was tracked. And that is able to be seen through all of the data, and that is clear from the records from T-Mobile as well as from Apple. And those are items that are admissible as business records and are not hearsay, as we previously discussed. And that's what I have up on the screen now, so you can see the fact that the iPhone, and specifically, when I scroll over, goes back to Jamel Demons, YNW Melly booking at gmail.com, and goes forward and gives an address in Vero Beach, Florida, which is consistent with what is on his numerous driver's license transcripts, which have been put into evidence. And there it goes through and shows all of the phone numbers and everything else for the defendant.
You know, let me just add this briefly. There is evidence that Mr. Demons lived in the same house as several other people. Identifying an address means nothing. The state, I think, mentioned that in its opening. Several people lived in that house. An address means nothing. Secondly, if I want to set a motion on this court's calendar and they show that I called chambers, it doesn't mean I spoke to the judge. I spoke to your courtroom deputy, maybe, or secretary. Artists get bookings by their manager, the person from whom this phone was obtained. Saying that it says YNW Melly booking is proof, or at least a suggestion, that it was used by somebody who books on behalf of the artist. Artists don't get on the phone and make these arrangements themselves. That's why they have managers. If there was a transcript of a proceeding that took place in this courtroom 7 months ago, and it didn't say who was speaking, coming in here and saying that here's a transcript that shows Mr. Howard was speaking on June the 21st, so therefore he must have been the person speaking several months ago, would be preposterous. This example is tantamount to that. And so the thing is, Again, I am not contending that there are no exchanges that can come in. I am saying with the gatekeeping function of this court, it is incumbent upon the court and the state to make sure that the foundation is laid for each exchange that is being adduced. We cannot, none of this, I just mentioned, they have none of the exchanges that they're seeking to put in, they can count in. Why don't they start with those? They're telling you about stuff that happened months before, months after, not the ones that they're trying to put in. Those are the ones that need to be authenticated, and each conversation needs authentication because it identifies the speaker. And therefore, when the speaker is a defendant, it circumvents any hearsay objection because it is non-hearsay by definition because it's a statement of the defendant. And also in terms of establishing the foundation so that the jury knows that when you show me this and tell me and get up there in closing and say, he said this, we know he said it. And it can't be because we have a FaceTime of him and his little brother months before. Each individual conversation needs to be, the foundation needs to be laid for each individual conversation. It cannot be dumped in wholesale. And if they can establish the foundation, it comes in. If they can't, it stays out. But if we just sidestep the whole procedure by saying we're going to let it in because we're saying this is his phone when we have several indications that the phone was being used by others before, after, and during the entire period at issue in this case.
A couple things, Councilman. Number one is I don't have any evidence before me that the phone is being used by other people at any time. I haven't heard that evidence at all. What I do know is that what the state's indicating to me and what she's just proffered are pictures on the cell phone which appear to be the defendant, as well as conversations which appear to be between the defendant and his mother, which is extrinsic evidence of circumstances surrounding the use of the phone and the pictures on it. And it seems to me that that's sufficient to show what the state is claiming, that this is his phone. I don't understand, and I still don't understand how young Chaser Howard is on that. And if you can, I don't have an adequate explanation, but some of the texts that are between the two phones, the 9807 and his mother's phone, is clear to me that is a discussion between he and his mother and that he's using the phone. Also, the state provided a certificate 6 weeks or so beforehand from the pawn shop that showed that Mr. Dennis was using the phone, identified this as his phone. I have that, as well as the subscriber information that showed that the mother is listed on the account, and there's multiple phones on the account. In any event, we're going to proceed and see where it goes, but it seems to me that there is extrinsic evidence, circumstantial evidence that this is Mr. Dennis' phone. What about the juror? I want to bring the juror in. I want to talk to her just to find out as to whether or not she's okay to proceed, and just find out a little bit about that. All right, so we're going to do that now. Can I have those 2 messages?
While we bring her out, can I just say this? Yesterday I presented, and for some reason the internet access is not loading up. It will shortly, I'm sure. I presented the court with evidence that that phone was being used while Mr. Demons was in custody. So the court said there's no evidence that it was being used by others. That's evidence. The fact that it has stacked Chaser Howard.
How are you?
I understand it, but you said you didn't. I'm just letting you know that I did present you with that exact information that you say does not.
Bring the jury.
Yeah, I wasn't too happy with that. So if Sack Chaser, the name was presented as evidence that the phone belonged to somebody else.
I had 2 messages during the last witness's testimony, and the first one said, I don't feel comfortable. Why does he get to see us but we can't see him? That's your message to me? Yes. And the second was, I need a moment. I can't listen properly. When I was a child, I've seen someone get robbed and am having an anxiety attack. Yes. And I guess my concern is, are you able to sit as a juror, or you think this is too much for you? I'm trying to figure out, and that's why we took a little extended lunch break to figure out whether you feel comfortable and you're up to it.
Yes, I feel comfortable, but I just don't think it was appropriate for someone to be masked up like that. And plus, you guys didn't even tell us. Like, you don't know what people have been through, so it just it's shocking, like a shock. So, yeah. But I do feel like I can handle it. But that just was inappropriate.
I'm sorry?
I said I don't believe that was appropriate.
All right. Well, some things I make certain decisions about things, and then we go forward with it. I instruct jurors. And are you think you'd be able to follow those instructions and you pay attention to the evidence, or do you think that you're concerned about the masking that is going to affect your ability to follow the instructions and follow the evidence?
Yes, I can listen to all the evidence now that I know he's gonna have on mask. I can listen.
And the anxiety issue, we're past that. You're okay?
Yeah, I took my medication.
Thank you. Does the reflect your step out? Council remain all the defendant. Council, she indicated she's still curious as to why the witness is wearing a mask. So she's able to follow the instructions, and she's able to listen to the evidence, and she feels comfortable going forward. Anything you want to?
Yes, sir. We believe we again move for the court to employ the procedure, clearing the courtroom and allowing this witness to testify in a manner that will allow the jury to assess his credibility as it would any other witness. We also believe that in lieu of that the instruction that we offered, which answers her curiosity, should be given. The court indicated that it declined to give the defense instruction because of the component of the proposed instruction that referenced the court balancing and prioritizing the media's right to be here over the defendant's right to confrontation. We do think that is an appropriate part of the instruction, but short of that, the rest of the instruction, which excises that portion, we believe to be called for, especially in light of this witness's persistent curiosity. We answer all their other questions, and this is a pertinent, because this is one that goes to the heart of why she is being denied the opportunity to make the observations pertinent to his credibility.
Thank you. What's the state?
But I think we can come up to an agreement. I think we just need to more closely track the instruction and going off memory that it's 3.9, so I'm pulling that up now as to exactly what witnesses are supposed to be judged on. And I think the problem is the way defense has it is you observe their demeanor and facial expressions, and the actual text of the jury instruction doesn't say that. The actual text of the jury instruction reads as follows. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. There's nothing about demeanor or facial expressions in any way, shape, or form in that jury instruction. So I think if it read that the court has ruled the next witness to be permitted to testify with his face concealed with the exception of his eyes, the court has made this ruling because this witness has expressed that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case. Your jury instructions advise you to, and then to edit it to comply with the standard, to consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. One moment to further on it. So Ms. Smith had a good point that it would not be appropriate for your honor to explain the logic behind your ruling or to say that it's because of this, but if you wanted to instruct them that the witness has said that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case, that would be fine.
Thank you. So my thought is, as far as the instruction was prepared by defense counsel, the first page reads, the court has ruled that the next witness, I'm just going to say Mr. Detective Polo, Danny Polo, will be permitted to testify with his face concealed with the exception of his eyes. The court has made this ruling because this witness has expressed that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case. And we're going to leave it there, and I'll tell them that further instruction on how you judge credibility of witnesses will be given at a later time. All right, so let's bring the jury in. Let's get the witness back up.
The witness is in the DSO office down the hall, so I'm going to go grab them today or anywhere. Can you approach to grab anything, sorry?
having a hearing, having them come bring their lawyers down here and everything else as a whole. It's a major move.
Understood, Your Honor. We believe the stakes of the matter are high.
Jury entry. Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the appearance of the defendant, the counsel, the assistant state attorneys, and one of our juries. Can you get the witness? So, ladies and gentlemen, in your absence, I was asked again to instruct you regarding the witness Danny Toll and the fact that he is wearing a mask. I have ruled that Danny Toll would be permitted to testify with his face concealed, with the exception of his eyes. The court has made this ruling and this decision because the witness has expressed that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case. The court's going to instruct you at a later time as to how you judge credibility of witnesses, but that is why he was permitted to proceed with his case except for his eyes. All right, can we get back to Mr. Tulloch, please?
One of the things I've already.
You previously placed on the road to remain on the road. Is that Nicole, you understand?
Yes.
Thank you. Counsel, you may proceed.
Yes, sir. This is ended. I was offering if they want to go about the witness in the area of his expertise.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing, sir?
You see my face before?
Yes, sir.
It was on February 17, 2022. Recall?
Objection, Your Honor. It's my non-responsive.
Sustain.
What was the objection?
I sustain the objection. Next question.
Did I take your debt?
Yes, sir.
What date did I take your debt?
I don't remember the exact date, sir. Here.
If I show you a copy of the transcript, would it refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You have all four? Mr. Holmes?
I'm referring to this.
Okay, what's on this side? So I should come in. If that would be something to show me.
The date I meant February 17, 2022.
I don't have a copy.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And on that date, you were asked, I'm not sure if I did the question, whether or not you had ever been declared an expert in any proceeding.
Correct.
And had you?
At that time, I don't believe so.
Okay, so your expertise, or at least there's no court that has had acknowledged your expertise up until February 17 of 2022.
That I can recall.
Are you contending that you were an expert before that?
Has the court declared me an expert, sir?
Well, we know you didn't. You said no.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you clarify the question?
Okay, let's try that. I think we can. You were asked about your training and education just now by Ms. Bradley.
Yes, sir.
And you said 500 hours of specialized training.
Yes.
In the area of gangs, organized crime, and money laundering. It's all the same.
It interconnects when you're working in game case.
Okay. Of that 500 hours, how much was money laundering?
I'd have to go through all my certificates and subtract a couple hours from there. The bulk of it is gang investigations and organized crime investigations, which are one and the same, basically.
Okay. So you're not saying that money laundering is one and the same as gang training? You're
No,
saying
sir.
it's not?
I'm not saying this.
Okay, but that's included in your 500 hours, right?
Yeah, a couple hours out of that are money laundering, specific money laundering, maybe. If you want me to guess.
I don't want you to guess anything.
Okay.
Okay. But you can't tell us, as you said.
I can give you an estimate.
And can you tell us how much of your training is actually gang related?
The majority of the bulk of it.
How much? Time.
The exact hours? Over 400 hours.
Over 400?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So 400 was gambling. And you have certifications that indicate that?
Yes.
Did you bring them with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were telling us that you also have a certification from an association of some sort. What's the name of that association?
The Florida Gang Investigators Association.
Is that a law enforcement exclusive organization?
Do you mean, do people other than law enforcement go to those trainings?
No, I mean, can someone other than a law enforcement officer get certified as a Florida gang by the Florida Gang Investigation Association?
Yes, sir.
You know that happened?
Yeah, prosecutors, other attorneys that go to conferences, victim advocates, they all go to these trainings.
I'm asking if they can get certified.
Yes, sir.
And you're saying prosecutors can?
Yes.
And police officers can?
Yes.
You're saying defense attorneys can?
I don't see why not. I'm not sure if they would bar a defense attorney from going to the training. I haven't seen that in the website.
Okay, but you can't tell us that?
No, I can't, sir.
And when you said other attorneys, then you mean civil attorneys?
Yeah, attorneys like the attorneys that represent the victims in certain crimes. I'm not sure what they fall under.
Okay, and you're representing that civil attorneys that represent victims in crimes can get certified by the Florida Gang Investigation Association?
They can take the trainings, yes, sir. And then the trainings result in getting your certificates.
Okay. And how many hours do you need of training to get certified by the Florida Gang Investigation Association?
The exact hours, I'm not sure, sir. They put on basic courses and they put on intermediate courses and they put on advanced courses. You take them, get certificates for those, and then we put specialized courses on specific gangs. You do all those as well. So exactly the amount of hours I don't know exactly the amount of hours, sir.
How many hours did you go train or get instructed with the Florida Gang Investigation Association before you got certified?
Close to 100 hours, maybe more. It's an estimate.
Okay. So it could be less than 100, you're saying?
It's around 100.
Okay. And the other, you said there was a certification that you have from some academy of some sort?
It's called the National Gang Academy. It's an 8-week-long gang specialist course that's put on by a company called the National Gang Academy, a training company.
And the National Gang Academy Training Company?
It's called the National Gang Academy. It's a training company. They provide training.
Okay, and the National Gang Academy Training Company, who are the people who give instructions? What is their responsibility?
The person that runs the academy, I'd have to look at his bio. I don't remember exactly what his experience was, but usually the people that run these organizations have 20, 30 plus years teaching in gangs. I know the Florida Gang Investigators Association, their president is one of the lead gang detectives in the state of Florida.
Okay, but I was asking about the academy. You don't know the credentials of the people who give instructions and credential you?
I don't recall, sir. I don't recall the exact credentials of this person.
Okay. And were they gang members?
No.
Okay. So it was some other people who profess to have expertise then conferring certification upon you?
They're putting you through a course. You have to pass tests. You have to, it's not just multiple choice tests. There's written exams. There's videos. There's interactive portions of the class where you have to call the instructor and discuss what you've been doing in your game training. So it's an 8-week interactive course.
Okay, eight weeks you said?
8 weeks, sir.
Okay. And you said that some of the knowledge that you gleaned in order to deem yourself an expert is from gang members that were in custody trying to work off their time?
Some of the interviews are gang members in custody. Some are gang members not in custody.
Okay, let's start with the gang members that are in custody trying to work off their time.
Not all of them are trying to work off their time.
Okay. Well, the gang members that are in custody?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Some of them are trying to work off their time? So, okay, let's start with that. Have you ever experienced a situation where you're talking with a gang member or any defendant that's trying to work off his or her time and they're being deceptive with you in order to achieve some ulterior motive, like taking off their time?
If they're being deceptive, I don't want to talk to them.
Well, I know you don't want to, but you judge whether they're being deceptive or not based upon stuff like their facial expression.
When I interview people, I will give them baseline questions that I already have the answers to, things that I might already know about them, intimate details about their lives or people they associate with, other gang members, things about their specific gang. And if they're being deceptive in those questions that I already have the answers to, then my interview is basically over. Or I call them out on the fact that they're lying to me and then see if they want to change to being honest. And then at that point, maybe we can reestablish a connection. But if they're lying right from the get-go, if I ask them a question about their affiliation or about someone they associate with who's a gang member and they're lying, I usually don't want to keep talking to them because it doesn't benefit me to be working with someone that's going to lie to me.
I understand. But essentially what you're saying is your assessment of their credibility governs whether or not you pursue the interview, right?
Yeah, if I find that they are not lying to me, then I continue my interview, and then I continue to assess whether they're lying or not.
And if they're lying to you and you think they're not, you're not saying that your assessment of somebody's credibility is bulletproof. You're not saying that.
No.
Okay. Now, the ones who are reformed gang members, are they themselves in danger when they just give out knowledge willy-nilly about their past lives?
I mean, based on the rules and bylaws and stuff like that they have written down on some of these major national gangs, you would think that it would be frowned upon. But like I stated, everyone wants to put everything on social media right now, and these founders of these organizations are giving all these intimate details about stuff they've already been convicted of, they've done time for, because they're probably trying to get views on YouTube, views on Instagram, they're trying to make money, and it's an incentive for them to tell true stories. So they're being interviewed by others in the same gang world, because it's usually, most of these interviews are, they'll put a couple guys that kind of came up at the same time that were founders of the organizations, co-founders, and they'll go back and forth.
Will you agree? I'm sorry, you're done?
Sure, sir.
Will you agree with me it's an incentive? Getting clicks on YouTube and making money that way is an incentive for them to tell stories. It's not necessarily an incentive for them to tell the truth. Because nobody will. Okay. And some of your expertise you gained from watching YouTube videos?
No, sir. That just gives me a little insight into their world and to the gang mentality. It's rare when someone, a typical person doesn't brag about committing violence upon someone else on YouTube and how they had to crack someone's head open or shed blood so they can make it in this game, right? That's not typical of a person who wants to admit it's incriminating against themselves. And why would anyone do that?
I understand. My question to you was, some of the body of knowledge that you obtain in order to hone and advance your expertise is from YouTube. Is that true or is it not?
Some of the knowledge came from interviews, yeah. Interviews that I watched with people that I found to be telling true stories because it's been corroborated based off written documents.
So that's a yes.
Sure.
Okay. And you were asked about your hands-on investigations, and I think your answer was suspects or special investigations. You remember that?
Correct.
And you said over 30 suspects you have engaged in investigations since 2022. You never gave us a number of your involvement in special investigations themselves. What's that?
The number 30 was reference to just, I believe, the amount of blood gang members we've investigated this past year. The reason I separate investigations from suspects is because a lot of these investigations, if it's an investigation into a criminal organization, that's one investigation might involve 20 subjects. So it would be misleading for me to say I only did one investigation when it was really 20 separate investigations that are all linked together into one organization, charged as an organization.
Understood. Now, my question to you, however, was how many special investigations have you engaged in yourself?
Give me a second to think about it.
Please.
Thank you, sir.
Oh no, he got to count. He got to pull out a pad and a pencil to count.
This is probably an accurate representation. It might be missing one or two. Couple.
What are you looking at?
Uh, 18 gangs and about 30 different investigations.
So there, you 13 or 30?
30.
30.
Yes, sir.
So when you gave us a number of 30 suspects.
That was blood investigations.
Okay, that was blood only.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
In the last year.
So this Florida Gang Investigation Association, can anybody get certification if they don't attend the criminal justice only part of the training?
I don't work for FGIA, sir, so I don't know what their rules are for that. I know I'm allowed to take the classes. I know I've seen prosecutors send those classes with me. They've had prosecutors come to the trainings with me. So I can't answer on behalf of FGIA.
Okay.
I apologize.
Okay. So you were thinking that non-law enforcement can get certified, but the only people that you've seen in there with you are prosecutors and other law enforcement.
Yeah, they're not law enforcement. You mean cops or just people involved in the legal system?
People involved on your side of the legal system.
Okay, that's
Overruled.
Yeah, that's different than law enforcement.
Okay. So when you were saying it wasn't only law enforcement and you're talking about attorneys who represent people, victims of crimes.
No, we've had victim advocates at the trainings before.
At the trainings giving instruction?
No, taking courses.
Okay. So it's not limited to certified law enforcement or retired law enforcement or probation, parole, corrections, juvenile justice, intelligence personnel, prosecuting attorneys, judges, and crime analysts, and intelligence analysts, evidence technicians for a law enforcement agency, or any other person deemed appropriate for membership.
Okay, you're reading that from their website. That's perfect. I mean, like I said, I don't work for FGIA, so I don't know where their cutoff is. Okay. And I don't have access to the website at the moment.
So in fact, it may be just a law enforcement only organization for certification purposes.
I can't answer that question. I don't know. I believe I've met people there taking courses that are not law enforcement. So I'm speaking from personal experience. I'm not saying whether they're allowed to or not. I just know that they've been there.
Okay. And you were saying some of the, do you work undercover?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you were saying some of the undercover members, undercover law enforcement officers who are members of gangs.
In an undercover capacity.
Yeah. In an undercover, are you?
I'm not, sir.
You did. So you would agree that those undercover officers who went that step would probably know more about the intimacies than you would.
I was a case agent on that.
Okay. And
case agent being the person that leads the investigation and tells the undercover what to do and what evidence I need to gather, what evidence is beneficial to prove the game, and I collect all the evidence, meaning knowledge, instructions from other gang members. So I direct the investigation, they're the undercovers.
Okay.
So when I'm the undercover, someone tells me what to do because it's their investigation.
Okay, but in an undercover capacity, you never went to the step of getting inside a gang so you could be in the room where intimate gang activity was actually being discussed among gang members only.
It's recorded. I'm in the room.
Okay, so you're just in the room with them, but you are not a gang member, so they wouldn't be discussing stuff that only gang members discuss if you're not one.
So what I'm trying to explain is that undercover operations are recorded audio video. So the fact that I wasn't present doesn't mean I didn't see it.
Okay. So the gang Bibles that you spoke of, are those the same gang Bibles that you can download on the internet?
There's some incomplete ones on the internet. I haven't really found any great ones on the internet. But there are some that have been leaked. Some of the information is pretty accurate. Some of them are outdated. It's not the most recent ones. In this case, there was an updated one that was revamped in 2016 from the original 1996 version.
And you were saying to us, I think, that the rules of a gang in one location or locality don't necessarily translate into being the rules of a gang in another part of the country or part of the state, right?
Yeah, so basically, like any organization, the farther you get down in the structure of that organization, things are lost in translation. So the head of the snake can only control the tail so much.
So you're saying that the only reason that there are different rules in different parts of the country of a gang is because they're lost in communication, or do different localities have different rules? Okay. And you're saying that part of the information that you gather is by just walking up to somebody that you see and see if they'll talk to you and tell you all their intimate gang stuff?
I've done that before, yes.
And even when they don't speak to you, you said you look at the way they dress and the way they stand?
Sometimes.
What about the way they stand?
So specific to, let's say, the Bloods, they align, some of their symbology is specific to the right side. So they might stand and cross their arms a certain way, put the right arm over the left arm, or they might wear their hat to the right. They might put a bandana on the right, or put a different color bandana on the left to show disrespect. So those are little nuances that if you know you're talking to someone who is a member of that gang, it could mean something.
Okay.
If I just meet you and you happen to be wearing a red bandana in your right pocket, I know you're not a member of the Blood, sir. So I would not think this guy's a Blood.
I understand that.
You know what I'm saying?
But what I'm saying is, how are you learning? You might be learning whether the person you're speaking to fits the criteria of the gangs that you already have formed. You're not advancing your knowledge about gangs by looking at them and saying and identifying things that you already think apply, right? You understand the distinction I'm making?
No, please rephrase that.
Okay.
Interesting.
And by the way, before I get to that question, you're saying that for example, Bloods are favor their right, so they might cross their arm right over left, right? When you say might, are you saying that sometimes they cross it left over right?
Yeah. Okay. I'm just saying.
So that's not really a rule, right?
Nothing's written in stone, sir. Okay. So that means Bloods typically wear red. Right? That's one of their primary colors. They also wear green, which is on the East Coast a blood color. And new recruits within the Bloods are told to wear brown or tan with a white T-shirt. So there's different things. You can't just stick to one aspect and be like, oh man, that guy didn't cross out that B that one time because you're supposed to cross out your B's.
I understand.
Or your C's, sorry. So just because you didn't do it one time doesn't eliminate what you are.
I understand. I'm just trying to get your testimony straight.
Sure.
You were saying sometimes they might wear their hat to the right.
Correct.
Meaning sometimes they might wear it to the left, and sometimes they might wear it straight, sometimes they might wear it in the back, right?
Yes.
So that's another rule, that sometimes they do.
These aren't rules. These are a rule, something that has to be followed. These are just things that they're known to do.
Okay.
Like wearing the color red. They don't always wear the color red. If they did, it'd be very easy to just find all your Bloods, or at least start looking for them.
And all of the 6 times that you testified as an expert were they in 2022 and 2023, or just in 2023?
I testified in federal court a couple months ago on the Zone Mafia family case as an expert. I testified last year sometime, I forgot when, on a 9-Trade Gangster Bloods case, attempt homicide case. And I testified in a couple of sentencing hearings between that time and now.
Okay. So whatever the case, would it be fair to say your expertise is just kind of in its embryonic stage, since you weren't certified as an expert as of February of last year? Do you agree with that?
I think my knowledge of the topic has grown over time. Obviously, that's why I do recurring training. But
And you said that you have attended every conference since 2016, right?
Yes, sir.
And your first conference, what conference was that in 2016?
The Florida Gang Investigators Association.
And how many times? I'm sorry.
The conference.
Okay. And you said every conference since then? You did? Biannual, annual, every month, annual?
Annual, and then they host additional trainings throughout the year. We wouldn't call them conferences. They don't call them conferences. They're just trainings, 2-day trainings, 3-day trainings on specific things, like outlaw motorcycle gangs, I believe was the last one I took. I think a 2-day training.
And you got your certification in 2016 then?
I have to look at my certificate. I think it took 2 years before I got the advanced certificate.
Okay. All right, one last thing. You said that you have taught like at, I'm not sure I got that right, but looks like at-risk youth kind of seminars to just say no kind of thing.
I've spoken to the youth both while I was working on the road before I was in the Strategic Investigations Division, trying to help the youth not join gangs or leave the gangs that they're already in, trying to give them an opportunity. That's something that I do on my off time as well, not for the sheriff's office. I volunteer, and I've taught at a victim advocacy conference for the Office of the Attorney General. And youth outreach is important to me.
Okay, and thank you for that. We need that. My question to you, however, is when you are speaking, and would you actually call it teaching, or is it speaking?
It's teaching. They have questions. You're teaching them how to properly document gangs, because if it's done incorrectly, then you're gonna ruin the system. And it happens. We see it where.
I thought you were talking to kids. Are you talking to young youth? You're teaching.
Oh, I thought you were talking to general when I'm teaching. Okay. I'm sorry. Sir. No, kids. Yeah, no. When you talk to the youth, you're talking about. It's a prevention thing. It's more of like, don't ruin your life, and explain the risk factors and what not to do, and try to help them understand that there's a life outside of that, because some of these kids come from families and neighborhoods, socioeconomic areas where they don't see the light, so they need to understand that there is a way out.
I agree with you. What I'm asking you is, when you do that, you are doing nothing that any other of these fine officers could do, or I could do.
I think I could relate with them a little better, because I understand the gang mentality, because I've interviewed so many gang members, so I understand where they're coming from.
Okay. But you have included references to motivational and just stay on the straight path speeches to you as among your teaching experience and your expertise.
Something I do, yeah. And you learn from those kids as well. You learn from kids that are involved in gangs.
Okay, thank you. One moment. I have a good question.
So Detective Bullet, when you're talking about determining whether or not someone is or is not a gang member, do you go both ways?
I try to convince myself that they're not. I'm trying to avoid confirmation bias. So if someone tells me this guy's a blood, or is a mafia family, or GD or Crip or whatever, I'll start looking for things to tell me that they're not. Because the second I can convince myself that this person's not a gang member, it's probably true that they're not, and then maybe it's just not enough evidence to prove they are. But when I'm going in there looking for evidence against it, and all I can find is evidence to support it, that's when it shifts, and I'm like, okay, this guy has to be a member. And this happens frequently because, like I said, sometimes people document gang members incorrectly because they'll see a tattoo that they think means something, and they'll document that person as a member of XYZ gang, and then I personally know that person is a member of this Bloods gang. So then I have to go and figure out why someone believed this person was a member of this other gang, and then convince myself that that person was wrong and I'm right, or maybe notice that there might be two gang affiliations, like a prison gang and street gang, national-based gang and local street gang that can be associated with it. So multiple alliances.
Okay, so you mentioned that there can be multiple alliances. Can you give a definition of what it would mean to be behind the wall?
Behind the wall means in prison.
So are there different gangs that are behind the wall versus outside?
Yeah, there's different gangs in prison, and there's some of those gangs exist on the outside as well. So the United Blood Nation was founded as a prison gang to protect Black Americans against Hispanics in New York and Rikers Island. Little by little, that expanded and it spread to the streets. And then these multiple blood sets that were created in Rikers Island were now on the streets.
Okay,
Just right their ideology.
You used a term that we haven't defined. Can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is a set?
A set, like a group, a different branch of an organization.
So you mentioned some of the organizational system. Is there a recognized organizational system in place for example, the UBN?
Yes.
And so can you describe a little bit about how that is organized?
So the United Blood Nation was founded by a handful of leaders within Rikers Island. They created the first 3 original sets: Nitrate Gangster Bloods, 183 Gangster Bloods, and G Shine or Gangster Killer Bloods. Sometimes they go by different names. And there was, I think, a total of like 12, 13 different sets that were created. Each one of those sets, or each one of those gangs that fall under the United Blood Nation have a leader who they call the Godfather Head. Right, so that would be the top person in the organization, the Godfather Head of the GFH. From there, you have Godfather underneath, and there's a couple more of those, and then they spread into different branches. And they have there, from the Godfather, you have the highs and you have the lows. That's the title of the rank. And sometimes they'll give those titles, the high and the low, they'll give it a separate title, so like associate the title, like it could be anything. Whatever set can call it whatever they want for their group. You have the highs and lows, and you have the 5th floor. 5th floor is your rank. We call it 5th floor or 5-star, or you're a 5-star general. Then the 4th floor, 3rd floor, 2nd floor, 1st floor, and you have foot soldiers. And that doesn't mean there's one person per position. There could be hundreds of people in one position. Then a little bit less in the next one, a little less in the next one. So you get all over the top. Like most organizations, there's only one CEO, there's only one big boss, and then there's assistant managers and associate managers and supervisors, floor supervisors. It's the same thing. You can only run an organization a certain amount with one way.
So in terms of your experience in training and dealing with gangs, is there a financial component to those?
A huge financial component.
Could you describe a little bit more about that?
Other than protection inside the prison system, once they spread out into the streets, one of the main focuses of the gang is to financially support the gang. And to financially support the gang, you have to make money. To make money, you have to sometimes commit crimes. It could be, and they don't have a rule on how to get this money, right? You can, some of the Bibles say, get it how you live, right? So pick a trade, make money. If it's rapping, it's rapping. If it's selling drugs, it's selling drugs. If it's selling guns, it's selling guns. If it's killing, it's killing. If it's doing home invasions, it's doing home invasions. And then that money in most gangs that report back to a prison system, they pay dues. Not all gangs do, but a lot of them do. They pay dues. These dues are collected at the very bottom. They're transferred over to the person in charge of collecting money. The person in charge of collecting money usually has a title. They might have a rank. They also have a title of treasurer. That person is then responsible for holding the money for the gang, so that if someone has legal troubles, they can pay for the attorney fees, or if someone needs, or if the organization inside the wall, the prison needs food, commissary, shoes, anything, they can support their brothers behind the wall until they get out. That money is also used to get people back on their feet when they get out of prison. So that's the financial component. That's the money laundering component of the organizations.
So you talked a little bit about wiretaps and monitoring of specific phrases, spellings, things like that. How do you learn the phraseology or specific slang used by any individual set or gang?
Sometimes it's, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes it's difficult. There's certain slang and symbols that we have yet to decipher, right? Because even if you have the dictionary, it might not even make sense because the slang, the answer or the definition of the slang term or code word is another code word. And unless you know what the previous Bible said, you never figure it out. But for the most part, you get this based off of context.
Okay. Can you describe, you mentioned something about dropping a C or crossing out all the C's. How does that show up in the messages?
It's written in most of we're speaking about bloods only. In the blood Bibles, it'll say you'll cross out all your C's and replace them with X's, B's, K's. Basically, just replace your all the seeds. And the reason that we replace the seeds is because historically, when the Bloods were created on the West Coast, California, they were created to defend themselves against the Crips. The Crips were an organized gang at the time in the early 70s. They were decimating the local neighborhood street gangs, and the local neighborhood street gangs banded together and said, let's unify and become one organization. Mal Pyru was one of the original sets. 59 Grim, one of the original sets. And all these neighborhood street gangs, like I stated, there's neighborhood street gangs, eventually sometimes they evolve into large national gangs. That's how the Bloods were created. So these neighborhood street gangs banded together, created the Bloods, started calling themselves Bloods, and began to multiply. And the main thing was defending themselves against the Crips. So most of their language is anti-Crip language. That doesn't mean right now there's a war between the Crips and Bloods, but they might still disrespect each other. If they get into an argument, they'll use derogatory language that they've created to diss each other, make fun of each other, and to show disrespect, either graffiti or messages on message boards. They'll cross out C's, or Crips will cross out B's. They'll call each other certain words like Crips, Bloods call Crips crabs. That's their derogatory term. Crips call Bloods slobs. That's their derogatory term for Bloods. Well, these are little things that they do. And it's not, like I said before, it doesn't mean every single time they write a message they're going to do it, but it happens pretty frequently.
So in terms of the term FYE, fire.
Yeah.
What would that be translated to?
A gun.
What about a stick or a pole?
A rifle or a shotgun, a long gun. It's like a stick.
What about the term on the plate?
On the plate or being greenlit that means the gang has sanctioned your murder, basically. If you've been put on the plate, if you've been greenlit, or you've been labeled food, that means it's an on-site attack that needs to be done on you. And if you're a member of this gang and you know that Johnny Smith is on the plate and you run into him and you don't act accordingly, then you might also be put on that plate. You might also be labeled food, and you might be next in line, or you are next in line to be killed.
You also mentioned the term false flagging. Could you define that for the jury?
Just means claiming something that you're not. So saying you're a Blood, you're not a Blood, and saying you're a Crip, you're not a Crip, or claiming multiple gangs that you're not a part of.
So how, on that side note, how do these small neighborhood local sets of young kids, how do they wind up becoming actually real sanctioned sets with the Bloods?
To become sanctioned, so there's a lot of neighborhood street gangs that identify as Bloods. They call themselves Bloods. They identify as Bloods in terms of they've adopted all the signs, symbols, ideologies, clothing, all these things that the Bloods buy from. And they might have bits and pieces of knowledge that they've gotten from, friends or whoever, or the internet, and they try to follow this stuff. At some point, if you get a big enough neighborhood street gang that's claiming Blood, they will probably get approached by a national set. And it could be any one of the national Blood sets will approach these neighborhood street gangs and tell them, it's almost like a cease and desist order. You either fold, and you come tap in with the Bloods and become official Bloods or sanctioned Bloods, right? Fall under one of the national branches, or your entire gang is going to be put on the plate. Your entire gang is going to be wiped out.
And if you could explain the term real right.
So real right is in reference to a sanctioned Blood, a Blood that's tapping in, a Blood that's associated to one of the national branches, that's doing all the right things as Blood. So if you're saying you're real right, that means you're a member of the Bloods, like the sanctioned Bloods, not a neighborhood street set.
And I think you've already described or defined lineup, but if you could just make sure that's clear, please.
Your lineup in a gang is your chain of chain of command. So who's your foot soldiers, then your first floor, second floor, all the way up to the top. That's your lineup. So if you're a member of, say a specific G-Shine Gangster Killer Blood set, and they ask, and you're getting checked by another Blood because they don't believe you're Blood, and they say, what's your lineup? You're going to tell them who you report to. And you would know, okay, my big homie, the person that brought me in to the gang, is so-and-so. his big homie is so-and-so, and the godfather is so-and-so. And as long as you have the right answer, if the person quizzing you is a real blood, he's gonna know that you're not lying. And that's like catching a lie. If you're faking it, you're not gonna be able to answer those questions correctly. You're not gonna know who the big homie is. You're not gonna know who the boss is. You're not gonna know anything because it's not publicly advertised for the world.
And so in terms of if someone asks, who do you walk with? What would be the appropriate answer?
With the bloods?
Yes.
State your set and who your homies, who your big homies are, basically. You'd have to identify who you report to.
When you say the term tapping in, I think you've used that a couple times. Could you define that?
Tapping in is what all the unsanctioned blood sets are told to do. If you want to become a real blood, and by real blood, I mean unsanctioned sets are not real bloods. A gang is a gang. It doesn't matter what you call yourselves. Just because you're sanctioned doesn't mean you're not a gang. So if you're claiming to be a blood and you want to be a sanctioned blood, the first thing they tell you to do is you need to tap in, which is you need to start reaching out to people that are real right, people that are real bloods, sanctioned bloods, and start learning the knowledge, start gaining the knowledge, start getting these documents and learning the way to operate under the national guidelines.
You mentioned knowledge. Is there another term that's used interchangeably with that word?
Inglewood.
Like the city in California?
Exactly.
Okay. You taught one of the other things you said, you defined what is set tripping.
Set tripping is something that's created by G-Shine. G-Shine and Gangster Killer Bloods. I might go back and forth. I'll probably just keep correcting it, not correcting but mentioning it. But Gangster Killer Bloods created that term basically. And set tripping refers to a little history. So when the Gangster Killer Bloods were formed, they were formed as almost like an enforcement branch to straighten out all the bloods that weren't acting accordingly, following the rules. And you have to remember they were in prison. So the rules are a lot more strict in prison because there's nowhere to go. You break the rules here in South Florida, you can move to somewhere else and they might not find you. In prison, there's nowhere to go. You're in a cell block with 50 other bloods. You start breaking rules. Everyone knows. So set tripping is not acting accordingly. So that means if there happens to be a fight in the courtyard or someone needs to get slashed or someone needs to get beat and you didn't do what you were supposed to as a member of this gang, you're set tripping. And then now G-Shine, GKB, Gangster Killer Bloods, they will come and they will enforce upon you the violence that you should enforce on someone else. So there's a little controversy with G-Shine because a lot of blood sets don't like them because they're enforcers. It's like, like a lot of people don't like the cops because we write people tickets. The police of the G-Shine of the blood world, right? They're enforcing the rules.
So Detective Fuller, are you saying that they commit violence upon each other?
Yeah.
And what do you have to support that?
There's, as I mentioned earlier, there's plenty of videos online of people that either false repping or not even people false repping. There's just videos of bloods that make mistakes and claim they are from one part of town when they weren't. And that was enough of a violation for them to get recorded live and live streamed getting beat for what they did. Everything doesn't rise to be put on a plate, everything doesn't rise to be killed. But you might have to take a violation.
So with regards to determining whether someone is or is not a gang member under Florida statutes, are there criteria that you have to look for?
Yeah, so the Florida statute that governs, that defines what a gang is and what gang members and gang associates are is 874.03. And there's different subsections. First subsection defines what a gang is, which is there's a group, whether formal or informal, of 3 or more people who have common identifiers, hand signs, colors, things in common, right? And as part of the primary activities, they commit crime. That's what makes them a gang, not the fact that they wear the same colors. And then after that, there's criteria that defines how you can determine if someone is a member or an associate. And these are, some of the criteria are adopts a style of dress, admits to gang membership, identified as a gang member by a parent or guardian, identified as a gang member by a confidential informant that's been proven to be trustworthy and reliable, identified as a gang member by a informant that hasn't been proven trustworthy or reliable, being associated with a gang member 1 or more times, associating with gang members 4 or more times.
Okay, so maybe grab you. Yeah, A through K. Does that sound familiar? Okay. With regards to the involvement, does every gang member have to be involved in every single criminal activity?
No, but like I said, they say you get it how you live. So as long as you're bringing money in for the gang, then you're going to be in the good graces. So if your hustle is rapping and you're making money rapping, they're going to support you. They're going to bring you up and make sure that you're making more money and that you're doing what you're supposed to, and that you're supporting, in return, you're supporting the gang. And don't forget, you're not an individual, you're part of the collective.
So you mentioned kind of ranks. How do you get a promotion from one rank to the next?
Putting in work, so either completing what they call missions or just contributing to the gang, showing your loyalty. Someone above you would have to decide that you're worthy of moving up. A lot of the early steps are as foot soldiers. If you're a foot soldier and your job is to go do home invasion robberies, if you're out there doing a whole lot of home invasion robberies and bringing a lot of profits back to the gang, or a lot of guns back to the gang, or a lot of drugs back to the gang, then you might get a promotion. If your job is rapping and you're doing good, you're making money, and you're bringing in money to the gang, you're taking the gang to shows, and you're supporting them, you're supporting the gang. Not supporting yourself, supporting the collective. Then you can start getting promotions.
Okay. Is every aim and goal of a criminal gang something related to crime?
No, a lot of these gangs, like I said, were initially racially formed for racial reasons, to defend, for African Americans to defend themselves against Hispanics, or Hispanics to defend themselves against African Americans or white supremacists. So initially it started off as something racial to help bring up their own people, right? So the Hispanics created gangs to bring up the Hispanic culture. The African Americans did to bring up Black culture and to help them get out of these areas and to support their neighborhoods and bring money back to their neighborhoods and make sure that there's success amongst not just the gang, but their culture. And that's the same for basically every gang, whether it's white supremacists, Hispanic gangs, Asian gangs, Black gangs. It's just, that's what gang culture is.
Is there things about prioritizing education for gang members?
Yeah, it's written into their bylaws. They don't want dummies, right? They want smart guys. If you're out there committing reckless acts and bringing bad attention to your gang, no one's going to want you. You might be out there committing robberies and doing stuff. That's your job. But if you're doing it recklessly because you're not a smart guy, they're going to probably tighten up on you and start telling you, you need to do this a different way. We need to teach you the right way to do this. Or you might just be a skilled rapper. You might be very good at sports, or you might be just a very smart person and you just do really well in school. So they want you to succeed in school so that you can maybe become an attorney or something that can help them out.
So with regards to G-Shine in particular, were you able to document 3 or more members of that criminal enterprise?
Yes.
Approximately how many were you able to document?
In reference to this case?
In reference to this case.
Oh, I think I stopped at like 17 or 18.
Specifically in this case, can you talk about how you became involved in this investigation?
I was asked to analyze the case and determine whether there was a gang nexus to it, whether Mr. Demons was a member of this gang, and if he was, to look into it further.
So in terms of the things that you were trying to look at under the statute, in terms of subsection A, admitting to criminal gang membership, were you able to show that and document with regards to this defendant?
Yeah, so admitting to gang membership is not just admitting it to a police officer. If you admit to gang membership on a video, it's the same thing. You've admitted to being a member of that gang. So yeah, there's multiple videos of Mr. Demons claiming G-Shine or GKB as a gang that he belongs to.
What about adopting the style or dress of a criminal gang?
Yes, Mr. Demons was observed multiple times. More times I can count, wearing the colors red, colors green, and like I stated, the foot soldiers are told to wear tan or brown. And Mr. Demons, there's a bunch of pictures of him wearing this tan trench coat that falls in line with the time where he would have been a foot soldier.
And so we'll come back to some of those pictures in a moment. So what about adopting use of a hand signs that's identified as used by a criminal gang?
Yes, Mr. Dennis knows all the gang signs, and he does them very well. He can do them very quickly, a lot faster than I can.
Can you explain what stacking is?
Stacking is a form of communication with gangs, within gangs. If you meet another blood, you might you might ask them who they roll with. They say, oh, I'm blood. And they might just stack his set. So they'll say where he's from, right? So they'll claim, they'll throw maybe a B for blood or a B for blood, and then follow up with every set has their own specific hand signs that they might throw out. So there's universal hand signs for the UBM and United Blood Nation. Those are just standard signs that all bloods kind of are supposed to know. And then every set will have their own hand signs. And then apart from that, if you're part of a set that is part of a certain neighborhood, you might also add your neighborhood stack into it. So if you live on 27th Street or something like that, 27th Ave, you might throw in your street, especially if you're in an area that's populated by a lot of different blood sets. That way they know where you're from.
What about in terms of associating with one or more known criminal gang members?
Yeah, so the way I was able to identify these other G-Shine members or blood members was through contacts that he had on his phone and photographs that he had on his phone, social media, stuff that was publicly posted, stuff that was posted or that was privately inside his phone. Not sure.
In terms of what about if they've been observed in the company of one or more known criminal gang members 4 or more times? Were you able to document that in this case?
Yes, there's hundreds of pictures of him with other bloods.
What about if they're identified as a criminal gang member by physical evidence?
The physical evidence would be the videos of Mr. Demons throwing up hand signs, the videos of Mr. Demons saying the G-Shine oath, their motto, all the social media posts, references he makes in songs about being a blood. That's all physical evidence.
Okay, so I want to
The
go,
Bible.
and so we'll get to that in just a moment. So Detective Polo, are you taking into consideration that this could be a character or an act that's put on for social media?
No, I don't believe this is an act or a character. This is, as I stated, G-Shine is one of the more violent blood sets. They're the ones that are enforcing when other people are false repping, and that's what they're known for. So if a famous person were to false rep G-Shine, they would quickly get checked. That happened to those two kids. I don't know how they're those two guys that were claiming sex money murder, the Island Boys. Fun haircut.
Okay.
Yeah, they were claiming to be members of Sex Money Murder, which is a set of bloods, and they quickly got checked by almost every blood that can find them on social media. They got threatened, and they then had to recant and apologize.
Did you find any evidence whatsoever of any recanting or apologizing by Mr. Demons in the records that you reviewed?
There's no recanting, there's no apologizing, there's no one calling out Mr. Demons for being a fake blood. There's all I could find is support for Mr. Demons for being blood by other bloods.
Okay, in terms of the specific communications that you went through, were those on a cellular phone and email extraction? Or
Yes, yes, it was on both.
Okay, I'm gonna start, I'm gonna make sure defense has a chance to see what's in the list. State triple U for identification purposes only. Detective Holland showing it's been labeled as state triple U for identification purposes only. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes.
How do you recognize those documents?
It's the email chain forwarded to YNW Melly booking@gmail.com from one Jaquan Burton. Same subject that was identified through his cell phone on his text messages.
Objection, Your Honor, to the reference of his cell phone.
We can side by side. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendants and defendants, his counsel, the assistant state attorney, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, our witnesses, the names like the stand. Councilman Roach, so on your direct examination, proceed as sustained unless objection. Repeat your question, please.
Yes, sir. So Detective Polo, the item that has been presented to you is straight state triple U. You recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
It is the email chain addressed to YNW Melly booking at gmail.com.
Is this the same email that is referenced in the 772-713-9807 phone extraction review?
Yes.
Is that the same or substantially same condition as when it was retrieved from Google via search warrant?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request that the state's triple U evidence and published to the jury.
Any objection not previously raised?
We object to it coming in toto and we request that any individual exchange be authenticated. Foundation be listed.
Objection not total, it'll be admitted.
States triple U, Livermore States, number 68.
So Detective Polo, I want to go through this email and the attachments that are on it one by one. The September 16th, 2018 sent date. Do you see that on there?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please say and read for the ladies and jury, what is the...
Counsel, one second, please.
Thank you. Sorry to disturb.
No.
Great, sure.
Trying to make it as big as possible as well. So the individual that is from on that, if you could read that aloud for the jury.
My computer's off. Jaquan Burton at burtonjaquan@gmail.com.
And who is it addressed to?
YNW Melly booking at gmail.com.
And before we get into all of the attachments, in terms of how many times this email was forwarded, is that also reflected on this page?
Yes.
This third entry down, the Jaquan Burton again is the sender. Who is it going to?
The subject name Derek Dixon was identified as Gino.
Okay.
Street name Gino.
And we'll come back to Gino in just a little bit. Continuing on. Were you able to identify all of the individual email addresses and associate them with a known person?
So we went through some of them and were able to identify. Earlier on, there was a Jamon Mitchell. He's in a photograph with Mr. Demons. That was on the first page.
Okay. Is that the one here? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I got a couple. It was first page.
I'm sorry.
First page, the first one sent to mitchelljaman@gmail.com.
So going through, continuing to this last, the first forwarded one on this particular email chain. Can you read the from email?
Bang Bang is the name, and then the email is bangbangascari@gmail.com.
Does the term Ascari mean anything particular or special in relation to the G-Shine floods?
Ascari is a step above the foot soldier in G-Shine. It's like their second rank above the foot soldier.
Okay. So continuing on, the information that we're here, and I'm sorry I have to make it a little bit smaller to fit on the page. Is this some of the history you were talking about?
Yes.
In terms of the individuals that are listed and the dates and things like that. For example, if you look here, the 199BIX. Can you explain or translate that?
1996. I took the S out for B because Slavs is a derogatory term towards blood, so they take out S's as well, but B in it.
In terms of some of the individuals that are listed on the next line, Corey King, Shaquille, Hitman, Pimp, and Rob Lowe. Are those some of the individuals that you talked about that have posted on YouTube?
Yeah, OG, Corey King, he was the original Godfather head. He was one of the founders. There's a video of him in Tampa, I think from last year or the year before, during the G-Shine National Gathering. He was present, showing live streaming for everyone, showing the big turnout. There weren't just G-Shine members, there was members from all blood sets, but it was a G-Shine event. OG Shaquell, he's the second one. He's a notorious G-Shine member, one of the original founders. He does a lot of videos online as well with Corey King, a lot separate, but some of the Corey King and some of these other names, Hitman, Camp, and Rombo, they're referenced.
My apologies.
They're referenced in these historical accounts from Corey King and Shaquell and some of the other blood leaders that aren't listed here because they're not members of G-Shine.
Okay. There's a word here, DAMU. What is that?
Damu, blood.
Is that something that you see throughout these records?
Yeah, the Damu, or they call themselves OLAs, OLA. It's just a way for them to, it's like saying bro or dude. Damu, you're saying you're blood. I'm an Ola, I'm a blood. Any other blood would know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay. At the last line, 3 districts, there's 3 godfathers.
Mm-hmm.
Is that some of the hierarchy you were describing earlier to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
That was, yeah, that's how the original G-Shine set was divided. It was divided to 3 temples. We call them temples. And each one of those had their own separate hierarchy.
Okay. And to continue on to the top of the next page where you said temples are on there, that's over here?
Yeah, and it references the names of each individual set. So that's a common thing. Sometimes a lineup or a set will be named after the leader. Sometimes they just give a name. Like Nitrate Gangster Bloods had a set called the Hellraiser set. It's different sets. They just give them names. So here you see some of the names associated with the original 3. The most important one here is the 9-5 Killer Shine set.
And the screen in front of you is a touch screen, so you can touch it and it will show what you're looking at.
Yeah, so 9-5 Killer Shine, that one stood out to me.
Why so?
Because in the messages located on the phone between
the 9807 phone number?
Yeah, between the 9807 phone number and G-Shine numbers that were identified, Gino being Derek Dixon, Herc or Q-Shine being Jaquan Burton, and the person they listed as their godfather being a subject named Stretch, who was identified as Keith Stevens.
Okay.
Yeah, Keith Stevens, his name is Stretch, and Stretch has been documented as in multiple federal indictments as the leader of the 9-5 Killer Shine blood set.
Oh.
So that corroborated past investigations.
Okay. So when you were talking about like calls and responses, you mentioned that the information will have kind of the translation. Is that what we're looking at here?
Okay, so right here, this is a way of asking who you fall under and the response you're supposed to give. Then you have, a code and NBA. So if they just wrote, you find some ledgers or mail in the jail where they write NBA, they're not talking about basketball. They're talking about the National Blood Association. And then here you have what they gave as the name to the ranking system. So GF is the godfather. They call him the general manager. And this is what I said. It changes from set to set because it might be a set that won't call it the general manager. They'll call him whatever. It could call him anything. It's up to each set to do it, and it could change. It's not written in stone. The high is the next step under that. Call him the head coach. In this specific Bible, the low is 5-star general, 4-star, 3-star, 2-star, and 1-star generals.
Okay. In terms of, is there then laws that are set out for the purposes of G-Shine?
Yeah, so the original laws were written for the UPN. G-Shine adopted the same laws. Those are the original 30 laws. Blood in, blood out, you get jumped in. Sometimes, like I said, there's exceptions to every rule. Sometimes you get blessed in. Voted in by committee, you're putting in work, that's another way of getting in. No snitching, that's an important rule. No punking out, no backing down from a fight, basically. No homosexuality is very common in the gaming world.
Can you translate, you made a comment about being blessed in. Can you just explain that I don't think you've defined that yet.
So blessed in is when you didn't really put in any work and someone within the organization is just vouching for you. And just saying, hey, this guy's gonna be one of us, they bring you in, you don't get jumped in, you don't have to put in, you didn't put any work in, you didn't do anything, they just brought you in, they brought you home. That's terms that they would use. But the most commonly used term is blessed in.
Okay. And some of them, like no flu wearing or yellow back.
I have no idea.
So there are some things that even law enforcement has yet to decipher.
Yeah, there's certain, I said that I think earlier, that there's certain codes that just, don't make any sense to me. There's certain tattoos that don't make any sense. I just see them over and over and over again on bullets, and I know it means something to them. I just haven't figured out yet what it means, and sometimes they don't answer.
Number 11, that's indicated here, cross out all C's and replace with B's, K's, or X's. Did you see evidence of that in the phone belonging to the phone number 772-713-9807?
Yes.
Was that in private communications?
Private communications and public posts that were posted from that phone.
Okay. And items number 16 and 17. Is that a common rule to basically don't admit anything?
This is what I was talking about, where the Bibles are held in secrecy, right? So that's why I send them through email, because typically you can't just find someone's email laying on the floor, right? That's not a thing. You can find documents laying on the floor at a search warrant, but to get an email, you would have to write a search warrant for Gmail or iCloud or whatever. So that's why they send out these Bibles a lot in email form.
Okay.
To keep it secret.
The last one on this page, never take another person's side over your homie. What is a homie?
Homie is a member of your set, a member of your blood set. So just because it wouldn't just be any blood, it would just be a blood within your organization, within your line, within your set.
Okay. Again, more of the logs 20 through 30. Okay. And number 27 on this list.
No black on black crimes unless someone violates your set, code, and colors. Yeah, respect. It's like the biggest thing in the gang world is respect. With every gang, respect is. If you don't have respect, that's one of those things that could get you killed. And that's been documented over and over and over again.
Okay. And the next thing, it says oath/red alert. What is that?
The oath, it's one of the, most gangs have that create an oath. This will be one of those things that you have to memorize verbatim. And when you're being quizzed, you're going to be asked to recite these things. This is one of the things you'll be asked to recite. At some point, you'll be expected to memorize all these rules. At some point, you'll be expected to memorize all your creed. They call it levels, so levels of knowledge. And if you assert that you're, let's say, at a certain level of knowledge, and you get tested up to that level of knowledge and you failed, then you're gonna get violated. Now, if you say you're at a certain level of knowledge and they test you and you get quizzed and you answer everything correct, then you're doing just fine.
Okay, so you had mentioned that there were other different sections and hoods. Are those some of the ones that you had previously mentioned? The 9 tray?
Yeah, so the original founders of the UBN, O.G. Mack and Leonard and McKenzie, they created all these, well, these gangs existed within the system, within the prison system. They just didn't have these names. Little by little, like it happened in California, where the neighborhood gangs started joining into the Bloods, they then changed their names for something that aligned with the Bloods. So these are the original sets. The dates, they're as accurate as I can tell based on not just interviews, but all the other documents that we've ever recovered have, the dates are pretty consistent. So that these are things that almost never get wrong, unless you find a Bible from a jail, from a brand new member of the Bloods who's trying to learn and he's just writing it down, trying to memorize this stuff. Because the easiest way to memorize stuff is just keep writing it down, especially if you sit in jail.
In terms of this reading and reply, so those some of the types of knowledge an individual could be quizzed on?
Yeah, you could, and you don't even know you're being quizzed on. This is something that happened in one of our undercover cases. Our undercover was first time being a Bloody, so he didn't answer some of these greetings correctly.
Okay, so going down to almost the bottom of the page where it says on there, rise and shine. What is the proper response if someone says rise and shine?
I shine, you shine, me shine, G shine. It's a very popular G shine saying.
Okay.
And it doesn't have to be exact, right? So if you, it'd be like variation of it, like right there, I shine, you shine, right? It's not exactly like the other one.
Okay. And in terms of, it says these are meanings, not replies. So if someone says this, is this kind of more the dictionary part of it?
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't make sense. Like some of these dictionaries are just the answers or the definitions to the word to the codes is other codes. It's just unless you have the person in front of you that wrote that, you probably won't be able to decipher it.
Okay. And this continues on in this with different
codes.
Okay. And reviewing these codes, are they consistent with some of the other gang knowledge that's been recovered and that you have learned about?
Yeah, except for some of the, obviously some of the codes are different because codes are updated periodically. For the most part, a lot of these have continued to be used.
Okay. And so there's some of the terms you've already defined, like set tripping. It's 1965 on that list. Is this something that they continue to evolve over the years?
The code?
Yes.
It could, if big indictments come down and a lot of people, if a big indictment comes down, like the recently sex money murder got indicted, and I think there was a lot of people got arrested on that indictment. We have an active investigation where we know they completely restructured everything. They're restructuring their Bibles, they're restructuring their chain of command, they're restructuring all the rules. So it's how they evolve.
And so
law enforcement has gotten hit to whatever was already out.
And so on the bottom of this, it says G slang. What is that translated to?
Speaking codes.
And continuing on to the next page. Do you have all of these memorized?
No.
Okay.
I trust me, I tried. Between this and all the other games, all the other games have the same thing going on. A couple hundred pages of that, it's impossible.
No. So that's the end of the first email, the forwarded email.
Maybe the first person. Yes.
I'm so sorry.
Then note, due to Mr. The attorney do not discuss the case with someone they think about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case, you've done certain research, proceeding, no paper, any chairs, we'll be back to you shortly.
That was our turn. 3/15/2022. This was discussed in the second and third memos, and the third and fourth memos. It's not in there, that's the third one, is in there. Do you have that?
Counsel, yes, you're, let the record reflect that you stepped out, Councilman Manuel would finish. You're suggesting you don't have this record? Because I heard, that's what I heard you say, now you want time to look for it, so you need some time to see if you have it, you don't?
Yes, sir.
All right, we're in recess.
Thank you. Once again, I'm going to give you.
I need a specific one.
This time you're not alleging, do I need to do a Richardson here? Are you alleging there's a discovery violation?
No, I can't in good faith say that based upon this receipt. So,
I can say I don't have that email. I searched all three of my emails. There's one email that day, I had 11 emails regarding text messages from the deposition of the student stuff. That is not in my email. It's not in the email for lunch. So it was emailed to me. Emailed. It was also emailed to me.
And it was also supposedly emailed to me.
Yes.
I can't, based upon this receipt, I can't.
We have receipt, but no attachment.
We have, they provided a receipt coming out of the office of the state attorney.
I suggest you also look at the deposition and if she was questioned about this specific document.
I didn't do it.
So my suggestion is that she's not gonna finish, or she's at this rate, finish her direct today. So we'll study this over the weekend.
But at this time, you're not alleging there's any discovery violation. I don't need to
No.
Mr. Richardson here. Is that correct?
At this moment, no. I can't.
So we're going to proceed with the testimony. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
Yes,
Yes. Everybody agrees?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can I bring the jury in now?
Yes, sir. I couldn't resist. I couldn't. Huh? I'm afraid it'll make me a game.
We get something. We get a verdict.
Jury entering.
The record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, his counsel, the assistant state attorney. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, witness remains on stand. Counsel, I think you're going to continue with your direct examination of the witness.
Yes, and continue publishing of State 68. So we've gone through the initial email, so now I want to go through each of the attachments. Are these, Detective Fuller, are these additional items of which an individual would be expected to memorize?
Yes.
Okay. When you talk about being promotions, is that also discussed in this particular 15 raised document?
Your Honor, I object to the manner in which this question is being done. It's legal.
Rephrase your question, counsel.
Detective, you talked about how people are promoted through the ranks.
Yes.
Is that reflected in this document?
In this one page?
Yes.
No, it's just like the principles of the game.
Oh.
Specific things that meanings they gave to symbols that they have within the organization. So like the 5-point star, they gave meaning to each point of that star. Pyramid, what the pyramid means. The crown, the 5-point crown.
Okay. Moving on to the titled 23 rules. Was that this is, so it's clear for the record, the second attachment on this email?
Yes. These are all rules you'd be expected to abide by.
Number 12, communicate with someone on the lineup. Is that the term you defined earlier?
Tapping in, yeah, you need to make sure to report to your of your chain.
Okay. Moving on to the third attachment, what is this one called?
5 ways of hanging up. This is how acts and ways that you can move up within the ranks, ways that you're expected to participate and do things for your organization, for the gang.
Okay. In terms of going down to the bold names, so if you could read them out loud so it's clear for the record which particular document we're looking at.
Number 1, physically. Physically, you already did that.
No, just the bold on that one. Number 2.
Mentally.
Number 3.
Spiritually.
Number 4.
Economically.
And number 5.
Socially.
Moving on to the next, the meaning of G-Shine. You had mentioned that sometimes there are specific colors that individuals are told to wear. Is that reflected in this document here that was found in the YNW Melly booking email?
Objection leading.
Same.
What does this say about the uniform or fashion statements?
It gives directions on the colors of the organization, what they mean, and as with other signs and symbols that they have, like the 5-point star, they gave each point of the star a specific meaning. They do the same thing with the colors. They'll come up with initialisms of what each letter of that color means and why it means something to them.
Okay. In terms of the colors that were identified in this G-Shine document, what were they?
The colors I already mentioned, red, green, brown, black. I mentioned black, red, green, brown.
Next page here, what is it titled?
Meaning of G-Shine Ascari.
And then it says in here you've been, what does DMV mean? The Department of Motor Vehicles?
No. It would be like the council. I'm not sure exactly what that acronym is, but when you move up in the ranks, you're reassessed by your higher ups, by the council.
Okay. Is there a specific uniform that you talked about that was previously that's mentioned in this document?
Yeah, wearing brown and with a white t-shirt underneath, untucked. So it says it in there to signify that you're always ready for battle.
In terms of the email address that we had looked at previously, the Bang Bang Ascari, is that consistent with what was said to be done in this last paragraph?
Yes, that's typical with the gang name in general. A lot of members will just put the gang name at the end of their moniker, their Instagram handle, or Facebook handle, whatever it is.
Okay. Going on to the next document in this, what is this titled?
The oath. That's one of the oaths you have to memorize.
Okay.
United Nation oath.
And now this photo here, what is this illustrating? Make it a little bit bigger, I know.
This is when they restructured. They were talking about the grass has been cut low and the snake's heads have popped out. So when they restructured, it was for, like I said, when there's indictments, stuff like that, they need to restructure and then change the rules up so that way they can weed out people that they might think are cooperating with law enforcement or just people who aren't being true to the organization. So this is talking about that basically.
There's a line that says it talks about a memo. Is that something you've seen in your training experience, that there are memos that are issued to update policy?
Yeah, anytime it looks like a directive, anytime things are going to change within the organization, they usually will close the books. So no new members, they'll freeze everything, no movement, and they'll reassess what they have to do within the organization so that they can continue to reorganize and move forward.
Okay. In terms of, you said the books, what are the books?
To turn to mean literally the books, like the ledgers where they would write the members' names. So when the books are closed, you're not going to put new members into the books. Most well-organized gangs will have a national ledger where all the steps will be outlined with all the members and what ranks they currently hold.
Okay. And in terms of this last email here, an image, that's the close-up, or I'm sorry, the last image was a close-up of this email header. Who was this email sent to?
Isaiah Aberhart. He was identified as a subject named Goon on the phone. Then I forgot the phone number.
772-713-9807, that phone?
That phone.
Okay. And who was it sent to?
YNW Melly booking at Gmail.
So you mentioned a lot of the items in the phone that you've reviewed.
Yes.
I'm going to start out with what's been labeled as states triple V for identification purposes. Going to defense. Detective, do you recognize what's been labeled as state triple V?
Yes,
How do you recognize that?
this is a extraction report from the cell phone, ending in 9807, messages between that phone number and the contact saved as GF stretch with the C crossed out using an X instead of a C.
And does this really accurately depict the conversation that is on that cell phone?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request an state triple V in and published to the jury.
Same objection.
Objection overruled. It'll be admitted.
States triple B will be marked state 69.
Okay, detective, on this particular phone and this messages, there's the term rise up and beloved. Is that something based on your training and experience you can offer an opinion on?
Yeah, it's mentioned throughout multiple G-Shine Bibles, the term rise up. Beloved's just a term of endearment that they're using between each other. On its own doesn't really mean anything, but knowing that these guys are members of G-Shine, it does.
Objection.
Thank you.
Okay.
Read the question.
So in terms of the term HURK, H-U-R-K, on this particular message, is that something you've seen before?
Yes.
And what does HURK mean?
Herc is a term used by members of G-Shine to refer to each other. It's like calling each other bro or dude, same thing. Members of G-Shine call each other a Herc. That's one of the terms they use.
And on the December 1st, 2018, this particular message, is there another term that would indicate G-Shine affiliation?
The rank designation is Scary. He's addressing the person receiving that message as an Ascari.
Okay.
He's not just saying the word Ascari.
Understood. In terms of the last message here that looks like December 29th of 2018, can you read that one aloud, please, and I can make it bigger.
You have many other hoods that have productive aspects in motion, and it's time for us to put a form of some businesses into existence so we can grow as a family. We are already established financially, so we want to combine with you in the form of growth and development and endure prosperous ventures as a collective.
Going on to January 27th of 2019, is it the same use of the term 11?
Yes.
Then it says line up some venues. Detective Polder, I want to ask you, if someone is a member in any sort of music group,
yes,
why would they be talking about venues with someone who is identified as a godfather?
Because they would need to get
sustained.
So Detective Polder, I want to back up and go into your training and education and experience on areas of control by specific areas under the blood gang therapy. And you mentioned that there are different sets in different areas of the country.
Correct.
In terms of the various neighborhoods and various businesses within that neighborhood, do you have training and experience as to how access to those businesses are controlled?
So if you're in a neighborhood that is predominantly controlled by a specific gang, whether it be the Bloods, the Crips, whoever, and you are trying to go to that neighborhood, you need to have almost like an approval to be there. If not, you might, if you're in the wrong neighborhood, you might get approached, and the repercussions could be different for every person, but the point is you'll probably get confronted.
So I want to move on to some of the other messages that you've gone through, then marked as states W, which been previously provided to defense counsel. I'm showing you states W. Prior to coming to court today, did you have an opportunity to review this document?
Yes.
Does that document contain and accurately depict 5 different chat conversations between the individual using the 9807 phone number and some of the individuals you talked about previously, Gino, Perk, Jaquan Burton, et cetera.
Objection.
Suggestion.
This witness is not in a position to attest to whether that accurately reflects conversations between two people that he was not part of.
Sustain.
Does that accurately reflect conversations that were captured on the 9807 cell phone extraction?
Yes.
In terms of, is there any additions or deletions from the cell phone extraction?
I don't believe so. I didn't see any in red. Usually when they're deleted.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the conversations on the 9807 cell phone?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request to make states triple W in and published in a jury.
I object, Your Honor. Improper foundation, insufficient foundation.
Objection overruled. Will be admitted.
States triple W.
States triple W mark stage 70.
So Detective, I'm going to go through and start with some of the pictures that are in this exhibit. Okay.
Reference the pages as you go, if you don't.
Will do. So starting and going on, which is labeled as page 6, and this is a conversation that starts out with an individual named Foley and the 9807 cell phone number. Are there pictures that are sent back and forth between these individuals?
Yes.
So, and with your Honor's permission, I'm going to switch over so I can pull up the pictures from the digital version.
So the record's clear, counsel. What's the exhibit number?
This is still the same exhibit. This is just the digital copy so that we can access the photos.
Exhibit 770.
Yes.
Thank
you. So in terms of the images that were sent, were you made familiar with Jamel Dennons?
Yes.
Can you point him out in this particular photograph? I'm sorry, it's no longer a touch screen on that, I believe, because it's now on this.
Subject when she's jumping.
In the center of the frame?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. May the record reflect that the state pointed to it and he identified the person to whom the state pointed.
So let's go to a different one. Do you see the defendant Jamel Dennons in this photo?
Can I stand over on?
Yes.
Thank you.
In terms of the hand gestures or signals that he is making, is that anything that you can comment on with your expertise?
It's an east side sign, it's an east side blood. That's a whole blood sign. It's a blood sign.
You have to speak up.
I'm sorry, sir. Well, talking to you now.
And so you first said the east side one, is that being done with his left hand or right hand?
I don't know if the pictures. East side is being pointed forward.
Okay.
And then the other hand is kind of crooked, so I can't tell you if the east side or he's doing this, which is a blood hand sign.
Those are both from page 6 of State 70. Going now to page 14. You indicated that some of the emails were identified as a specific individual. Who was that?
Garrett Dixon in the emails was identified as Gino, and Gino, this phone number was identified as Garrett Dixon. One the same person.
In terms of the messages here on page 14 of State 70, the first message on September 16th of 2018, what does that say?
I'm sorry, say that again, which one?
The first
This
one?
one? Oh, Gino blocked me in the left, and then took out the C and put X.
Okay. Then the next message, the response from the 9807 phone number, what is that?
050 is blood code. He later on in this text thread, he explains it.
Okay. Down to the next one from the number that's identified as Gino. And what message does that say?
Me and the Godfather, the GF, talked about you till we come into your show in Orlando.
Okay. Moving on to page 15. In this second message here on page 15, what are we looking at? The 050 means on point. Could you translate that, please?
Gino's, the subject saved as Gino is explaining what the code means, so that the recipient doesn't mess up when the Godfather questions him and says it down below. Just if you think Godfather might hit you with, I'm making sure you're on point. So it's saying 050 means on point, DL means I got you, and he proceeds to give other definitions. SL means greetings and responses are rise and shine, I shine, you shine, rise up and pop, and shine, shine right, light shine, flash and gold. So these are all things that were written in that original document we went over.
And that original document, in terms of the date on that, do you recall for the set date?
September something. September 16th, 2018.
September 16th. So in some of the responses from the 9807, again, that term perk.
Again, it's just a term used between members of G-Shine. He's just responding, recognizing, just using G-Shine terms.
Okay. Continuing on through the month of September on page 16. In terms of the message here from the 9807. Clear so we can see, what does it say there?
Just checking in. The C is taken out and the B is put in its place.
And can you explain what, or translate the September 21st, 2018, 11:26 p.m. message from Gino?
Just asking if he's all right. Everything's good. He responds, everything's good. 050.
Can you explain what is a square?
It's reference to
Page 19.
Square is a narcotic slang for typically a kilogram of any type of narcotics, so cocaine, heroin, whatever.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
404B, 403.
Which one's that?
If you could read that one on September 23rd, 2018, 9:58 p.m.
He got it. Yeah, heard his name, image. He's very important. He's gonna give you some, baby. He's over the whole South Carolina.
When you talked about earlier about areas of influence, is that what you meant?
Yeah, so especially with the lineups that cross state boundaries, you would need to know where your higher ups are reporting from. Because if you say I report to Stretch, you're going to say to Stretch, especially if they're not part of your lineup. You say I report to Stretch out of South Carolina, and they can double check you and reach out to their contact South Carolina, make sure the Stretch is a real person.
Okay. Continuing on to September 25th, 2018. Another message from on page 23 for Defense Counsel.
Thank you.
Is this again referring to the same image name from the previous?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the baby is?
Only the break.
Okay.
Small like baby.
And the response?
Haven't heard from him 20.
Oh. So then moving on further down that page, on 10:08 p.m., what does Gino ask?
The number identified as Gino states, DL, did you get your date for the Savannah State Show?
And the DL, what does that mean?
Do you get, like, I'm sorry?
The DL, does that have a specific connotation or meaning?
Yeah, it does. I'm trying to think right now, sorry.
That's okay. It's been a long day. We'll come back to it. So with regards to the next line on that, what does that one read?
Yo, the GF Godfather gonna call you, take out the CD, call you today, make sure you're on home.
And the response was?
Everything's good. All right.
So I want to go then again to the digital version to reference this picture here. So Gino sent, the number identified as Gino ending in 4281 sends an image, and this is on page 24 for council. In terms of this message and everything, can you translate as to what it's talking about?
So it's a picture of another phone, taken with phone. Contact name Tall. Person holding the phone writes, did you ever skyline with him? So did you ever connect with him or talk to him? He's dying to talk to you. Melly, that is. And then he says he's gonna have to hit him up today.
So I didn't hear it.
He's gonna have to hit him up today.
So then he's going on to the DL line.
Tell him to be expecting me.
Okay, and then the next response.
Want you to groom him, show them the meaning of the chain of command, safety and security, show dudes something different.
And the response.
I got you. I just know that by him talking to you.
Object to the hearsay. This is an image of a conversation between two other people.
Why don't you come for a second?
Okay, check them out. Somebody finally realized that we don't want to listen to white noise. So there's a hearsay objection on the floor. We know that there are 23 exceptions to the hearsay rule, all of them of which I don't know. But I do think that she's probably arguing that these text messages aren't being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but she's trying to show gang terminology and his ability to translate them, as well as how like gang members talk and interact with one another. So that's just my bit.
Take a short recess, but why this is, it's still up there, the attorneys are advising me, I'm advising you that this is a conversation between two parties. It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted in the conversation. It's being offered to show the effect on the listener. All right? That's the purpose of it. So we're going to pick it up in a minute. Right now, I need to take a short restroom break. So we're going to be in recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case. Thank you.
The effect on the listeners. See, like I told you, I don't know all of the exceptions to hearsay, but I knew she was arguing that it wouldn't be off of particular matter. I knew that. All right, so we're taking a break. And let's see if they come back.
Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel remain on with the minute. Can we get a restroom break from Mr. Evans? We talk about scheduling. Off the record, don't be on the record.
All right, so they pretty much ended the day. They never came back. So they never came back. You caught it? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna be a good attorney. I'm telling you. All right, we got about another like 25 minutes. So how about this? I'll ask, we'll take a poll. Do you guys want to continue on for the next 25 minutes starting day 8? Or do we want to wait until we come back from the holidays? All right, because tomorrow we got Christmas Eve, so I won't stream tomorrow. I won't stream Christmas Day. But we got a little breaky break. So do y'all want to go ahead and jump in, or y'all just want to start fresh on day 8 the next time we meet? Okay, let's wait. All right, cool. Well, I guess we're at our natural stopping point, stopping a little bit earlier today, but we will be back to pick up on day 8 of the YNW Melly trial. Let me cut my camera on and talk to the people because, yeah, hey, how y'all doing? What's going on? So yeah, like I was saying, we're gonna stop today. You could talk. I could talk to y'all for 25 minutes. I don't know if my voice is gonna last that long. I don't know if it's gonna last that long, but I lost my words. We'll be back after the holidays, though. So I hope everybody has a Merry Christmas. Thank you, Lacey. Happy holidays. I hope y'all enjoy your families because I'm going to try to enjoy mine. What is so funny, you still have to work? Any updates? Okay, wait a minute. You got to work tomorrow, Hershey? What you going to do tomorrow? I'm going to put out some content tomorrow, though. I'm going to try to get some recorded content out. So I want to make sure that we talk about, I got to give y'all my take on the Broward County's response from Melly's habeas corpus reply. I want to say that there was another reply from his attorneys back to them, but I can't seem to find them. So I don't know if I was dreaming that or if that was a real thing. So I was trying to do both of them together. So I will be giving my spin, my update on that one. I also want to give y'all I'm going into we doing Julio Fulvio, and y'all know I don't know nothing about the case, so I'm doing my homework on that one, so that I can give y'all a 1 minute recap on what's going on with Julio Fulvio and why we're gonna watch that trial coming at the beginning of the year. I think it's with the girl. So I got some stuff I want to do. I want to record some stuff and I'll put that out. I may even record today if I can. Updates. I don't know what updates on what, D-Wood. What is your take on the phone? So I think I was a little bit confused about Melly's phone because I know that there are 2 phones and they are registered. One is registered, or they're on his mom's line. One of them says Sack Chaser, but he was using that number. I think that the defense didn't make their argument good enough. If they wanted to argue that phone had been used by multiple people, I feel like they should have had a little bit more evidence to support it while they were arguing it to the judge. And I say that lightly because I'm kind of speculating because Jen, you did kind of tell me a little bit, but if they are going to bring in reasonable doubt without adding it to the argument, they may have just wanted to save that and not necessarily give it all away so that the state can get in front of it. So I just don't think that they made a good argument and the judge made a ruling. I actually do agree with the fact that just because there were questions around the ownership of the phone, I felt like they should have been able to or they should be required to lay foundation around the conversations that they want to bring in. Like basically they need to establish that Melly is using this phone and this conversation is going on, and this is how we know that this is Melly at this particular time. I think they should be required to lay that foundation, but the judge ruled how they rule. So I'm interested to see if it gets in the next time around. So I'm gonna keep my eye on that phone. I think that phone is pretty interesting. Yes, come back on my birthday. When your birthday, Kim? Yes, everybody take advantage of time with your family. We only get Christmas off. Oh, the phone evidence did nothing for me. I don't think it did. It didn't do much either. Like, unless they got something in them phones that's gonna say a little bit more than something. If that was just it, I was like, ooh. But here's the thing though. We were just talking about like just the gang expert and the point of talking about gangs as it relates to Melly. If that's the part of the state's theory, then they should have been introducing the fact, if they're saying that he did this to be initiated in the Bloods gang, they need to be coming up with that initiation documentation and telling us that in order to get in, you got to shed blood, and it got to be blood of somebody that's close to you. Like, we need some type of connection there. I don't see it. The motive is off if they try to use that for a motive. So I wasn't really feeling it either, Lacey. Oh, okay, D Wood. No, I don't have any other updates. That's why it's doubt, no foundation. And I mean, they're going to be able to argue then. I think if they get the argument together, it should do what it's supposed to do. Thursday. Y'all want to come back on Thursday? Everybody have a Merry Christmas. You too. Actually, the only day that I could come back would be Friday. It would be Friday. I wouldn't be able to do any other day. Safini took lessons from Bradley. Merry Christmas. That was their motive. Yeah. The phone data is what crucified Melly. Well, I haven't seen it yet, CB. So if there's some more stuff to come out of that phone, I haven't seen it, at least not today. I haven't seen it not today. And Adrian has challenged you, saying that you can't say that when the jury was hung. So forget about y'all this week. I love y'all. This is our hey y'all. We got the 27,000 subscribers this week. Shout out to us. So if you're one of my people, because y'all know the majority of my folks watch us from Twitter. They watch us from X. If you are one of my X watchers, even though you watch from over here on that platform, go over to YouTube and make sure that you still subscribe to my channel, okay? Because I want to get my subscribers up. I got a 3,000 goal, and after I hit 3,000, my next goal will be 5. But I need y'all to go over there and subscribe to my channel. So I was super excited about that, to see that today. We finally hit the 2,700 mark. So congratulations to us. Okay, so we're gonna be back on Friday then. I'll set us up for Friday. Thank you, Sonya. I'll set us up for Friday. We'll be back. We'll do thank you, D Wood, without drama. Okay, without drama. We have a good time over here. When is the interview with the Mississippi student trial attorney? We have not confirmed the date yet, Cindy, but she did accept the invitation. She did accept the invitation. So I will promote it and do all the things once my girl gets us a date. I'm not expecting to get one this week. Honestly, she told me it was gonna be a minute before she would be able to get me a date because her calendar is kind of crazy right now, but she's coming. So yeah. That being said, again, I hope you guys have a very, very Merry Christmas. Happy holidays if you don't celebrate Christmas. And I will see you guys on Friday. All right. So I will see you guys later. Bye. Oh, and make sure y'all donate to Yak Gotti. Thank you, Sonya.